bones, I dive through dimensions and onward I will go. Firebird girls from worlds apart. A leap of time, here we are. One heartbeat to fiery stars as we jump sonic fences and bend our avatars. So let's be a fantastical breed. Be vipers flying in flames that will sweep. Age opens and free. Twin sisters are we, the seekers of thrills endlessly. In the cyber spatial data of my eyes, where the vision stream in from 100 million miles. I cross the border between the blinking of the mind to collide with my twin, with the sisterhood within. Firebird girls from worlds apart. Our sisterhood, here we are.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Bandai Card Games Fest in Dallas Sunday. I'm one of your hosts, Aspire, and joining with me is Cosmic. Cosmic, how are we feeling on this day 2?
Very excited to have another great round of games all across the board and getting to see some champion players today and really crown our first offline. I mean, again, we got to talk about Gundam being the first offline regional, the first real champion to earn their invite. So a lot to be excited about today.
Yeah, we've had some great games in day 1. Players played through a bunch of Swiss across multiple games. And naturally, a lot of those games are going to be having their day 2 today, going to see who we can crown as be their regional champion, or for a lot of other games, their national champions. This will be very exciting, and I love Day 2 Top Cuts. It just has that added pressure that puts players on a different type of level versus kind of what you expect in Swiss. So with that said, let's take a look through at the schedule for today's events. At 9:30, we'll be kicking it off with round 1 for Gundam. Following by that, we'll be jumping into some Dragon Ball Fusion World at about 11. Of course, all these times are estimate based on how the tournament goes. Around noon, we'll have the Union Arena round 4. At 1:45, we'll be kicking it off back to the Digimon finals as well as the trophy ceremony. At roughly 2:40, will be a One Piece card game developer panel, followed by their finals, and then finally the Gundam card game finals before we wrap up the show. And of course, these players are all playing for an amazing amount of prizing, be it the cards, the playmats, and specifically for Gundam, we've got some very cool wing-oriented prizing that they'll be competing for today through Top Cut. Let's give a reminder of the format. So for Top Cut, it'll actually be best of 3 with a match time of about 50 to 60 minutes, with the prizing here being those gorgeous Hero Yui for our top 8 players, and for the player who's able to go all the way through that beautiful champion Wing Zero playmat and unit card.
Yeah, again, I think that Wing Gundam Zero card is really going to look beautiful in person, and all the special foil treatment that they've been doing for the Gundam card game has really been something special. So this is what I'm excited to see both in person and the continuation of prizing that we'll see kind of throughout the year as Gundam card game continues to grow.
Yeah, absolutely. Every time we get any announcements in regarding to things like the pricing and stuff like that. And that's just for Top Cut, but of course there's also the fantastic participation pricing as well for all those amazing alt arts. I personally am going to be hunting down my Elfrits, knowing that I'm going to get a ton of longevity from that. So very excited to see what these players are going to be playing out for. And of course, we're going to be jumping into round 1 shortly as the players get set up here. By round 1, we do mean the first round of Top Cut, of course. And we saw a blue-white mirror in Swiss yesterday to kind of close out our commentating for that day. And I think that's definitely one of those decks in contention. Blue-white was definitely more of a control-oriented style strategy early on. And now we definitely see it shifting more into tempo to try to contest against wing strategies, which we know are everywhere in Top Cut.
Yeah, definitely expecting a lot of more the green-white ramp strategy that is Wing Gundam Zero making an appearance today because, again, that just slam onto the board, deal 3 to a bunch of stuff. It is so good at just clearing the way, and then you still have that massive body behind it, especially when you're pairing it with Hero Yui that, you know, you can try to attack it, crash into it, and you're just losing so many cards just to answer that one threat that, you know, the first Wing Gundam Zero, maybe you can come back, you're feeling okay, but as soon as they play that second one, man, it never feels good.
Yeah, there's a world in which you can maybe play around it by playing some things with like a 4 health stat, or by piloting some things. I'm like, okay, I got one more turn. But like you're saying, it's gonna be the second one that gets you. And the builds are always interesting as well. You know, we've seen the original builds kind of orienting themselves towards doing like a pure Death Scythe. So early blockers, then Death Scythe, into Wing Zero. Hope that the big stuff gets there. And we've seen a lot of deviations from that build since, about people shifting to more blockers. Some people go to more ale-oriented strategies. Striker Pack is a card that was seeing no play originally, but now sees it as a 4 of. So there's a lot of different positions that you can kind of take that build. And on kind of the cursory of those 2 big decks, I would say, of course, Blue-Red Ping. Fan favorite strategy that orients itself towards being a tempo strat. We're going to get in there. We're going to play an aggro strategy, but at the same time, we're going to play a lot of bodies that allow us to ping down or deal 1 damage to units on the board through multiple means to be able to clear the way. So that is things like Gun Tank. We've got Anksha, and then of course we've got kind of the key card of the strategy being Merida tied in with the Unicorn Gundam and the Kshatriya. So a lot of really cool strategies there to kind of bring it all together. It is always interesting to see kind of how the meta shakes up in this kind of triangle type of situation where you've got the big blockers deck that's kind of shifted a little bit tempo, but it's still the most defensive deck in the meta, over into this go big strategy, which obviously kind of baits over control, versus cards like Kshatriya and the blue-red ping deck, which kind of take advantage of being able to get rid of things on your opponent's board, pushing for tempo. If the ping doesn't get there, the ping can clear the way for Amuro to help. There's this cute play you can make with Amuro and Kshatriya, where if you have Kshatriya on board, next turn you go into an Amuro, you can sequence that pairing where you ping something down to 5 HP to then be able to rest it with Amuro. And then you open up the way for everything else. So a lot of... it is my deck of choice, but because it provides you so many opportunities for really cool sequencing like that. And I'm hoping to see something of the sort coming through with Top Cut.
Yeah, the blue-red deck itself has really evolved over time. You know, we did see its really big breakout at the Gen Con tournament that happened. A lot of people, you know, originally didn't have a lot of hype for it because you think, oh, just it's 1 damage, right? How much is that really going to help me over the course of a match? And it actually does quite a lot for you. But I know we brought this up yesterday, but I still got to give a shout out to things like the Academy Aggro deck, right? We still see these surprise decks that pop up, do really well in a tournament, and it's just something that no one has really thought of yet, or it's the first showcasing of it because, spoiler, the Link ability is just so strong when you have that matching pilot and you're able to attack right away. It's very powerful, and you can just get 2 to 3 swings out of nowhere that your opponent just might not be expecting. And then, of course, you have some extra removal tools or just bouncing tools to make sure you're clearing the way. So I'm very curious to see what other decks made it into this top cut. But again, I think there's going to be a surprise for or also blue-green aggro deck, right? Seeing more of these lower-to-the-ground aggressive strategies. Either you're going to be all in on the 1 and 2 drops you can play and going into like the Sharin's Noble to give you the extra high mobility or high maneuver and get around those blockers and attack through to hit the base. Or if you have more of like the Earth Federation integration side and getting just the board spam with the Jegrum, I believe it is, that gets the cost reduction and go wide that way. So again, the shields themselves, as long as you are able to swing through and get even one attack point worth of damage, you'll break the shield. But truly how players navigate around the bases and how those play a role will definitely ultimately determine how they sequence out their turns, what pairings they need to do. And that's, for me, is where a lot of that excitement comes from, and watching these players navigate those turns.
Yeah, 100%, especially when we're talking about the blue-green deck, that you're talking about the ability to have to dig for like your Char, and like any top deck with like a Gelgoog, right, or a Char gives you that high Mao to be able to break through into the shields and make your, or the base and make your way through. And the blue-green deck is definitely one of those top 4 decks, right? I think when we're really talking about the big 4 of the meta, I think we are definitely talking about Wing, Blue-White, tempo blocker-ish, depending, the blue, red, pink, and the what a lot of people coin the one-year war deck. But there are those decks within the fringes, the Academy Rush deck that you were talking about, I think it definitely leans into there. Red, White Seed sees a decent amount of success. If you have a good day, the lineup between having the white control pieces, and then you have a couple of that red Zaf there with the Atheron and the Justice to be able to kind of push in through that late game and do a little bit of board control, a little bit of breaching. There's actually some very interesting positions where that deck can position itself, but can struggle against other decks that are running things like Show of Resolve, where eventually you just get out advantage. So they're by no means solved. I think we have some 4 very strong contenders that have showed themselves in the meta, but a lot of other decks have deemed themselves worthy enough to be at these top tables. I'd be curious to see. We haven't looked at the top deck list yet, but I'd be curious to see if there's a Zaf strategy, being able to support the boys, supporting the boys, and being able to get in there. But the openness and flexibility of the Gundam card game does provide a lot of opportunity for people to be able to mess with deck builds. And if you work at a deck long enough, you can definitely make your way through.
Yeah, again, Zaft is one for me that it's just so cool how the deck comes together and the different support lines you can take, getting to play extra units for free. And it's also just very flavorful. I think it's definitely one of those decks that if you're a fan of the series, you're pretty happy with how it came out and it comes together in the actual card game itself. So really curious to see how that plays out, looking to set 2 and some of the other new titles that are joining us, how some of those strategies will come online. Again, huge fan of Iron-Blooded Orphan, so very excited to see that joining us and how that's going to play out overall. And we got to see some cool spoilers yesterday on stream, so definitely check those out on the official Facebook and social media pages, X, formerly known as Twitter. They have those getting spoiled. I guess we're in spoiler season, so every day is new cards now that you get to see, which is really cool. But those ones in particular were shared yesterday, and it was the first world premiere for them. So very cool and very excited to see what else that we get. And then, of course, we have another starter product that's coming around the corner, which will be even more cards joining us right before we get into the next big set. So lots of exciting updates for Gundam card game here happening very soon.
Yeah, 100%. Especially when you think about like how does purple interact, right? We've got this blue, red, pink deck, and it might get rid of the board over a turn or 2. But now if I'm playing against purple, it's weird. Against purple, it's like, oh, they're doing some of my work for me.
Yep.
All right. Alternatively, it's like, well, I need 2 turns of pinging to get rid of the card. But if I ping Barbados, I'm giving him suppression. So what am I doing here? So to see the interactions with all of the new cards is going to be very exciting. Of course, we see some change up with potentially any Char-oriented strategies, because now we have 8 Chars to work with, but that would shift the Xeon build to be more white. But I don't know that decks necessarily think it's a downfall when you're adding Elfrith to your deck, so who knows? But it's very interesting to see kind of how things will pivot, even just with the couple of starter products that we'll be getting, let alone the entirety of the new set, which we're still seeing new cards every single day. So very exciting stuff coming down the pipeline. Of course, we've got the players I think are sitting down, and we're going to be ready in just a moment as they get situated. So as we pivot over to getting ready for the match, Top Cut scenarios, right? I love when players get to play out in Top Cut. It is one of my favorite things. And there's a certain level of pressure that you come to deal with. And you yourself, Kaz, are a very seasoned TCG player. I know that you've been in Top Cut situations before. What kind of mentality do you take with yourself in Top Cut that you don't necessarily take or have to take into consideration in the Swiss rounds in a tournament?
Well, by then, all the players usually know who's all playing what at that point, even if it's not totally open deck list. Traditionally, you'll see like, hey, we know these guys are playing on this list, and it gives you a little bit more time to prepare, think about the matchup, and going into your first round of that top cut, having a little bit more information. So you might either change some of your opening lines that you're making throughout the game, or you might have a different victory condition that you might not have thought of originally. But hopefully, players also got a good amount of rest, because that is one of the most important things before you go into a top cut play like this. having the additional pressure, having to try to make sure that every single play you make is correct. You know, if it's a coffee drink or what have you, you try to make sure you're prepped as much as you can. But really the biggest thing is knowing what you're going into and trying to change up your strategy to give you every little bit of edge you can think of going into that match. So be very curious to see how players going into this are going to pivot their strategies, knowing or having a better idea of what they're going into for each one of these rounds.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's a mixture of being ready, being rested is huge, right? I think there were a lot of players that I talked to as I was walking around the tables yesterday who were just talking about the odd punt here and there in the last couple of rounds because it is a stamina, right? Like it's a marathon. 8, 9 rounds going into Swiss, going into, 4 rounds of Top Cut if you make it all the way through. That's not easy. So to make sure that you're well rested, well positioned, and then mentally well prepared for what's about to come. Naturally, when you're talking about a weekend-long event where day 1 is on one day, day 2 is on another day, if you're provided a deck list or you know who you're going up against, right? That knowledge you're saying. I know so many people who decide to go home and jam out another 2 to 3 hours of just that matchup, which really allows players to kind of get ready, get comfortable. But you don't want to be overtrained and overstressed on it, right? So it's a balance of the two, and having been in Top Cut before definitely provides you that edge in knowing how to handle with that pressure. There's a certain level of eyes that are there, and I think having been there before, you can kind of soothe yourself, soothe your soul, and obviously best kudos to all of the players in Top Cut today, and we hope we do them well. But I'm here excited for some gameplay, and what would you have taken to the tournament, Kaz, if you were to play today?
All right, look, I'm a very simple man at the end of the day. Wing is what I would have taken. It's what I grew up with. I just really love Death Scythe, and I for me personally, I still love the advantage that First Strike Death Scythe it gives you an extra resource, right? Most importantly, has it First Strikes, you're getting that better board placement, but I know that the way the meta has lined up, it's fallen a little bit out of favor, just to respect the early game aggressive decks that have been coming online. You need to swap more to the blocker package. But in all card games I traditionally play, I either love to play a mill stylist strategy, so I'll be looking to a lot of purple in the next set, or I just like playing the big fun ramping things. Like there's nothing cooler than just being able to be 3 or 4 resources ahead of my opponent, slamming down that big card and said, okay, you got to deal with it now, good luck. So I really like the green-white package overall that Wing has been able to explore. And then other than that, sometimes it's also important to note that when we're playing 7, 8, or 9 rounds, sometimes I just want to play aggro, man. Like, I want to be done in 10 minutes if I can, get extra time between rounds. Like, it is a marathon, and getting that extra time between rounds, just step outside, get some water, find your 10th, energy drink, what have you, right? Or your 10th coffee. It can be a lot. So getting a little bit extra time can be really important where, if you're playing a control deck and if you're going to time every round or what have you, it can be really, really rough. So yeah, definitely green-white Wing for me would have been the pick. But I know you said blue-red, but what if it's maybe a second deck for you that you would have taken? Yeah,
so blue-red is definitely one of those positions where I'm the most comfortable with the deck. It's the deck I've played the most. I like the interaction windows that exist. But I also recognize that where the meta has pivoted, you can be in some positions where you kind of run out of gas and you're just like praying for that Merida. You're praying for that top end to be able to close out the game. So blue-white, honestly, one of my considerations for sure as one of those decks that I will consider. So with that said, players are getting geared up and ready for Top Cut here. So we do see the shuffle up on the right here. I'm seeing some chars and some blue cards. So it looks like we got some one-year war aggro here on the right side. So I'll get those players geared up and ready. So how do we deal with aggro? Naturally there's the blocker situation, but I think we've kind of come to terms that sometimes, obviously, aggro can kind of high roll you, but you very much want to try to gas them out, put them in a position where now you're in a top deck war, and hopefully in the late game, you're playing bodies like Ale and stuff like that that's able to 2-for-1 time and time again, so that you're just always ahead on that advantage.
Yeah, it's all about the early blocker lines if you can find them. Again, you just need something to take out those early plays. I really do love, deep cut now because I know it's less popular, but I love the Legao and the Zaf strategies. Just giving you the extra ping has been shockingly good into it as well because it gives you an early body that can trade into something and then remove something else if you get the support. But really it is just trying to find those blockers to, as Spear mentioned, survive until you get into Ale Strike Gundam and get the better blockers on board that can then hit 2 or 3 things at making sure that you're staying ahead of the game. So we might be seeing a very fast game with, again, just the one-year war aggro deck being able to get super low to the ground, super wide, and just swing through those shields, or we'll find out what the other deck here is shortly. Or, it might be an aggro mirror match, and then it has a totally different, can of worms that you want to open and how you're navigating it. So be very curious to see what the other players are getting prepared for today.
Yeah, if it is the aggro mirror, it's always interesting because the aggro mirrors sometimes feel like are the matchups that are most likely to go like just staring at each other because you're like, okay. It is always funny seeing the aggro decks doing some board control because they're like, oh no, I know how quickly you can go, I know how wide you can go and press from there. So a lot of pressure that can be pushed. Naturally, you want to. It is interesting how in an aggro deck where you want to be so unit oriented, seeing those key pilots makes such a difference. And I think it just showcases the power at which being able to link your units makes such a big difference in the game. Just because you're able to not only attack right away, but you're able to orient yourself towards board control in a way that's advantageous to you because the added stats means you're likely to survive. I think turn 4 Amuro linked into Gundam, RX-78 Gramps, is one of the most impactful plays in the game. Not only are you able to target a unit and get rid of it, and I think at that point in the game, there isn't a single unit that's unpaired that you can't rest. And then being able to get that repair in, repair 2, allows it to stay healthy, means that oftentimes, especially against an aggro strategy, your opponent's going to have to ping into it a bunch of times. So that'll be very exciting to see. So here we do see the matchup. So we do have the Matt on the 1-year war aggro strategy. And then we got Justin here. And we see Aegis Gundam, which is very exciting. Could take us 2 ways there.
Yeah, is it going to be red white blockers, or are we going to see the mono red splash for the overflowing affection zapped strategy? So I'm kind of excited for this one because it's one that I've been playing a lot at locals. Red white blockers.
Yep.
We do see the Lifrith, which is definitely the more expected, I will say, of the two. But a part of me had a quick dream there.
Better position too, right? So like, a lot of people have been asking me recently, like, how do I deal with aggro? And I'm like, look. Naturally, there's the blocker strategy, and you kind of hope you can high roll and get there. But additionally, I was like, if you're really only focused on dealing against aggro, a red-oriented strategy can make a long way. You have more removal than any other color. You've got the additional breach if you're playing some Atherin stuff. So you're in a position where if you're playing if you're playing red-white, and you just see aggro the entire day, you're in a pretty good spot in alignment. It can suffer against like the control mirror, especially if your opponent's in blue and now they're just out-advantaging you with the card draw. But if we're looking at specifically this matchup, which clearly Justin being in top cut has served him well throughout this tournament, I think it puts you in a very cozy position against these type of strategies. But the thing is, both of these players know, right? So they know them, like, I know what you're doing, we know what you're doing, so it'll be very interesting to see how Matt specifically will work around the board control capabilities that Justin will be presenting with his red-white deck.
Yeah, as we were just talking about, it's definitely a great choice for this regional as well because, again, we know this is the first major offline regional for the Gundam card game. Over 700 players that were able to come out and partake in it. And, you know, a lot of people were thinking, like, hey, I want the aggro strategies just so I can have time back between rounds. So we'll have to see how many actually made it into the top cut. But not at all surprised to here to see the blue-green aggro strategy being our first game here in the top cut.
Yeah, so here we see Matt going first. And are you partial to going first or second, Cause? Do you want the first action on board, or do you want the level?
I want the level all the time. Like, there's nothing more I love in this game currently than just going turn 1 overflowing affection. Like, that is my jam every single time.
All right, so it looks like that'll just be a resource step and a pass here for Justin. So now 2 resources for Matt. Level 2 opens up something like 45% of his deck.
A lot of plays.
Yeah, so here we do see the Zaku 1 and the gun tank here just for tempo. No targets, just get bodies on board. Both of them at 1 AP, but any level 3 pilot or buff cards will be able to kind of break through. But Elfrith, exactly what you want to see here. Yeah,
very great early play. Again, the 2-4 stat line just gives you so many turns to block. It's very tanky, and, you know, we might see a early link coming out of Matt's side that can give him some more options and crack that EX space. But, you know, even just one attack power on those other units is really important for being able to crash through and take out a shield. And there it is. There's
so
the pairing.
Good. He's so good. The turn 3 charge is what you want to see every single time. Has Haimo, is able to break into the base, and especially deadly with the LR Charzaku 2, because naturally if they get rid of it, it'll just replace itself. And that card advantage in aggro decks is incredibly powerful. So it looks like we are going to sacrifice a body here from the looks of it. So we are going to see the block here, and then probably just going to see another swing here with the gun tank to get a shield.
Yep, and this is exactly the play line that we were expecting. So pretty much the perfect opener that we would expect to see from both players. Like, right, if we're trying to play the blocker strategy, we want to see that Gundam Lifrith on curve, and then Matt hitting that very strong link early on. And as Spira mentioned, just threatening additional card value off of it is crazy strong.
Oh. So the Elfrith with Kira has actually been one of the most powerful lines that I've seen control players orient themselves to. It is an incredible, powerful blocker. It is very annoying for aggro decks to have to deal with this specifically because Elfrith can now control the board. If you need it to block, it can, but it's going to stay healthy because of the Kira. It's a very tempo-oriented play, but it allows you to be able to get a lot of board advantage while still opening up to play another Elfrith or play a Zawart or something like that. So there's the other Elfrith. So Justin's seeing exactly the defensive cards that he needs right now. A bit of an unfortunate lineup there on the shields where he did see the unforeseen, probably a little too early, didn't actually manage to protect it. But if the rest of his shields are as helpful as that unforeseen, Matt's going to have an uphill battle to fight here as he goes into his level 4 turn.
Yeah, and again, we are seeing the just absolute powerhouse that is Gundam Lifrith early on that, you know, it might not seem exciting, right? It's just a 2-4 with blocker on it, but this is exactly a great showcase of where it's really strong enough to give you a couple blockers, let you get into that mid game so you can go into other things like your Aegis plays when you really need it to, and then, of course, survive in the late game. So we are just going to go here extra wide from Matt's side. And I do like the other Zaku that gets the +2 AP when you swing at them. Really great for crashing through the EX-based resources, which, again, is gone from Matt's side, or Justin's side at this point, but does give Matt a little extra pushing damage when Justin tries to block with those Gundam Lifriths.
Yeah, so now we see the power of that pairing. It has kept Elfrith alive. It's still there because the Anksha couldn't get rid of it, and it'll just be able to play on board. And this is the play. So so no
Arthur
here.
That is so scary to see come down. I thought we were going to jam right into Arthur.
That is the power of this deck, is the fact that you can go early defensive plays, and then they're like, okay, well, I'll just start going super wide, and I'll eventually get there by being able to attack through your blockers. But cards like the MA mode here just provides you that mid-game, okay, now you're going to try to stall me out. This is where the red part of the deck shines, where it's like, I'm going to start attacking your stuff, I'm going to start breaching, I'm going to start removing the stuff that you got going on, and put myself in a position to be able to close out the game while still having that defensive backing.
Yeah, this is the half of Zaf that I really do love in all forms of the deck because, again, it's just such a strong... Getting that pairing, getting to attack something that is active, getting the breach 3, right? You're able to put yourself in a position where you're constantly controlling your opponent's board while still being able to chip through at their bases and shields.
And so here we see the Corsica base, of course, on deploy. You go ahead and take a shield to hand, and you'll be able to deploy a token. If it is your first Corsica base that you see in the entire game, then that'll be a Tall Geese. And then if there are any Corsica bases in your trash in the future, when you deploy, they'll be 2 Leos. So this card is being seen a ton of play. Didn't see some early on, but definitely has been seeing an uptick recently as being able to deploy 2 cards and draw a card for the cost of 3 is pretty good. So here we will start seeing the swinging out. Anksha make its way through. There's the Aegis Gundam, and then we're going to see the swing here with the Zaku 2. Ooh.
Solana Mercury, nice pick.
And then last swing here, we're going to go close combat.
All right. Good old ping removal.
I always tell my teammates, respect close combat. So huge here, using the action step defensively, still has some defensive bodies on board, has that Elfrith with the Kira, which means you can actually clear stuff off the board with it for free if necessary. And then we got 3 shields here for Justin. So not the most comfortable position, but still a comfortable position. So, of course, we've got the swing here. And then the MA mode should have, it has breach built in, right? Yeah, so we should see some damage on that Corsica base at some point. And then we'll see if we probably might get the swing here with the Elfrith. It's a free swing, but naturally if Matt has any other pings at that point, we'll probably see the paired Elfrith perish. So there might be a world in which you just kind of keep in your back pocket as an additional blocker.
Yeah, we'll see how he wants to sequence the rest of his turn.
Well, good thing you got that Soletta now.
Yeah.
So here we see the rebuild, the new type challenge rebuild, actually, I believe. So we do see the pairing here with the Soletta. Oh, no, it's the starter deck one. Okay, cool. So we're going to be able to AP minus on pair, swing, get the restand. The restand could be huge for some tricks. And then we pass turn.
Yeah, I do love getting the extra resource back with Solana Mercury. It can just open up so many additional lines through the gameplay itself. And because we have seen a lot of that action timing stuff coming out of Justin's deck already, that Solana Mercury can align some very nice plays going in the following turns that you can progress your board, make sure you're still holding up some form of interaction, being it a bounce, being an AP production, being it the removal spell that we saw. And, of course, it's just a decent body, too, that we have here on board that Matt is going to have to respect because, you know, having the additional HP from Slaughter Mercury is really nice in controlling the board. So we'll have to see how Matt is going to transition into more of his mid-game here and see if there's any key threats he has, or if we're going to see more of the lower to the ground draws, which are going to slowly start to get outclassed as Justin is really starting to get into his mid-game plans here.
Yeah, so we do have the Rig Dom there, and I think Rig Dom is in a position where if it gets blocked at all, the breach does get through. I do think the board is damaged enough to a point where it's just a free clear. So now it's just about lining up, if there's no other bases in Justin's shields, another 2 attacks, which you can get there with some char high-mo shenanigans. Justin's board is not wide enough at the moment where you could die to the crackback. So pilots are really what Matt might be needing here to kind of line up link plays or to be able to clear Alfreds for things like Tall Geese to be able to get there. So we do see another Rig Dom. We're going to go ahead and play the Gundam. And then we will swing. This is a free swing, so you could block, but you could just do it for the trade, yeah. So this will go ahead and, oh, well, never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. Unforeseen, one of the most impactful cards that we've been seeing in the meta here, forcing a free trade effectively, AP -3, and then that'll be a trade for the piloted Elfrith here. So piloted Elfrith kind of showcasing its power here. And maybe kind of some sequencing here on Matt's side where knowing he wanted to attack, maybe you attack first, see what Justin does, and now that it's in rest mode, maybe you had been in a position to be able to ping it and get rid of it on the board for the subsequent turn. So now we'll see the swing with the Tall Geese.
Yeah, 4-2. Again, this is definitely something that'll clear something off the board from Justin's side, or we're just going to take a shield early on. You know, again, our board is starting to look pretty good. That Slutta did give us a very keenly timed, unforeseen incident to make sure we keep our Elfrith around for an extra turn. But now, you know, like a Moro Ray would have been a great pairing here to line up the Gundam and getting extra swings that way. Unfortunately, missing the pilot, but Justin having some just great action timing plays turn after turn here that's able to have him stabilize and keep his guys on board just a little bit longer to turn this game around.
Yep. So we do see the block here, so we'll go ahead and trade. Makes sense to me, especially since the wider that Matt's board gets, the more difficult it is for Justin. He is in a position to stabilize, but he's not safe yet. Only has 3 shields. Stuff on board includes a Rig Dom that can just breach over and get rid of a shield for free. So once again, we're in a position where, you know, a couple of pilots, top decks here for Matt, can put him back in position.
Yeah, this is the scary part too, right? Because Justin still needs to start swinging and chip away at our opponent's shields. But the good thing about the pilots coming out of Matt's side is, well, they are all going to have bursts. So you're able to find those pilots out of your shield sometimes, draw the pairing out of your main deck, and then suddenly have a very scary turn.
Yep, so here we see the Striker pack, and we're going to opt into the 2-4, I believe. So we got an additional blocker there, which is very handy for Justin.
You know, nothing wrong with Gundam Lifrith 5 through 8, right? We just want all copies of them as we can get.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do see the swing here, and it's a delicate dance where Justin does need to start chipping away at Matt's shields to try to put him in a position to be able to win the game. But naturally, if you end up hitting a pilot, you're just helping Matt on such an incredible level. So it's a careful balance that you need to play between the two. But having 2 blockers still available, definitely it makes it rough for Matt to kind of align something, especially if he doesn't have and he just gives the hands, and I think he himself is like, what am I supposed to do here?
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a scary board position. We only have the 3 cards in hand. A little bit difficult to see what else is in there. So we have another Gramps coming online. I don't think we have the pilot again. We didn't top deck it rather, right? So we would just jam those together. But looks like we're just going to be extending out with the GM here, and the last card can't quite make out from Matt's side, but most likely just not a unit to play out then, because again, we want to try to line up a go wide and get that last swing in for the shield, and then the last extra swing that you need to win the game.
Yep, I mean, pilots are incredibly impactful, and we're seeing that here today where literally the one pilot would make all the difference, right? If there was the one Amuro Ray here, you could pair it onto that RX-78. You could go ahead, get rid of a blocker.
Okay.
Sure, yeah. I mean, that what that does is effectively it'll just give Rig Dom the ability to be able to guarantee the crack through because it'll be able to fight over any of the defensive blocks that Justin has outside of having commands that could kind of wreck the day here. So we'll see the swing on the MA mode.
Yeah, I mean, it's big enough. We're going to get the breach in this case, which is really nice, taking him down to 2 shields here. We'll see what it is. Well, we love a base, right?
Yeah, we got the free base and the Ruula here, which will actually be enough to...
Or is it 1?
Right, because the MA mode is 3, and then it gives the
4.
additional
Yeah.
1 for the 4.
No. Yeah, because the extra 1 ping from the base coming out is
so good.
exactly enough.
That is so good. So now Justin doesn't have to commit any attacks on board to be able to clear off the Rigdom next turn. And now Matt's just kind of in, I think, no cards in hand. So it's not safe for Justin yet. If he doesn't have ways to interact with the board, we are 1 top deck away for Matt to be able to get there. So.
Yeah, and again, still getting the moral rate to get rid of one of the blockers on the following turn, assuming that Justin doesn't have a follow-up blocker here. Could still be enough to line up a good couple of attacks and get those last ones down. But we're going to need some help out of the shields here from Matt's side if Justin's going to start attacking.
Yep, so here is the Justice getting down the token as well, which is a blocker. Are we going to see the Atherin? We are going to see the Atherin Link here. Be able to swing at actives now, clear out the Gundam. And then we have 3 blockers on board. I do believe that we saw some interaction in Justin's hands as well for the next turn. So be able to swing with the Soletta, be able to apply some pressure, get the second. I think there's a close combat in hand, which will kind of negate that gem on board. Matt not getting anything out of his shields. That'll be most likely a pass here. And now Matt's in a very tricky position.
Yeah, I don't think there's quite a top deck that's going to dig us out of this situation.
Hey, it's the boy.
We can still get our boy Zaku back on board. But yeah, Justice Gundam just very strong here, right? Making sure we're having another blocker and just having a massive body as the Gundam Aerial is going to be able to chip away and just present a very lethal board from Justin's side.
Yeah, so absolutely fantastic here showcase of Justin of what this deck is meant to do.
Yep.
The early blockers into the transition of that board control pressure mid-game with all of those red cards and having that interaction. I mean, I love Soletta in this list because you know you're going to have those close combats. You know you're going to have those unforeseen incidents. So being able to play in a means of that is resource efficient, that you're then going to be able to attack into things, be able to restand your resources, and then be able to apply pressure from there, puts you in a really, really good spot to be able to interact with your opponent while still being able to go for game, while being able to board control on things.
Yeah, and also something to note here, too, as the players are going to be shuffling up, again, playing a best-of-3 here, but the blue-green deck, at least for what I've been playing at locals and how I've been preferring to, you know, I want to go second a lot of times. Just getting so many more options on board, I think, is going to be huge. So we're going to see how much the go first versus go second might make a difference here for our players and how each deck wants to align to it. But, again, something to note, they did both make the top cut here, so both players absolutely battled it out yesterday and going to hopefully continue that a streak that we've seen of quite good games yesterday. And, you know, for both decks here, again, had their kind of ideal openers other than the go first versus go second, but we saw just turn over turn. We saw the early Elfriths to give us the blocker right into the Char when we really wanted to see them. So I'm very curious to see how this next game plays out now that blue-green, at least from my personal experience, you know, wants to have that EX resource to get those level 2s online a lot quicker and have a very key turn for when you use the EX resource. But how about you? Do you prefer going first or second if you're in the seat here for the blue-green pilot?
I want to go second, right? And it's for 2 reasons. One, not only does that make sure that it opens up if I don't see a level 1 card that I can at least play my Zaku 2s or something else because I'll finally be at level 2. But secondarily, it takes away the opportunity for my opponent to be able to drop an Elfrith earlier, right? I'm able to get on board quicker. Elfrith is a level 3. I want the opportunity to be able to get some swings in or set up my board in a way that's more advantageous into Elfrith into striker pack that is an Elfrith, you know. So being able to do those 2 things, I think, is a very good position to put yourself in why you would probably want to go second, which is very interesting. There's so few card games where you're like, yo, going 2 is goated.
Yeah.
So it's just a very nice change of pace.
Yeah, and again, I'm really excited to see how as the game progresses, right? Because we already have the wing mode, right, that has the additional EX resource generation. So again, more so on the RAM strategies. But I'm really curious to see other ways that we might get the EX resource in the future. Again, very strong to start with it, but getting those additional levels, I think that's truly the most unique and interesting thing about Gundam card game and how it's balanced, the level mechanic I truly love. It just gives them so much more opportunities to balance and structure certain cards in a different way. And again, most of the time what we'll see is if we have the unit into pilot combination, they'll be both level 4, for example. One will cost 3, the other one will cost 1, right? So they flow together very nicely. But I think long term, as we're getting more of the pilots, like we saw yesterday on the stream with the new Char, or the new pilot that counts as Char, I should say, like giving more options for us that way is also really going to be unique in how players have additional cards now to build out their decks, align new strategies, and again, the level system I think is just absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I think it is not to get too deep into game design talk, but I love chatting it up. I think it's one of those things where you get the benefits of a resource curve, like I like to say, where you gate the power of the game so that more powerful things are happening later. But because we have a cost system associated to it, it still opens up your late game to have very choice-oriented decisions in terms of being able to say, yeah, well, now I can play the big stuff, but because my stuff costs 3 or 4, it allows me to play structure out my turn in a way that's more flexible than just a lot of games that have a curve structure where it's like, play my 1 drop, play my 2 drop, play my 3 drop, play my 4 drop, right? It's like, oh, I'm on level 6 now. I can play this. I can also play another blocker. I can pair. But
there we go.
can see just now the aggro side of things, just showcasing why you would want to go for a second here, because it allows you to be able to make plays like these, especially if Matt can find something that'll help him crack this EX space this early on.
Yeah, this is going to be great, too, for lining it up. And, I mean, you're looking at, you know, a potential pairing on the next turn here. So we're just going to get 2 quick attacks, knock out the base. Hey, don't bother putting the dice on. We're getting that out of here this turn, all right? Let me attack real quick. And then passing it right back to Justin. And, again, seeing 4 wide this early and having all your shields exposed, like, it's a scary spot to be in.
So, like, yeah, you can play the Alfred now, but, like, okay, so we will say that in this deck, the one resource up is helpful because naturally it's an unforeseen. If a unit swings for 0, it does not damage a shield. So there's a world in which this could actually be 2 prevented attacks, but if we just get, if we see a Char,
let's go. There it is.
It's always have it. So this is huge. I think, you know, and then if next turn we see an Amuro, like there's so many things we can do here. So we can go ahead and chip out of the way. This will guarantee that if any bases come around, we'll get rid of them. That 1 swing there, then we'll go ahead and start getting into the shields here. So first shield, we do see the Justice, second swing here, and we see the Soletta into hand. So
good one to hand.
Yeah, not terrible. Another swing here from the Gym, and then we'll probably just see the other swing here from the Zaku. So by turn 3, Justin is likely down to 2 shields here, and he's shaking that head. He's like, yeah, that do be what it is, huh? And now the Char Zaku is too big, so even an unforeseen here won't be enough. He is thinking about it. Maybe he's thinking about, do I chip some damage? What do I do here? Because there is some interaction that's possible here from Justin, but this is a very tough position, especially as next turn, like, what do? You hold the Alfred, you attack and clear something, and then the board still has 3 things. If you deal with the Char Zaku too, which is so powerful in these kind of aggressive positions, it's like, but then I have to deal with the token.
Yep.
It's just like, this is, Matt has showcased here why the blue-green aggro deck sometimes can just overwhelm you to a point where it's like, well, what do I do now?
Yeah, you're like partially hoping to hit a base just so you have extra HP, and then you can like deal with the Char, and then the Matt has to waste 2, potentially 3 attacks into the base, and that protects your life that way. But it's definitely a very interesting position for Justin and how he wants to line up on this last attack. So looks like there's a little bit of conversation back and forth about what playstyle was. Okay, so we're just waiting for a response.
I think both players were just like, I think he's like, it's your action step. No, it's your action step.
No, it's your turn.
But yeah, very tough position here. I mean, we'll see, like Soletta says, always you take 2 steps forward, 1 step back, at least you went a step forward or something. So we'll see what step forward that Justin is able to maneuver here in the strategy. So we do see the pairing effectively for free, so it'll keep the Elfrith alive.
Yep, and you get your resource back just because that's her normal effect. So nice way of just extending out the resources that you have to play with for the turn, still removing a threat, getting another combat for the ping here, removal. So starting to clean up the board, which is really nice. And a second Lifrith is definitely going to give you at least one of those blocks. I mean, that Zaku, man, is looking scary, staring us down.
Still has Haimo as well whenever it swings. So anything like an Amuro here would be back-breaking for Justin. But It's just one of those scary positions where this deck is at. But don't do it to him. Don't. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. We'll allow it, right?
Yeah. So it's the beauty for Justin is that he can do both. He can interact with his opponent with blockers, but also the red cards provide him the ability to deal with actives, which means that the deck has many means to be able to try and stabilize on kind of these scary board situations a lot more proactively than others. So down to 1 shields here for Justin, and you probably just kind of let it slide here and put yourself in a position to go for next turn.
Yep, definitely want to try to establish the wide board. We understand that we're going to have the blockers up, and we'll have to see what Justin is able to play on his potentially last turn of game 2. Matt was able to get a very commanding board here again with the extra Zaku's. Game that pairing again with Char is just so good when you can get it on curve and giving you so much value. And again, something that the Hymo is just going to be very dangerous to deal with. So we'll have to wait and see what type of response that Justin is going to have here. Again, the Sled of Mercury being nice, that can give you a little bit of an action point extension. So we are going to see the Unforeseen come down, which, again, this is great. More hand filtering, more options. The Soletta is going to allow us to extend out our turn, depending on if we're able to line up with more plays. So just seeing what options we truly have, knowing that we're just so tight on resources and how many turns we potentially have left in this game.
Yep, if we need it, that overflowing can be free, just because we can go ahead and swing with Soletta to be able to get the resource back. So we'll see what's happening here. Then a little bit of checkup from the judges here, but both players laughing and having a good time. So that's what we want to see, right? Even in these top cut positions.
Yes.
At the end of the day, these are games, and I think if we can enjoy our way through these situations, I think it is all the better. So go ahead and pitch a aerial here, and then we will see the swing. So we're going to get the resource back. We're going to get the pop here, and we will get the Zaku token on Matt's side.
So again, nice that it's rested, nice that it only has 1 HP. There's a couple different lines we could, take advantage of here with it, but it still has 3 attack, which is quite scary early on. And again, sometimes you try to play like the Zaward as just another blocker, and we're not able to get the multiple blocks here. So looks like we're just going to be taking it out with the Lifrith and hopefully follow up with something good.
Ale is good, especially if you pair it. You're going to go ahead and get that bounce. You're still not in a great position, but hey, we've done some. So we've got the blocker. We're technically not out on board, but any kind of top deck from Matt here could definitely put him in a great position. I will say the beauty here, Atherin is at 2 HP, so currently not honorable, which is very important in this situation. But the biggest thing here is that even then, a Link Amuro provides enough attackers that if that last shield is not a base, then this will be Matt's game to win, forcing here a game 3, though you could just go wide. So we'll see. We'll see what Matt opts to do here.
Yeah, and we are tapped out on Justin's side, so we know that we don't have any interaction otherwise that we're going to be playing. So it looks like it might just be a go wide hand. I think the last card was also a unit.
The beauty here is that you have to block.
Yep.
And Matt's going to be able to replace cards in hand here with the When Destroyed, so we just got to make sure that timing happens. Justin does get the Atherin in hand.
Yep, so a little just going through the plays quickly
here. A little too
fast. Yep. But all the same.
Looks like it was a whiff. So there goes all the pilots.
Yeah. Wow, look at, I love seeing 3 pilots on top. Yeah, that's one of the frustrating parts about the deck is that sometimes when you have all these various searcher effects or get back effects, you're like, wow, I don't have the thing that I need. So yeah, go. And then you just kind of stare down your opponent. But again, we still are able to go wide here. We know there's 1 card left in Matt's hand. At some point, Justin is going to have to start attacking, but we do have another potential searcher, which could, again, find us another unit, and maybe we top deck into a pilot then. Like, there's still a lot of options here. Getting down to 0 shield is very scary against the blue-green deck.
Especially since you have, like, the threat of Hymo. It is so much more comfortable as a defensive deck if you know your opponent doesn't have access to that.
Yep.
Knowing that you could put up as many blockers as you want, it might not matter, is always a tough position to be in. Especially... maybe a little less so for Justin because maybe, between the mixture of unforeseens and close combats, you might be able to get rid of it, but it is a tough position to be in.
Okay, going into another Zaku. At least we did find ourselves a unit to get off of that search, thankfully, so we did get Matt here a card, and looks like we are just going to be doing a little bit of cleanup.
Yep, so we got the Aegis with the Atherin Link here. We're going to swing into the Star Deck Gundam. So a lot of good cleanup work here. Technically not dead on board. We do have the Ale. We do have the Elfrith here. So Char top deck into something. Let's see what Matt has cooking here. He does have time. He's not right as long as if he can establish a board, depending on how much interaction Justin truly has, he's got a moment to be able to figure things out, go wide enough that none of this matters. So we'll see what he positions here if he decides to go wide, if he's able to. Well, literally just a link right here, but I think if he had it, he would have done it.
Yeah, I think that was just a go to my turn, attach it immediately and swing, but. The angle not doing us any favors with the caster vision here, just being able to be slightly cut off from what's in his hand. But looks like we're confirming some HPs here. Maybe has he Amuro then? If he's asking for HPs.
Yeah, Amuro would be enough. Oh no, a link Amuro would be enough here. Just Amuro not, because we have 2 blockers left on board. Okay, opting to swing here. And then we're going to gun tank.
Yeah, that's fair. But it gets us 1 blocker removed off the board. We saw, then there's the other card that he got on the previous turn. And the last card is Asaku.
Okay. All right, so clear the blocker, 3 attackers. Now, Justin, those attackers are very much in range for his removal, though. So we'll have to see if we see any more close combats or anything of the sort. Go ahead and swing with the Aegis, being able to clear out the EX space. All right, and there we go with the Justice here. Going to be able to get out the Phantom token blocker, so back to do blockers.
Gotta love us some triple ship alliance.
Oh, there's a pass. What do you think those 2 resources are for?
nothing. Don't just ignore them, right?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
But again, still in a position where it's like, all right, we got some blockers on board. You know, our time is quickly ticking away unless we're really just hoping to get another pilot opportunity. So he's counting his blockers here. So
technically dead on board, but
yeah,
knowing Justin, probably has something up his sleeve to make that not so much.
We have seen so much interaction so far from Justin's side. So it's one of those, like, you know, I have to imagine that there's a follow-up here that is going to give him an action card to get that last protection.
Yep, so we do see the free block here from the Phantom. And then we'll see the block here from the Ale. And then this would be a cheeky pair if he had it, but I don't think that he does. So that'll be the swing here. We do see the Unforeseen, which doesn't get rid of it, but does get it down to 0 AP, so no damage is dealt to Justin. And then what is that last card in hand, Matt?
So just double checking the AP on that and just seeing how the interaction works. And again, might just be another unit in this case that's in his hand, so not giving us too much information. But Justin now being able to turn the corner, have double blockers, and have some pretty big threats that can start chipping away at shields.
Yeah, so I think we're just clarifying on what cards do. Yeah, so just kind of what cards have blockers, how do they interact with the board. I think we're just evaluating the board state now in our current situation. So,
yeah, as always, if anytime you have a question, absolutely make sure just to verify with your opponent so you both are properly maintaining game state. Or, of course, call on one of our wonderful judges if there's a ruling question that came up or an interaction question. So that's what they're there for. So Matt holding onto that 1 card. I am not sure what it might be, honestly, off the top of my head. You know, pilots we could have used there just to get the extra AP where we really need it. Just taking a quick cleanup here.
We had the pilot, we win.
Yeah, you know, it's...
All right, so that'll be the clear there. We will get the Rawula base. So the base is huge amount of work here because now it prevents Matt's top deck ability here because now he's going to need 2 attacks to be able to get through. We do see another Justice here, so another Phantom token. So 3 blockers on board. Justin in a fantastic position to start clearing out. He knows he's comfortable with the base, has the 1 resource. If there's another Unforeseen in hand, can also prevent things from happening here. So Matt in a tough position, especially as we're being threatened for lethal here. 5 shields here for Matt, 6 attackers on Justin's side. If everything lives to see another day, we'll see what he lines up and what he top decks.
Yeah, and this is I'm going to play out a unit if I had it, so I could make it a threat next turn and see what we get. So we'll just
all right. So it looks like we held an attacker in hand last turn. Not over. Technically, could hit a shield that could potentially change the pace of the game, but Justin has the attacker, so some perfect sequencing here. Unless Matt has the most insane shields I've ever seen, could just be it here for today.
All right, going down to 3. Okay, get a base.
Corsica base.
We have...
Now, the last one needs to be...
I'm
sequencing, it mattered. It did matter, so we do have the swing here. We'll see if there's another pilot here. You do... Yeah, and now we're in a position where potentially, I'm sure that Justin has the interaction here, but we do have the Ale here, and I do believe we have the Kira as well for that last link. Yep. So be able to bounce, and then we'll be able to swing in, break the base, and then we get the last swing with the Phantom here.
And
so
there
that'll
it
be
is.
it. Justin winning it out 2-0 in this Top Cut best of 3. So showing off the power that the deck has in terms of being able to mitigate in that mid game, early game, being able to use that mid game to start dealing with actives. And then in that late game, it is very nice that Justice does two things. One, not only is it a big body to be able to start threatening the game itself, if you need it, you can link it with Atherin to be able to board control, but it also leaves behind a blocker. So it allows you to kind of do things on both ends there. So fantastic piloting by Justin, kind of showing that calm, that restraint, going down to 2 shields by turn 3, being at 0 for a good moment, but kind of showing the power of the red-white combination and the action step. I think it is something that a lot of players have started respecting more and more in the North American regions. I think people were very unit-oriented at first, but now we're in a position where we're kind of seeing where being able to interact with your opponent, being able to deal with what they have going on, and get them questioning what's coming down the pipeline as they start doing things like attacking into you, puts you in a much more kind of back and forth position with the game.
And can I say that, it was, as they were just cutting to it, but I love them taking the photo there together at the end. The first Top Cut match played out in the Gundam Offline Regional. Very exciting. And again, more historical moment here, having it all come together. But, you know, the white blocker package that we saw is something that we'll probably continue to see in the rest of Top Cut, making a special spotlight of just being really good into the meta right now. But I want to give a shout out especially to the MA mode, you know, getting the removal, getting the breach. It just does so much for you for being able to turn the corner, knock out a base, get the damage in, and be able to really truly control and make sure that we're getting the tempo back in our favor. So really great games here played by both players. And again, being able to stabilize and really utilize that action timing window, I think is what definitely makes the Gundam card game so great.
Yeah, 100% here. And things like Kira pair on Elfrith are one of the most key plays. That Elfrith lasted almost the entirety of that game 1.
Yeah.
It is impactful as a blocker. It is impactful as an attacker. Or as a board control attacker. There we see the close combat and how impactful that was. So this matchup specifically, Justin wants to see all day. Naturally, you still get the high rolls that Matt saw where he went super wide and, you know, one pilot top deck would have gotten him all the way. But here we just see the power of Justin's interaction, being able to unforeseen, being able to close combat, being able to make attacks where need be. And then, of course, the Justice there, swing, attack onto different things. So, and now we still got the blocker kind of chilling in the back. And Soletta may be an understated all-star here in being able to get that resource back, giving us the close combats when we needed them, being able to give us the unforeseen instance when we need it. But you got to be careful, man. Those wide swings, the Shars to be able to kind of get high-mo and break your way through could put you in a very spooky position here, going all the way down to 2 shields. Back to back to back. Never feels cozy. Swing here. Wait a couple of minutes as both players try to figure out whose action step it is.
No, you go. No, and I love the close combat in particular, right? Definitely with some of the spoilers that we've been seeing going into the next set. I mean, this is something that is okay right now. I think this is definitely the perfect showcase for this matchup in particular, where it can be good. But as we're thinking about all these different ping effects that are coming in with the next set, just a damage 2 is good sometimes. And if we start to see more of those effects come online, I think Red can actually continue to increase in its, you know, meta representation that we've seen, because it is the least played, you know, from a global meta perspective right now. But it might have a really good spot in becoming more popular depending on how Purple lines up into the new set.
Yeah, exactly. Depending on how the pink can play, having that interaction at the end of the turn could be huge in terms of aligning the units in a way that is more advantageous to you.
Absolutely.
So lots of position there. Very exciting gameplay. And I believe that was a top, if I'm correct, I believe it was a top 16. So now we're breaking into top 8 territory, which is very exciting for our players. Naturally, this is where things get really saucy. This is where you get your top 8 Hero Yui prize card, which is what the players are playing for. So, of course, we got the Hero Yui exclusive card for top 8. Special illustration as well. Gundam has done a phenomenal job of bringing on some of the most decorated artists around. So we do have that showcase art as well. And then, of course, the champion fighting it all the way out for the gorgeous Wing Zero playmat and card. So lots on the line here, as well as, which is the most important to me, the title of champion.
Yes.
I think being able to say I am, for now, like the best player in the country, because you don't have any titles to be able to say otherwise. It's a really fun position to be in.
Yeah, very excited to see, again, all the players come out and celebrate the game's launch and how everything's been going. And again, the first champion for the first offline regional. There's definitely that, bragging right that you get to hold for the next few months as more events are happening, of course, around the world. But again, I think the biggest thing, too, with this weekend in particular, a lot of people are just excited to earn those invites, making sure that they're going into the next events, going up through the regional challenges that we've had that we outlined yesterday. So I think there's just, one stress is kind of off your back that, hey, I at least made it. I get the additional prizing. I get my invite. I'm very happy for that. And then, of course, you can always just run it back in that follow-up event. So, of course, there's a lot more Gundam regionals happening throughout the rest of this year than early next year as well. So, if you're playing at one of the others, best of luck to your future Gundam matches. But, again, we still have a wonderful top 8 to play out here and eventually crown that grand champion for the first offline regional. I know I keep saying that, but it's just that exciting to see a new card game kick off and get that bragging right of winning that first regional.
Yeah, 100%. So best of luck to all the players out there in the top 8. If you guys are interested in participating in the Gundam Card Game Regional Circuit, then you guys are definitely going to want to check the official Gundam Card Game websites for the details around that, the regional finals, as well as the World Championship. With that said, Bandai Card Fest is celebrating all kinds of games, so we'll go ahead and let the Gundam players play it out, but there's so much more going on. So we'll be right back with more rounds. Don't go too far, because there's a lot more exciting card games happening at Bandai Card Games Fest in Dallas. We'll see you guys in a moment.
All right, we are back for Bandai Card Fest 2024-2025 here in Dallas, Texas, and we've got for you guys a game of Dragon Ball Super Fusion World. I'm Eggman. I'm joined with Aspira. What do we got for us today?
We've got the yellow Manga Buu here versus green Vegeta. So you do love to see it. The deck, one deck coming completely out of the Manga Booster, and the other actually getting some good support from that set. We see some gorgeous manga panel cards here on the board. We're jumping right in here on turn 3. Vegeta's turn 4 from the looks of it. So we're currently sitting at a 6-6 life situation here. So we'll just have to see how much aggression Vegeta is able to get off board before Buu starts getting into those really annoying late game positions where it just keeps your stuff in rest mode, can play this annoying chip away game, can utilize that SR Buu on the board to start ripping cards out of your hand. So we'll see how Supreme here is able to manage his way through what will never be very aggressive turns, but it does look like we're getting on the tail end of that turn here as Vegeta is fully rested out and just considering what to pick up here.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be one of the new Vegetas from the Manga Booster here, and this is the tail end of the SBO1 meta for this game too. But you know, Buu's been definitely a threat in this meta right now. But Vegeta's been again getting a lot of new support. Probably one of the premier green aggressive decks as well, and yeah, can really flood the board as if we've already seen in these first couple turns.
Yep. So just as a refresher here on what the well, actually, we'll go ahead and get the swings in here first, worry about the leader refreshes afterwards. But very known meta contenders here on deck. So we'll see swings here, probably a likely take. And then we'll see if we get one more swing here, if we'll just call it a pass. Ooh, okay.
No, and we also have this skillless Vegeta here. I don't see this as often, but we did you know, go down to 4 as Majin Buu. We're going to go 25 into 20 here. See if they try to get out of it. This will probably be the last attack of the turn as well.
Yeah, most likely. So we do see the Awaken here. So the Awaken side of Buu, when attacking, draw 1 card. Activate main once per turn if you have a battle card with a cost of 4 or more and Majin special trait in a battle area. And surprise, surprise, a lot of Majin Buus in this deck. Choose up to 1 rest mode card in your opponent's battle area, and it can't switch to active mode during your opponent's turn. So very powerful once per turn. Effective removal, sometimes even more annoying than removal because you're just stuck staring at it on board. And as we pivot probably back to Supreme's turn, we'll see how he'll be able to best utilize that.
Yeah, well, we did actually go down to 4 life, so we are able to awaken with Vegeta here and use the effect to lose an energy to play out this next Vegeta here. Another 25k, actually 30k with Nappa, 30 to 20, good number for applying that pressure.
Yep, 100%. You always want to be comboing in these positions that'll either force a super combo or force multiple cards in hand. But here we'll just see a take, and Majin Buu going down to 3 life here. And I think that's kind of all the work that we did. So the Vegeta leader being able to play out those free bodies done a ton of work. And of course, here we will see the replacement of the energy, which will allow Vegeta to still be able to make those impactful 5 energy plays on the subsequent turns.
Yeah, it's really important that this deck finds its artificial full moon early, and we were able to do that. So getting the energy back just means that we had you know, all our resources back there, and you know, a lot of pressure already from Gray Space to try to get Supreme to 3, 2, even 1 life in the next turn or so.
Yeah. So now, kind of consider how we could go from here. You're in a position where you, at some points, need to start considering the counter aggro, but you have enough to be able to board control. We do see the leader swing onto the Raditz here. Kind of thinking on combo. We do also, looks like we're going to go ahead and save it. And we do still have that Buu on board, which is very annoying. But if you can keep your hand at below the hand size for the Buu, then you're in a position where you can make a couple things happen. We will see the Buu ability here, so be able to KO a card on board to be able to draw and then force the discard on Gray Space's side.
Yeah, and one thing, so, Buu's like a very known threat in this meta, I think, right? And one of the things that Buu gets to do is it really is good at like single or sometimes double target removal or stunning with the leader effect. But with a deck like this from Vegeta being able to go super wide, they can't interact with all these bodies very cleanly. They still haven't established a 4-drop for the leader effect too, so, really good pressure from Gray Space.
And you got to be careful with what 4-drop you establish, just because like, if you're not doing enough to establish the board, now you're dealing with Gray Space's massive board the turn afterwards. So it is, you could get the stun, but at the consequence of having to deal with, who knows what. At the very least, they stay in rest mode, so you can't be used as combo fodder. But a lot of decisions here on Supreme's side, as Gray Space has had a very aggressive early start. Now it's just about debating on how we're going to get there.
Oh, okay. So we're still going to prevent things from attacking next turn. It's not through the leader effect. It's with the 4-drop Goku here. Pretty big staple for yellow, right? It has a great effect. It's a 10K counter as well. So going to choose a card to prevent it from attacking 25K into the Vegeta, and likely preventing, the other Vegeta from attacking. So neither of those can attack next turn.
So good board control option here, I think, is one of the best things that Supreme probably had options-wise in terms of dealing with the most things here. We will see the combo. And we'll see if Grayspace decides to save his battle card here.
Yeah. And, it was 25 to 25, and we're using double 10, it looks like. So being able to get out of that. And, there's going to be a lot of pressure from Vegeta again this next turn, but only 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, so very low amount. And it's just kind of these positions where the mixture of the SR Buu being able to discard cards away from your hand, you knowing that you need to go fast, but at the same time, it puts Buu in this position where Supreme's got a ton of cards in hand, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like defending is going to be the end of the world for him. And now it's just like, how do I keep applying pressure knowing that more control options are about to come down the board against me while still being able to press? So we do see the charge and play out the last card in our hand.
We got 2. We can spend.
Oh, we do have 2.
We can play half of our hand.
Yeah, true. And then maybe, depending on what that Gohan in hand opts to do. So we will see the swing and the draw. We do end up drawing the Bulma here. This will likely be a combo out. I don't think we feel too comfortable going in double strike range just yet.
Yeah, but we just see the hand size difference here, right? That's exactly what the 3-drop Majin Buu has been doing, right? Just converting, like, I draw a card and you lose a card, and it's just, fantastic for controlling those hands.
Yep, so we do see a lot of 5Ks in hand here, so quite a few things this swing. We'll go ahead and see the combo of the body, then we'll go ahead and see the swing with the Vegeta here. And going down to 2.
Okay.
So in range, but, I mean, when we consider hand sizes, are we really?
Yeah, I mean, we have a way to convert into a good double strike, but we'd have to see it as well. It looks like we're just going to play out the Gohan here.
All right, so Gohan having the end of turn abilities in which it can either play a 3-drop or it can destroy a card on your opponent's side of the field. And does have the added benefit that as a permanent, it'll go ahead and protect your 3-drops for any removal ability as well.
Yeah, so it does protect against removal, but unfortunately that's not what Buu wants to do.
That's not
right?
where it's here right now.
Yeah, you can still use like the Son Goku attack here. You're still able to get a lot of effects. And, if we wanted to be more aggressive, Grayspace could have drawn on an attack from a Raditz from life to go down to 3 and get that extra draw. But this is still a pretty wide board, and we'll see if they have the interaction to slow it down.
Yeah, and Buu does have the option to be able to burst out of nowhere, right? You still have the ability to be able to go into Big Beef Buu, Double Strike Buu, a lot of shenanigans that can happen there. So we'll see how much Supreme is opting. And yeah, we're going to start seeing the leader swings here and just saying, now I might be in a position to be able to close it out here at the time. Very little cards in hand here for Grayspace. So down to 3, and if he gets down to 2, this is an incredibly scary position. And depending on if we have the 5-drop Buu to be able to do big body into double strike, could be a very tough position to be in, especially as we still have this Goku that we're going to have to deal with as well.
Yeah, looks like we're going to go again into leader, going to go 25. We're going to prevent the Vegeta from attacking next turn.
We do still have that Gohan up for 10K combo at the very least, but it's not a great position to be in. 30K, forcing at least 2 cards out of hand, or super combo.
Or super combo, yeah.
Oh.
All right, so we're still around. We've got 3 life, but if we're spending 5 energy, I think we know who's coming down.
Oh, yeah. So here comes Kid Buu. On play, will be able to play out a 3-drop. And
or 4.
Or 4.
Yeah, but we're going to choose a 3-drop.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the terrifying one, too. Like, we're just saying, I need to get you down to 2 life. This is going to prevent, activate 2 attacks here. And at 30K, like, we need another super combo to be able to get out of it.
Yeah, so go ahead.
We do. Yeah, we do have it.
And then swing again by being able to KO something on our board.
And with 1 card in hand, if we just go 40, like, we're pretty safe, I find.
Pretty much. We still have the 10K with the Gohan on board, so technically, if there's no combo here from Supreme, there could be a clean way to get out of it.
Oh, but not respecting it. Yeah, it's going to be 10K, 5K. So we are at 3 life. They can probably pressure board a little bit, but they won't be able to end the game this turn.
Yep, so we do have 1 card in rest mode because of that Goku attack, and then that's going to be a free hit right there. And then we do have the leader
effect, yeah.
So heck of a top deck that Grayspace is going to need here, but even then, Supreme has quite the hand.
So things going for him, right? We do have a good amount of attacks already on board. We're going to be able to draw from turn. We're likely not needing to charge anyways. We get leader draw. We're probably going to take a card from life with Raditz as well. So that does get a good amount of cycle for it, but it is definitely a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, so we do see the leader swing here. Let's see what our draws give us. But this will likely just be a 20K on 20K. It's not a terrible card to draw. Not what we want, but 5K combo will get us out of that swing. Yeah, looks like we're getting 5.
Yeah, all right, we're going to play out the Gohan. All right, we're going to attack there. And we're, you know, it looks like we're going to decide that we can likely survive next turn, which I think is a bit of a tall order.
That is a decision. that is definitely something you can decide to do.
Yeah.
Go ahead and use the leader ability here. Going to pop that energy.
Okay, and we do have the Goku here. This one's not used as much in this deck, right? It's made for the deck, right? But I think we've seen a lot of support from the SBO1 and other things that we don't see this as often. But this can be a good way to pressure this Buu here.
Yeah, potentially force a couple of cards out of the hands, but you know, Supreme knows like, all right, so you don't have energy, you've used your leader ability, your board is what you got, so there's definitely a way for him to just kind of math out the ways to be able to get there. So we do see the swing, so I think at this point, Gray Space committing to, we just kind of need to hopefully get there. We do see the super combo. I think this is the first one that Supreme has been able to use.
Yeah, and we get the energy back, but like, yeah, this is going to be really tough. We have 3 life. We do get to get rid of the Majin Buu kid there using the Gohan end of turn, but you know, we got 2 attacks, one card that we can combo with, right? Potentially. It's going to be very tough.
Yeah, especially as Supreme goes to his 6 energy here. We're going to go ahead and get a draw with the Psyche Demon here. Any number of cards will do it.
Yeah,
especially that one.
Another one of these. Yeah, this is
especially with
tough.
Another one of those.
Yeah, and taps out the board, get another draw. This is why this deck has been so good in this format, right? This combo is so good, gets so much pressure, and yeah, we're just going to go 20.
Yep, swing, draw here, and any attack will do it. And then we have 2 double strikers on board, so that'll be a take. But I think we kind of all see the writing on the wall here.
It's probably the best card you could ask for, but likely won't be enough, right?
Yeah.
We've got the instant Kamehameha, and I think a 10K maybe in hand. We can get out of this attack, but that other Buu is gonna do the business.
Yeah, well, you know what? We're going to make him work for it. We are going to go ahead and get rid of an energy there, combo out of the attack, and then second Buu swing here will kind of seal the deal for Supreme.
There it is. Yeah, another. Oh man, that is some really good life.
That is
got
a good
super
spot
combo,
to be.
instant Kamehameha, but not helpful when it's there. So great game there. Congratulations to our Buu player, and they're going to continue 2-0 into this tournament.
Yeah. So I mean, fantastic showcase of the power of the Buu deck, right?
Yes.
Why it has been such a big meta contender.
For sure.
It has that board control ability, the leader ability to just every single turn kind of make something a non-factor going into the next turn is a big deal.
Yeah.
And then the ability to say at any point in time, once we're at 4 or 5 energy, I can just start deploying these massive threats.
Yeah.
You know, oh, did you go down to 3? Very interesting.
Yeah.
Well, let me introduce you to my 2 friends. And it sequences attacks in a really awkward position for the defender. You have the leader swing you're going to have to deal with. You have the 30K swing into potentially another 30K swing for the double strike. And it's that being 30K base is so powerful because you're already in that range where it's like, have a super combo or give me 2 cards. And it sequences perfectly with the earlier parts of the package where if you have the 3-drop SR Buu, now we're forcing cards out of the opponent's hand, so you're not incentivized to have the defensive pieces that you need to be able to get in this late game. So, you know, we've seen kind of like the cell decks kind of do their thing,
Yep.
but if we're talking about what's truly perfect, I think the Buu strategy kind of shines in this territory.
It is definitely evil sometimes. Evil is a good qualifier for it. So that's what we've got for this one. But obviously, you know, Dragon Ball's in a good spot right now. We've got also a new set that just came out this weekend too. So we're seeing some shifts from there. And if you guys haven't checked out the online client, there's a lot of ways to play this game right now. There's some goodies if you log in right now too. So make sure to do that as well. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what our shift is from the end of this meta that we've got this weekend to the future of FBO 7 and even SBO 2. We got some good reveals on some socials today too.
Yeah, 100%. We are sunsetting this format
Yeah.
and moving on to some very interesting things. I think we've seen some fun power buffs coming into the new meta, so it'll be very refreshing. We've got things like the first triple striker ever with the new secret rare, which is very exciting to see with some new Shenron strategies and stuff like that. So powerful format that we just walked away from. Naturally, we saw some very skilled players here. They'll still be fighting it out over for their prizing as well. This is just a regional for them, so being able to work their way towards an invite is always exciting. And naturally, if you would like to participate in the circuit, there's multiple ways to do so. There is the offline circuits that we have now with the regionals, and there's actually a few online ways to qualify. So you guys are definitely going to want to keep your eyes on the social media accounts for when those tournaments go live, so that you too can partake in this high-octane, high-powered gameplay.
For sure. So that's going to be it for this segment, but we might be coming back to some more Fusion World a little bit. We knew we got some Union Arena, we've got some Gundam, we've got some One Piece, just a whole bunch of Bandai card games this weekend, and looking forward to it. So we're going to take a break, and we will see you guys in the next one. All right, we are back for the Bandai Card Fest 2024-2025 here in Dallas, Texas, and we've got another round of Fusion World. That was a sneak peek of round one, and we're going to be going into round two. I'm joined again with Aspira, and what are you hoping for this next round for us?
I mean, we're sunsetting the current format, so there's still definitely some powerful decks there. We know that Red Cell has definitely been a contender down in here, so seeing any kind of variation of that. But naturally, being able to see anything that kind of scopes away from that, I think would be a lot of fun as well.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of people try to see if they can kind of crack their way into this. We haven't seen too many blue decks kind of hovering around, even though they do still have the possibility of doing some very powerful things with their secret rare and stuff like that. So I'm very interested to see kind of what ways people have decided to tackle what we know is a very powerful strategy in things like Buu and Red Cell.
Yeah.
Just like we saw in the first round, the ability to be able to do that board control, kind of being very annoying and choosing when you can kind of go in when it's most optimal to you, and seeing kind of how decks are able to contest against that.
Sure, sure. And, since we're at the end of this format, we kind of know already what has been doing well. And I'll be honest, I'm such a Cell fanboy. I'm so happy that deck is doing well. Like, I don't usually play, like, Red in this game, but I'm like, man, I gotta rep my boy, right? So he's been fun. So hopefully we get that for round two as well. I'd be really happy if that was the case. But we have seen some other decks kind of pop up throughout this format. I think that, like, black decks like Bardock has been really good at countering specifically Buu. And in the room that we have, it's not unusual to go mostly against yellow decks like either the SBO1 Buu, there's also the FBO4 Buu that's been popular since release too. So that also has a chance to, I think, pop up and maybe a good game to get for our round two as well.
Yeah, 100%. So as we kind of let the players kind of get ready, kind of want to touch base on, I know that you are a big Red Cell fan, and the fact that he's doing well, but we've seen kind of the Red Android strategy be present beforehand. It's interesting to see kind of how the manga booster has really pivoted things towards that strategy being more powerful and viable as we do transition over to the players here.
All right, and it looks like we see this. I'm going to try to use my eagle eye. All right, it's no Cell for me,
boy.
But it is the battle of the Boos. We've got the OG Majin Buu Evil on the left, and we've got the SBO1 Majin Buu Evil on the right. So on the front, they are near identical, but they do have some unique interactions on the back. So we'll see what that looks like once we get there.
Yeah, are you partial to original Buu or to the manga Buu?
I like hand destruction, right?
I feel that.
I hate to admit that on a public live stream, right? But definitely the Majin Buu Evil leans more into that. I think that you are more aggressive leaning with this deck too. The leader being able to attack more than once, but also getting that energy open more than once is really, really advantageous too.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that I know I've forgotten at time where, oh yeah, he can restand energy, where I was like, oh yeah, okay, I'm safe. He can't go for the big play because he rested his energy a certain way, and I was like, oh, wait, no, never mind.
Yes, yeah. One of my favorite leaders in this game that has yet to do well, but did get a good amount of support in FBO7 is the OG Cooler leader from FBO1. And it has the same mechanic where you have this advantage where you can get your energy back by discarding a card. And Buu, you get to do some of the same stuff, and we do see the 2-drop Bobbity from both sides, a fantastic card from SBO1, letting you give blocker to your Buu cards, fantastic ad from SBO1.
Yeah, that has been it has been a power buff to this deck, but even yellow decks in general, right? I think yellow Vegeta being able to just, rest on some very powerful activate battles, but now that you have a blocker that has barrier that your opponent can interact with, and then if they get rid of it, you can just get it back, right? It provides so much flexibility defensively in terms of being able to do things. And the fact that it's barrier just means it's just going to be coasting there.
Yeah, it is. It is. So, generally the matchup is like, all right, there's tiers. I saw my Bobbity, you didn't. Are we both in CRs? So both of them having it, it's even playing ground for us, right? And despite the leaders being slightly different, right? It's been quite the mirror match, right? Both players playing their 1-drop. Majin Buu Evils here, our pure Evils, we're able to get some advantage here. And let's see what the last 2 energy is going to look like.
Yep, see how he decides to extend the board.
We got another one.
Do it again?
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, I'll
Why
do it
not?
again.
So for how this Bobbity works too, so end of turn you get to set one of your Majin Buus to active and give it blocker. So it is also not a unique effect, so if you've got two of them out, you can do it twice, and there's some really good blockers. So one big thing about Majin Buu Evil that on the left, our FBO4 one, is that you can use your Majin Buu, you can block, and when it's KO'd, the energy restand is on both players' turns. So that's one of the key parts I like about this build too, is that I can block, I can restand an energy, and then I can use that for some of my extra cards for extra defense.
Yeah, it definitely gives a lot of flexibility. It always makes me think about my sequencing when I'm playing against OG Majin Buu Evil.
Yeah.
Is that like, okay, so I need to get rid of this, but if I get rid of this, am I just opening up myself for some interaction? And it always makes me think twice. As both of these players put themselves just kind of staring at each other, kind of going slow about it, and just being like, okay, well, when are we going to get the opportunity as we got double poverty on both sides?
Yeah, it's kind of how this matchup ends up being, right? The fact that both these Bobbities have, these Bobbities have barrier, right?
Yep.
So the only thing we can interact with, again, is the one-drop Majin Buu Pure Evil. There is also kind of this song and dance where we don't want to give our opponent too much advantage by putting them down to 4 life too early, and we're just trying to draw as many cards as we can. So we see our Yamu right there. We do have the 3-drop. This is fantastic here. And this is, again, I think another power card for a matchup like this one.
Yep, it's one of you'll be able to draw a card by getting rid of one of the cantrips that already drew you a card, force your opponent to have to discard, and if you can be up on the hand advantage, right? We see Buu very often going down to 3 or 2 life because it feels comfortable because of how big the hand size is.
Yeah.
So in the mirror, being able to be the one, not attacking. We're not going to try to put our Buu in threat before we have to. To be able to force cards out of the hand is absolutely massive in the matchup, especially for this deck where you get those extra, it's just a free way to proc your leader ability once you are awakened.
Yeah. All right, we'll see what we're looking like. So again, we're from the previous game we had, pace is completely different.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
It is going from I'm an aggressive deck versus a defensive deck to every card I get discarded out of your hand is a blessing. So we've got to kind of approach that pace for this matchup.
Yeah, I think this matchup almost kind of harkens back a lot to almost like early set OG Masters, where it's just like every single cantrip matters, every single 5K combo I can accrue matters, because we are just building to this end game crescendo of who will see the opening and be able to go for it.
Yeah, yeah. All right, looks like for 4, we're considering playing out... oh, sorry, we're at 5.
Yeah, we use the energy marker.
That's right. Okay, so this is a supreme combo here. We've got the Majin Buu Kid here being able to play a 4-drop, and we've got the additional Majin Buu Kid. Both these are going to be able to have blocker. We're able to rest the entire board outside of barrier cards. And, man, that 30k Buu is also quite the menace.
Yeah, it's super scary. And the restanding does 2 things. One, I get more defense because I get to provide them blocker. But it also protects my battle cards, right? Especially in the yellow mirror where so many cards are like, this card needs to be in rest mode. I need to see a rest mode card to be able to do this.
Yeah.
The ability to be able to restand those cards just makes it so much harder for the yellow opponent to be able to interact with you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And we're not even going to do the double strike to put them down to 5. We want them to really be on low resources here. And again, technically, both, I mean, I guess they might not have declared it on the 5-drop. Technically, you could have both these Buu have blocker here, but generally speaking, you just want them attacking you right now anyways.
Yep. So very scary position now. Daniel, at the moment, having no other targets than the leader, which if he wants to get his card draw, that forces that puts Arsene in a position to be self-awakened if he wants to self-awaken if he needs to. So now Daniel is in a very tough position where the power play from Arsene has shifted the positions of where he needs to be in this matchup, where you've built a powerful board, I've built a powerful board. I will say, this entire match has been a just monkey see, monkey do type of situation.
It has. So unfortunately for Daniel, we don't also have our 4-drop Majin Buu, but we will be using the Majin Buu Kid effect to get rid of one of our Bobbities. We've got another one. We're fine. Get that draw 1, discard 1 for Arsene, but it is, very, very tough to approach this. So we're just, again, we're passing. We're saying, I don't want you to go down to 3 life. One of the song dances for this game, too, is that our leaders are so much better on the backside once we're able to awaken. And because of that, a lot of gameplay revolves around it, and we don't want to make it too easy for our opponent to be able to make their best plays.
Yep. So a lot of this matchup will just be establishing the board, getting everything set up. When I see the opening now, I just have, 3, 4, 5 attacks already established on board before I even need to commit energy. So it'll be poke, 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 put myself in the best board position. Arsene, depending on what we have, we do see the freeze in hand there, so we might put himself in a position to start to deal with that 3-drop SR Buu. Looks like we're just going to go all the way in, though.
No, we've got the 5-drop Buu from the SBO1. So this is actually one of the weird removal cards that we have access to for this deck. So we're able to use it to potentially get rid of our 3-drop Buu, our 5-drop Buu. It's a very interesting card when it comes to it. It kind of is part of the lore for the game, right? You're trying to absorb your opponent's units, right? So it's just great. And then it's a 10k in hand, so you're not even upset.
Yep. So not an immediate press. We'll see kind of how Arsene can deal with the 3-drop here. We do have the swing. And now you're in a position where it's like, man, I want to take the life because I want to be in a healthy position, but now my opponent's board is so wide that it might just end up forcing too many cards out of my hand. What do I do here? Does look like we have the take and go down to 5. And just like you were saying here, we do use the ability. And Daniel's like, hold up. Bring it up before me one more time.
There's a lot of here. I'm cheating one. I'll read through it though. Place this card in a battle area in its owner's drop. Choose up to 1 rest mode battle card with the cost of 5 or less in your opponent's battle area and place it in its owner's drop. Then play up to 1 Majin Buu Evil with the cost less than or equal to the chosen card by the skill and absorption in its special traits. So if you have the extra card to play off it, neat. It's not a requirement, but being able to get rid of a 5 cost would be.
Unfortunately here, I think Arsene didn't realize it had to be a rest mode card.
Yes.
And activated the ability with no legal targets.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's probably trying to bait the block there, didn't get it, and you just kind of spent 5 energy doing nothing this turn, which is kind of tough.
Yep, and now it looks like we're committing to the swings here. So down to 3 life. And you do see this very often with the Buu Evil deck where you'll hold on to your Awaken just because the ability to get that additional draw is so powerful. Being able to swing, Awaken, be able to get the pop-off on, or the restand as well.
Oh, we're still not blocking with this card. I guess I'm curious, right? Because the Majin Buu is, it could be a blocker here for it. So, but yeah, as mentioned, for the FBO4 Majin Buu Eve on the left, we almost always want to Awaken on our turn because it does give us that access for an additional draw, which is really good.
Yeah, so tough position here because even though Arsene kind of spent the time, the turn not effectively removing cards on board, and now Daniel will be able to get another proc with this 3-drop SR, which will force another card out of Arsene's hands and puts him in a good position. He's still facing down a board of, 2 blockers, where if Arsene needs it and Daniel decides to go full-on aggro here, he does have the defense that'll prevent him from dying from things like a double strike Buu or something like that. Yeah,
the other thing, too, is that what Majin Buu Evil on the left there wants to do is that more of its aggressive strategy is to play that 30k attacker, right? Anytime if Arsene just decides to block with their 4-drop Majin Buu kid, it rests the entire board, gets a card draw, and kind of just ends the turn from Daniel. So got to be very careful. But, okay, if we got our own rest, that does prevent that from happening. Very good play for the 5-drop Buu there.
Yeah, so now... Do we go face?
It's the next dilemma, right? At the end, it does also get that Majin Buu Pure Evil out of here too. So hitting someone from 5 life to 3 life is always tempting because it just means you kind of get this free attack. We are going to attack into there. We're going to get the Awaken from our leader there.
Yep, and no combos. We just kind of know that that's going to go through. And then board cleanup.
Yeah, I think board cleanup feels tough for Arsene, but is the right play. So, Arsene doesn't have as many cards. I think the one thing with Majin Buu Pure Evil from FBO4 is that it is you get a little bit more card draw. That's more apparent, so that does help you a lot. I don't know how many cards are in hand for Arsene right now, but if it's close to 6, then we can also use a removal to get another discard.
Yep, it is the 3-drop. Every turn it hangs out. Just kind of shows its value more and more. Still have a scary board, but it is definitely flipped here. Daniel has done some good work in terms of trying to mitigate what we got here. We got the 25k swing on the double strike here. We will have to combo to kind of push that through. Yeah,
but that's 35k here. So they got to give another 5. I think they've got too many cards. Oh, yeah, look how many cards we got. And we can still use our Majin Buu Evil. We can either use it to get rid of itself.
Yep, just to get a draw, get the restand, get the leader.
Yeah, and then we get to, draw again. So there's just so much card draw cycle you get from this Buu compared to the other one.
Yep, so restand the leader, and that's where it's impactful, where we get the restand, and then the leader gets to swing again. We'll get another draw with that as well. So Daniel done an incredible job of just flipping the advantage here. And Arsene kind of in a sticky position, being at, I think 5 cards in hand now.
Yep. All right, so going to get the KO there, going to get the draw. It's going to rest the other one. You're fine. You want to keep them at 5 here, and then you will be able to restand your Majin Buu with the Babidi and pass the turn there.
Yeah, so very, very strategically done here on Daniel's sound. Done to 3 life, but in a pretty healthy position. Still has the blocker if needed be, so can kind of protect himself from a double striker. Although there is the Frieza in Arsene's hand, so there is some lineup there that is possible.
Yeah. But just look at the board swing, right? It went from, like, Arsene had no more room on the mat, right? And now he's just still got that one Babidi from turn 2, watching all this happen. And yeah, this is now a tough board for Arsene to try to come back from, especially since we are still at 5 life. We're not on our backside yet.
Yep, so go ahead.
Yeah, I think
swing,
that was, yeah.
Draw. Probably just to get the draw. I don't know that we're going to combo offensively here. 15 to presumably leader swing.
Yeah.
And now Arsene's just kind of figuring out what he's going to do. He's got another double striker in hand, which, while oftentimes goes for aggression, can provide some good board pressure, depending on what you play. And it does look like we're going to go ahead and rest everything that we got to play the 5-drop. And then the free play here is going to be another one of those rest Buus. And we're going to be able to draw a card here. And now we'll see what the sequencing leads us. Still needs to go into combat to start clearing stuff, which isn't the most comfortable position to be in. Knowing how many cards Daniel has to work with, which he's so graciously spread out on his board for us to see.
Yeah, but this 4-drop Buu has been, you know, quite the menace, right? The amount of cards that you can interact with, right? The way that you can give it blockers, so you can give the effect on your opponent's turn when it's KO'd as well. You have to really be aware of what this card can do to you.
Yep, so we've got the swing here. Daniel's on the thunk. Does go to 2.
Okay.
All right. So
this is him saying, I don't think your Majin Buu double strike's really that scary, right?
Yeah, this is just baiting him. He's saying, you know what? You think? Yeah, all right. Let me spread out my hand for you.
Yeah.
Here's what you're contesting with.
Here are 8 cards and 4 super combos. just letting you know, in case you needed to know that information. Yeah, and yeah, passing from there.
All right.
I would have at least attacked, right? With the
Yeah,
double strike, right?
just gets it, because like that Buu's not doing anything for you at the moment.
Yeah, just get the one super combo.
Yeah, get the card out of hand.
All right.
Maybe just another 5 also, so you're forcing 3 cards out of hand. That's less offensive combo power that you might have to face in on the turn here, but sure.
Yeah, you know, how many Majin Buu 5-drops have we seen? Is this our 5th one?
Yeah, I think that's our 5th one this game. Yep, and there's the 4 drop.
Another 4 drops. Yeah, of course, right. Yeah, this is how this goes.
Yeah, this is how this goes. And the worst and the best part here for Daniel is that he doesn't even have to go for it.
No.
Like, how much further can we let this go on, right? Now we are in a position where we're at 2 life, but with the hand advantage, with the blocker that we can provide, it's just like, do I have to? Because if we swing here, right, optimal swings, you could go like, double strike, single strike, double strike, or something of the sort. So you're still giving Arsene a potentiality to see 3 additional cards.
Yeah.
But it does look like we're going to try to get them down to 3 first.
Yeah, no, it looks like, yeah, we're just getting rid of this.
Never mind. Yeah.
Like, do you want to, because I've got 3 more. Yeah. Oh, attacking into the Majin Buu kid saying, I want my card draw. And yeah, I don't want to give you more cards to interact with.
All right.
And did we?
I think we used the activate battle extra card.
Okay.
Yeah, to get an additional draw.
Okay. All right, that's going to... No, okay, we played Yama, who's just way off and to the right. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
there
like,
he is.
Something's there. Yeah, but clearly, Daniel, you're deciding, you know what? I think the best way for my victory is to just slowly keep gaining advantage. Arsene still being at 5 life and having very few cards in their deck that likely puts them from 5 life to 4. Yeah, just trying to get that value, and it's working, right? We've got such a wide board. I'd be terrified whenever Daniel tries to flip the tide.
And good patience on Daniel's loader, right? For a lot of players, it is very tempting to be like, well, I've got all these attackers.
Yeah.
be a shame if they weren't attacking. But I think it's good composure here from Daniel, showcasing that I'm not in a rush to be able to do that. The wider my board gets, the better percentage chance I give myself to be able to close out the game. Arsen's clearly in a position based on how he played the last couple of turns where he's finding it difficult to amount to come back. So might as well just push my advantage as much as I can, and then eventually give myself the position to be able to close in. And now this is the window, right? The opponent gets themselves down to 4. I'm not holding back anything, but I have pushed my opponent to a position where he has to self-awaken, and now he's not playing optimally on curve for this power turn that he needs to. And now how can I take best advantage of that?
Yeah. All right, so yeah, finally at that, but like because we had to play a 2-drop to get to that, we won't be able to have a 4-drop on board. So our leader's been skillless for the majority. It's been draw 1 the entire game, right? And that's very tough against a deck like this one.
Yeah. So we see the Buu swing.
Yeah, and that will prevent one of the double strikers from attacking. We'll get rid of Yamu, take one for the team.
And then see what the follow-up play is here.
Now we do have, I think we have the 4-drop Majin Buu kid there. So that one's really good at the fact that if we give it blocker and we have another 4-drop in hand, we can block. We can use its on KO to bring out the 4-drop and then rest the entire field on defense.
So we're going to pay another 2, get out another Majin Buu. And then we're just going to continue to rest the board.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Out of dice.
All right, and then we've got 1 energy up. We've got the leader swing here, get our draw, most likely just, get the free block where you can. So, good board control. And then we're going to still be able to get a Buu restood and blocking. But definitely tough position still here for Arsen. But at least he's down to only having to deal with 1 double striker and then 2 other battle cards there and the leader that can potentially swing twice.
If Arsen remembers, though, his 2-drop, right? Like, you got to choose something, right? You got to do it. And doesn't look like he's decided to give either of his 2-drops block or restand.
Okay.
All right, yeah. You know, some people play 3 or 4, so it's good to have the information to know that he plays 4 of this card.
Yeah. I mean, now you know.
Now you know.
you know.
Yeah. And and just saying, and energy should be tapped as well, right? From Arsen.
Yep.
You only have 2 double strikers right now as well.
Only 2.
Only 2.
So we do see the free swing onto the Buu here, get the draw. Of course, we can't forget that FBO4 Buu will still be able to restand something if necessary, be it himself for another attack or another energy to be able to extend the plays. All right, so walking through the drop, he's like, let me see what you got, because naturally super combos can be a big play here depending on how Daniel needs to go out on the aggression. Just being like, what cards do I know that are where, just so I know how to combo optimally. And then we're on the thunk.
Yeah, and we can do double, right? We can still be patient, right? We're clearly getting a lot of value out of them. And taking the peaks that we can from Daniel's hand, right? It's clear why we've decided that we are feeling safe with the amount of cards in the hand and how much pressure we can get on the other side. So. Yep,
just have to decide here kind of how we want to line it up. Could get rid of the other Buu for essentially free if we want to. Go for the first double. Maybe Arsen takes it, feeling like he'll need those cards to be able to apply a pressure. And then we can just compare hand sizes, or you could just go for a very conservative double strike swing afterwards and just start forcing cards out of hand. So just going to get some clarity here on the board state, kind of do some organizing there. Players on the thunk.
Yeah. Oh, you're good, brother.
Yep, and just clarifying on board states here.
Yeah. That 4-drop Buu taps all energy, right? That is you can't tap more. Like that's the maximum amount. So it's some yellow decks do play like results of training, right? A premier good card for yellow here.
Yep.
So just making sure that that
doesn't
energy
have it available.
Yeah, and it's making sure that is not available for him there.
All right, so just as a recap, down to 2 life here on Daniel's side. Arson still have 4. We have 2 double strikers on Daniel's side with 2 energy standing. Does have the potentiality to go double strike swing. Double strike swing does have a bunch of single strike attackers if necessary as well to be able to clear off the Buu for free. Does have the 2 energy to be able to use some activate battles potentially, as well as still has the leader ability available to extend on plays.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the first, if not first, super combo from Arson, right? I'd definitely consider just making it a 40k, but again, like Daniel has like the power to just be like slowly walk down the lane, make sure we get the power removal that we can get. Oh, we're not even attacking into the 2-drop Buu.
Okay.
Interesting. It is. That one's not. That one can restand as well, right?
It can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Or can it?
I don't see anything on the board that would have kept it stunned. Well,
there might have been an extra card that they played. That,
potentially, yeah.
Yeah, because we do have a lot of those actable to us. Oh, okay, there we go. All right.
All right, so Arson getting another breath at life here.
Sorry, not this time.
Being able to see kind of how he can sequence things. We're going to go ahead and start with a Frieza here. We're going to arrest the blocker. Decide first step in terms of trying to find an opportunity to be able to get into this. I think Daniel might have played a little too conservatively at this point, but we'll have to see. See if that bites him back. You know, Arson just needs to have a double strike swing go through and compare hand sizes, and I think that's really where he's lining up right now. We're going to go ahead and see all 5.
Yeah.
These players are so good at finding this card.
And I guess what the only if we have like another 4-drop, we're in a good spot. 2-drop Buu just to put it on the board, right? Taking a card from life too, so that's just another card that we get to use for combo as well. And I think this is going to probably be the dump.
Yeah, I think, are we going to compare hand sizes? Yes, here we go. So 35, 40. Oh, just making sure that we spread them out in the combo area. So 35, 40, 45, 50.
60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 145.
All right, so 145. Let's see if we can get there. There's super combo.
All right, 40, 60. We got to get 150. So 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 130, 35, not quite there. Oh, so close.
Doesn't get it. Arson breaking through with being in that double strike range. You always got to be careful when you're down to that 2 life position.
Yeah.
And I think Daniel was in such a comfortable position, and it's one of those things in Fusion World where you are so rewarded for knowing when to turn the corner in a game, right? The knowing that, like you were saying, probably would have swung with like an additional 5 on that double strike swing, because then it would have forced Arson into a position where it's like, okay, well now it's not just a super combo, it's a super combo and another card. Offensively, what does that mean for me, right? If he combos out, that's at least another 15k combo that I don't have to deal with. If he takes it, okay, well, I've got this other double striker now, and now every card I put into this double striker is 1 less card I have to worry about the opponent using offensively.
Yeah, and this is why we're saying, you know, this is a matchup where every card counts, right? We were off by 130k. If we got rid of the 10k, it would have been tied, right? Like it could have been really either way. And you know, we gotta, you know, kind of stare down at our opponent and say like, I think I can win here. Like, but it's never a guarantee. So I think that's going to be the end of our Fusion World coverage for today, though. But we've got a lot of other games coming up. We've got Union Arena around the corner as well, which we're excited to see as well. So we're going to take our break from there, and we'll see you guys with the Union Arena coverage coming up.
Welcome back to the Bandai Card Games Fest stream here in Dallas, and we're jumping right in with Union Arena. We have Lancelot on the left being piloted by Robert, and Alex taking the new Attack on Titan Red Eren Yeager deck, and getting here right into the life totals and seeing how things are going to develop. But thank you for joining us back again with even more action.
This should be a really exciting game. You know, Eren is one of the decks that just came out recently. We were sure we would see some Attack on Titan decks, so facing against a newly evolved Lancelot that was just upgraded recently too. So this should be a really exciting matchup.
So Lancelot here getting the damage to effect. That's why you saw the life getting broke on both sides, trying to be a little defensive. And we saw an active trigger there, so the Mikasa is going to get to stick around for another turn. And we do get the special trigger here, getting to be able to target one of the Lancelots. So we are playing the more aggressive build for the red 104th Cadets, which is a really interesting deck to watch how it plays into this meta. And again, that definitely explains why the Lancelot deck is down at 3 life, but definitely one that is new and players are still figuring out. So Div, between you, do you like the more go tall Titan Eren Yeager side, or do you like the more lower to the ground Cadet side?
I definitely like to go large with the Attack Titan just because of how much aggression it brings. Yes, there is a caveat where you have to be at 3 or less life, which Alex currently is at. So could be a play for playing the large Attack Titan here, but I do think the smaller, more aggressive Attack on Titan deck is also viable against this matchup just because of how much cards you're playing out, how rush you are against a Lancelot, really putting in the pressure on the Lancelot player at the moment.
So, and really nice here with the Eren being able to play out an extra attacker for you, really showing off the high maneuverability of the 104th Cadets, being able to bounce cards back to your hand, come into the battlefield, go swing, and then go right back to your hand and make them survive. So we're going to be able to go wide here, get some extra life triggers. The not the color trigger not getting hit anything here.
Yep.
And still a couple more attacks from Alex's side, so we're going to be able to push our opponent down. And so for those who may be unfamiliar with Union Arena, your last life is your last life in this case, so only having to get 2 more attacks in here, putting Alex in a decent position. However, it might look a little dangerous on Robert's side with the Lancelot, but it is a 5k body and threatening damage 2 with impact 1. So, I mean, this is something that is still a big threat by itself, and if we can find the right energy enablers from Robert's side, we go into another Lancelot and clear up the board very quickly.
I do think Robert has enough energy this turn to actually bring out an air cavalry. We do see he's generating 8 energy currently, which is what you need for the air cavalry. And there's a live, so there's a turn extender. So we really get to see what Robert's going to go this turn. A lot of board pressure coming around, I think, at this point. We have Robert at 2 life and a Suzaku in the front. And there is the air cavalry. Amazing art. And it takes out the Eren, which is really, really good. And a double Lancelot.
Another one. Yes, this is the big turn for the green Lancelot. So we're going to see a lot of damage, a lot of cleanup, and this could be, unless we get something really spicy out of life, this could 100%. Be a game-ending moment.
Alex is debating here whether he should take the double damage and see if he can pull out a trigger off of life, or should he block. We do see him checking his sideline to see what he can potentially pull. And let's see what happens at the end of this attack phase. He does have 2 more Lancelot attacks, and one of them has impact double damage. So really, really strong turn from Robert this turn.
Yeah, and this is truly the power of Lancelot. You know, coming into the regional, this is definitely a deck a lot of people expected to not only make a lot of the top cuts, but be a big surprise here. So let's see if we get anything off the double. No, unfortunately, it looks like we're not getting a trigger here. We're going to get another attack here coming across by Robert very quickly. And, you know, there could be a final giving us a little bit of extra breathing room. Oh, was that? That might have been the active trigger, actually.
Active trigger saved that extra attack because it becomes a 6k, that Mikasa. If you have 5 or more cadets, she becomes a 4k during your turn, but currently she was 3. So she becomes a 6k, blocking the air cavalry attack. So Alex still has 1 more chance here, unless Robert... If Alex can remove one of those, 2 of those Lancelots at least, Alex does have a chance in this game. However, it is definitely going to be an uphill battle for him.
Yeah, the 5k wall that Robert's presenting is very difficult for this deck to try to get over and attack through. So we'll see what type of attacks we can line up. But again, at least 2 of them are going to have the 5k, and then the other one for getting it for the turn. So it's just a wall that Alex is, you know, staring down. And hey, it's the Attack on Titan set. So if there's something that, you know, can deal with the high really getting over the wall, it's definitely going to be them. But we'll have to see what Alex is able to pull together. Getting a final trigger to extend out your turn, making sure you're getting extra AP could be huge, but we'll see what we're able to pull together.
I mean, the 104 cadets are used to facing Titans on a daily basis, so this is something they should be able to take care of. But we just see him protecting the board for this turn. I don't think he has raids in his hand, which is unfortunate.
Nope, so we're going to get some attacks here. We're going to block down the board, but we are still going to be able to get through for 1 point of damage as everything, goes through the sequencing here, making sure we're blocking properly and all that. But we'll see 1 life get chipped away from Robert's side.
4,000 and she has impact.
And just confirming BP totals about the event trigger and making sure that they're getting bigger. But again, we still have a big enough blocker in this case. Oh, sorry, she got the buff actually, so we will be able to remove one of them for the double attack.
And a Suzaku from life. Yeah, because one of the Lancelot was raided the turn prior, so he does lose his BP increase for that turn. However, the other Lancelot was still a 5,000, which is what helped Robert keep those on board. But now...
So again, unfortunately, we are staring down the impact here, so we still have to see what that last life will be, if we can get a little help. Again, has to be a final trigger in this regard to give Alex, 1 extra life, 1 extra turn. But if we have another Lancelot with the impact, if we're able to find a turn that gets us up to 8 energy, we will be able to have a double Lancelot, which should close out the game from that point.
Oh, we do see him move the nullity up, so I don't think he does, but he is at 6 energy, so there is still a possibility with 2 action points remaining. Let's see what he does with it. He does use another live. Does use another live, extending that turn. We could see another big play coming out from Robert's side again. And a Varus to remove one of the characters off Alex's field. So we're staring down 3-3 with Air Cavalry does having impact. I think Robert at this point wants to guarantee the win. What do you think, Kaz?
Yeah, we'll have to see what his last action point leads into. I'm assuming some type of raid here to extend out our board. We're actually going to go play for the Searcher instead, see what we can find. And, we'll have a position where we're still going to have an open spot on our front line. So while Lancelot can be big, we have to still see if our last life is going to be able to protect us or not in this regard.
And the unit maintenance played out. There was not a machine pulled out of it, so he does not get to restand the AP. But we see the attack go in. And Robert takes it with the impact. That was a really good game. Good start. Great win for Robert.
Yeah, great play there again. Having the impact just being so good at closing out the game there. And it does take a little while to get up to that 8 energy, but it's absolutely a powerful card once it gets to combo off and get that removal. Then have a damage 2 potential, while as of course having the impact, which is so strong in closing out the game, as we just saw. And again, welcome now to the caster side. So I am going to be talking about the Union Arena event that we can expect. So I am your host for this segment, Cosmic, and I am joined by Div. Div, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm super excited for the regionals happening this weekend. This is our 2nd Union Arena regionals. I'm super excited. I had the pleasure of playing in the first regionals, and I was just talking to the other players here, and everyone is so bubbly, so excited to get started, to play. I think we're really in right for a great tournament today.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see it as the games progress and what else might come. Again, Attack on Titan being a big one that I know a lot of people, we just got to see it in that last round, what we might expect. And then as the event progresses, there's still a lot of other surprises that we might end up seeing. I know that JJK is still a very popular one. A lot of players might be bringing out. So that's the thing I love, that we have these decks that have been played around for a while, but either the Volume 2 support or the meta shifts, they do get a little bit better on how things are lining up. Or like we saw previously with the Roy Mustang at the last regional, I was mentioning that is just very strong and surprised a lot of people. So, are we going to see the return of Full Metal Alchemist again? And look, I really like the Greed deck. Yeah. I want someone to check out the other decks from Full Metal Alchemist. I think there's some good stuff there. But, Div, talk us through a couple decks you might expect to see, coming for the last regional, and then what players might have swapped to with either Attack on Titan coming into the meta or just some classics. Will we see more JJK join us?
Obviously, Sukuna and Nanami, those decks are very strong and a fan favorite with Jujutsu Kaisen. So I definitely think we are going to see a lot of Sukunas on board. Whether we see a Nanami variant is yet to be determined. I do think Full Metal Alchemist, Roy Mustang is a must. I do think it's a very strong deck. Keeping my feelings aside for that deck, I do think it's a strong one. Squad Zero, a really hot contender. Everyone loves Ichigo. Everyone loves playing Bleach. Plus, any deck I think that has more removals than the specials brings a lot of support to the game. Plus, the Royal Palace giving you the draw power. I think Squad Zero has a really good chance. Obviously, I cannot miss my favorite Toto.
Yep.
Toto is amazing deck to play. It really messes up with the opponent's energy line. And anytime you do energy manipulation for bigger playing decks, such as the Air Cavalry Lancelot that we just saw, it does put the player a little back. So I would say, hot take, I think Toto has a chance to be in the top 8 again. However, I think we have a lot of potential with Squad Zero or Roy Mustang again.
Awesome. And we will be getting ready for round 3 here shortly. I'm not sure if we have prizing to go over, but of course, as we talked about yesterday on our stream with all the great new title announcements, players will have some exclusive playmats they can pick for making top 16. There's some really awesome action points with that like gold foiling, and those look absolutely amazing in person. I cannot wait for the players to get their hands on them. And of course, the gold cards as well, which are really special. And some of those have popped up from the previous regional, and we'll see more of that as we have more Union Arena events happening in just a few months. But with that, we are going to take a short break before we dive right into the action. So coming up next, we will have round 3 of Union Arena. Don't go anywhere. We'll be bringing back more excitement here soon.
Yu Yu Hakusho Ghost Files is joining Union Arena. The excitement of the series and Dark Tournament arc is resurrected in the game. Yusuke and Kurama even get specially designed cards that are exclusive to the English version. Get the Triple Star Yusuke card! Union Arena Booster Pack Yu Yu Hakusho Ghost Files. Available October 31st.
And welcome back for Bandai Card Games Fest here in Dallas, and now it is time for some Union Arena. My name is Cosmic, I'm your host for this segment, and I am joined by Div. Div, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Cos. Thank you for having me. This is going to be a really exciting round 3. We can't wait to see. But let us know what all these players in stake for.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you just are joining us, we're going to be getting to round 3 of our regional. We just had a quick preview there of Attack on Titan versus Code Geass. And again, that's really the great thing about Union Arena, watching all these amazing titles come together. But let's talk about some of this prizing that players can look forward to. And of course, the rules of the format. So it is a best of 1 30-minute game with, of course, 5 minutes if the players need a little extra time. And there's going to be playmats, sleeves, event packs, awesome gold cards, and even more. And here is a quick look at the championship prizing. So as I mentioned, that gold foiling stamp card, I mean, it looks so beautiful. And of course, the champion exclusive playmat featured there. And there's even a special playmat for top 16 players. But of course, before we show that, top 8 of the gold cards, which are outstanding. These are the rare battle style that we've seen. And we'll have the looking at these in person, just so great, right, than what we've seen. So for our top 8 players, you'll be able to get a chance to see these as you win out today. But again, you'll get to choose one of these, and the grand champion will get every single gold stamped card. So if you win, you get a treasure trove of gold prizing, which is really, really exciting to see.
That I would love to have all of this in my collection, and I really think these cards look amazing. I've seen them in person, and they look gorgeous. I wish best of luck to all the players participating in the tournament today. It is definitely going to be a really exciting tournament today, and I cannot wait to see how the meta shifts in the next few months with Union Arena releasing so many amazing titles.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we had some amazing previews yesterday on stream, and you've probably seen them on the official Facebook page or X, formerly Twitter. You know, Chainsaw Man, which was there in the opener, Inuyasha, which is just absolutely insane. Love that. And then, of course, we have the Chainsaw Man being the last one with the Rize arc as part of the movie, getting some exclusive early looks at that, too, which is really great. So, again, I'm a little bit biased with the Inuyasha. Yeah. I thought that was just such a sick pull to have for our announcements. But, you know, Div, between the three, which is your favorite?
I definitely am very excited for Inuyasha. I used to watch it on Adult Swim. I think it hits all of the nostalgia notes really well. I know a lot of my friends who play other Bandai card games really wanted to get into Union Arena, and they were like, we just need that one set that brings us in, and Inuyasha is that set. Another thing that I'm really excited for is Sakamoto Days. It's doing really well in Japan, and I think a lot of players wanted it here, and I'm super excited to have it finally in North America in the coming months. But yeah.
Yeah, Sakamoto Days, there we go. That's what I was trying to think of. Like, well, there's a third. We're just so many exciting announcements, right? With the Nikkei exclusive action points that we're getting, the exclusive box toppers. If you missed the UA panel, go back and watch it. There's just so much information, and that's, you know, why I had to read over and make sure I didn't miss anything. So there's a lot of exciting stuff coming out with Union Arena. But of course, again, today, it's all about the regional. It's all about playing the game and getting our players hyped to see who's going to come out on top with all those beautiful gold stamp cards. And of course, the other prizing that we'll get. But, you know, for me personally, I'm really excited to see more of the Attack on Titan. We just saw a short preview of that previously, but, you know, Blue JK, anyone that knows me, I love the Nanami deck. That is the one that I have all foiled out personally. I love going into overtime. I love the self-mill mechanic. I think it's still a very well-positioned deck. Of course, we have that guy Sakuda in there, I guess, that's still playing a role. It's so good for the filtering. But, you know, Div, what are some of the decks or titles that you expect to do well today or this weekend?
It's funny you mentioned JJK, because I think that's why we're great partners for this, because my favorite deck is also a JJK deck, but a purple JJK deck, which is Toto. But overall, I think some of the things that we can see at this tournament, we definitely think Roy Mustang is a very strong contender, just the amount of removal and draw power it brings. Lancelot with the upgraded, which we just saw earlier today, absolute unit of a card. And obviously, we cannot, I think, for a sleeper pick, I think Black Clover still has a really good chance. Just the Asta removal, the Noel impacts. I think Black Clover might have a little bit of a chance to sneak in today. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. Of course, we just got that 3-energy Asta coming back into the English version with a glorious foiling and extra special treatment. So that's going to be really cool to see. And, you know, yeah, Black Clover especially is a set that I know a lot of people are really excited about. It's just super popular, and the red variant being the best, kind of as you mentioned. So I'm curious to see if we'll see some other splashes, you know, from that title, or if it will be kind of just the red Asta taking the spotlight, you know, over the course of the meta. And which good news is, it does sound like one of the decks for today will be a red Asta deck. We'll find out shortly for the others as players are getting situated and getting set up. But of course, there's going to be a ton of Union Arena action all weekend long that you can look forward to. So I know that we're going to have all the pairings and postings, all that stuff on social media and all that good stuff. So definitely look forward to that. But Div, final thoughts really quick. If there is another deck outside of JJK, because again, we're both biased here for JJK, but you know, what's another deck that you think could do really well for this tournament?
I think Squad Zero. Squad Zero can do really well. Just the amazing draw power, the removal. I think it's a very strong deck. I, however, will not still leave out Gwen, an updated Gwen deck. I think it's a lot of people, it has been overshadowed by the upgrade Lancelot's getting, but I would say don't miss out on Gwen yet too, because the Gurren and Gwen still have some hidden secrets that a lot of you are not aware that it can do while playing those games.
Yeah, again, I think still when we think about getting raid triggers out of life, of course the UG is going to be really good, but that Gwen coming down, minusing the board by 1,000 is very, very strong. So getting into our players, looks like they're shuffling up and getting ready here. So we have Jesse on the left and Ruben, 13 Fox on the right. And it looks like we'll be diving into these games very shortly for these players. And again, we'll be seeing what type of decks that they're bringing to the tournament today.
I think this is round 3, so it's really exciting. We get to see these players early on trying to set up. I think they're going through just the starting phase and mulliganing to just set up their board. But I'm really excited for this game. UA is something that, honestly, I find so much joy in playing. The community is so great when it comes to Union Arena. And overall, it's honestly such a fun game to play. And for anyone to get started and pick up, I think it's a really good, it has a really good entry point, and you can pick and choose which anime you want to be part of, make your favorite decks, your favorite alt-arts, and really get into it.
Absolutely. That is the best part of Union Arena. If you love Attack on Titan, if you love JJK, if you love the Rurouni Kenshin that's coming out next week, or Hunter x Hunter Volume 2 that's showing us, giving even a power-up to those older decks, there's a lot to get excited about and truly having something for everyone. So now it looks like we are cutting to the players here. Looks like there's a previous round that's getting set up. So we're going to be cutting to this shortly, but again, I really just love having the different sets are coming out. Of course, looking to the future, Kaiju number 8, I know is another big one, which of course the season's very exciting right now, but that one is going to be an exciting one because it's only 2 colors in the set, so it's very easy to build the decks from that set. And it's also a powerhouse. I mean, we are getting some very strong titles that will be joining Union Arena here very shortly. And again, I'm a little bit biased. I'm waiting for Evangelion. Yep. That's really exciting to see. And of course, those spoilers are starting to roll out in other regions, but I'll be very curious to see more of those alt-arts come together and kind of all the excitement that'll be there from opening those packs and seeing more from the movie. So it looks like actually we're gonna have a green Bleach with Toshiro versus a Sukuna deck. So Div, tell us a little bit about the green Bleach deck.
Awesome. The green Bleach deck also got upgraded with the Bleach Volume 2, and it brings out this amazing Kenpachi, a 4/2 Kenpachi that absolutely wrecks the board. It also has other card which comes in, gives your Kenpachi an extra impactor, so making your Kenpachi really strong. But we cannot forget the true king, the hidden king, the Toshiro, which basically freezes the entire backline if you have enough characters, but also freezes one of your characters for an entire turn of your front line. Realistically, giving you that less blocker, but also one less attacker on the following turn. So I'm really excited for seeing this matchup here because it's one of the matchups that I've come across a lot over my time playing Union Arena, and obviously we're playing one of your favorites, Sukuna.
Yeah, I promise this is not a caster setup for those at home. Look, I had nothing to do with this. I promise it's not me. I did not pick these matches, but we have a Nanami. I'm excited. Yeah. There's getting to see Ruben getting to pilot the Nanami deck, and we do see the winner Nanami from the early first volume of JJK, so clearly this is going to be the more Nanami style package, which usually does run a 2/2 color split. We of course have the Sukuna, as I mentioned, because it is just a very good draw and filtering option. So we're going to see what type of flex spots that he has, because there's actually a lot you can do with this deck. Blue JJK is really, am I super low to the ground? Do I want the early aggression? So he might be on the more tempo variant if we're doing a double push-up here. We have the late game Sukuna that you can line into it. So we are going to see Nanami just refilling the energy line here and just going in for some couple quick attacks. Having that Gojo to set up for the double energy on the back line is super important. So we're just going to get in some chip damage, see what we get, and go from there.
It's a add to hand, it's a active trigger Kenpachi, which is a 0 cost, and it's a Toshi add to hand. So we do see not a lot of happening out of that life, but an early chip damage for the Sukuna player when eventually he knows that he might not be able to put as much pressure later on really gives Ruben the upper hand going into this. Now let's see if Jesse has a answer to that board. I do, however, want to say Ruben does not have any big bodies on the board yet, but he does have that Yuji in the back, which gives double energy when you even have one finger in the sideline, really pushing that deck over the edge.
Yep, having the double energy providers in the back line, while we do need to see the Sukuna's Finger first, is really great at helping streamline what is effectively a 4 energy or less deck. So being able to have just your 2 cards on the back line to produce the energy can be really strong. But it looks like we are going to go into the new rated Kenpachi and be a very sticky threat. This one is great because it allows you to keep the card underneath it even if they remove it. So it just is a big threat that your opponent is going to have to deal with. So we're going to see what comes out of life from Ruben's side. Hey, you know, we just said we want to Sukuna's Finger, so there it goes into our trash for us while also getting to draw us a card.
Yeah. And obviously the Kenpachi, when played, has a BP increase of 1,000, so becomes a 5k, and has double damage at the end of the turn, and inherently has impact. So we are going to see an impact double damage coming through at some point. I think Ruben is really deciding, looking at his hand, of whether he wants to take an extra attack here or wants to lose his Nobara or Nanami up in the front. It's he chooses to take the attack. Okay, let's see what he pulls out of here. And a domain. Okay.
So that's the final trigger for the JJK deck. Like, we knew that the Nobara here was just going to be taking a block and going from there. But the Nanami in front is great because we can still raid over it, so it's a fine thing to push to the front. But we're really going to want to see the bouncer Yuji out of Ruben's side for this turn if he's able to have it. So he's just trying to read and reconfirm what happens for this Kenpachi, which, again, is going to have the built-in protection. It gets the damage 2 until end of turn, so that's why we have to make sure they take the early block. And then if the character's required energy is 4 or more energy, gets the additional field that if the character leaves the field due to one of your opponent's abilities or battle, you may place 1 card from your hand into your sideline instead. So that's going to be really important as a protection to get around this. So we are placed in a position where the raid Yuji can be nice to bounce up, clear something else on the board, and still threaten a 4K. But the new Kenpachi is very sticky and very difficult to deal with in the right situations.
Yeah, I do also want to say I really like how Ruben is playing. That last turn, he had 5 energy in the back, so in case if he hit a raid off of life, it would have really given him the upper edge. Oh, and there's the new Nanami Volume 2, which is a really interesting card. When played, choose a character on your opponent's front line, and it cannot attack for that turn, for the following turn. It can still block, but it won't be able to attack, negating Kenpachi's pressure the turn after.
Yeah, it's a really great card for just slowing things down, and we're actually getting the other Nanami on board for 4K attackers. So for those at home, I probably should have explained it a little bit for Nanami wanting to go into overtime. It is very much a deck that doesn't come online until you have 15 cards or less in your deck. So it has a lot of effects that are like draw 1, discard 1, or a lot of filtering. So, but once you get to that 15 threshold, all your cards are going to get stronger by either BP boost, doing additional effects, going up to 5K and impact 1. So there's a lot that they can be doing, but for this particular Nanami, just being that additional stun that we need for a turn is really important for slowing down our opponents so we can build up into that late game payoff.
I also like that Jesse did not lose any characters on the front line during Ruben's attack phase. So Jesse actually has a lot to play with. And we do get some caster vision here, and we can see a little bit of his hand. He does have a Toshi raid in his hand, and he does have the requirement of 6 or more characters. I think he needs to play 1 more character to get that effect, to freeze Ruben's backline, and that Gojo will only be generating 1 energy once frozen, so it can really set Ruben back this turn.
Yeah, we have a good amount of other plays that we can make. We're seeing the other filters too from Ruben's side, so finding like into a Sukuna would still be very nice for lining up the turns. But you know, looking at his board, he is full on the front end, so we'll have to see, you know, if we're giving up those 0 energy Kenpachis, which are a 2K, you know, blocker, which can still block the Nanami. But we know that the other Nanami is just going to get raided here sooner or later. So I think if you're going to find a turn where you want to line this up, getting to place over one of those 0 Kenpachis can be really important for getting a freeze and just trying to apply a little bit more pressure back towards Ruben.
And there is the Toshi raid. We will be having... Oh, he opts not to move it up, which is very smart, I think. He does opt not to move it up. He does freeze one of the Nanamis, and a special...
very good key turn for removal here.
Wow, that's a very strong thing. How we still have to remember, Jesse cannot attack with the Kenpachi for this turn. So I think Ruben is deciding to take 1 attack here.
Yep. Recognizing that those Kenpachis, this is probably the last turn that they can get through damage, because we don't really want to give up our Nanami unless we absolutely have to. Protecting ourselves at 3 life is a good call here. And able to say, hey, I still have this 4K in the backline that I really need. So now I have a 2K that can just block and go in front of whatever you want and still be able to have a 4K swing on the following turn. So we're going to have to wait and see what Ruben is able to put together. Again, we just have the 3 energy on the back line because that Gojo is rested. So we're going to have to hope that we have another card to play it out. And there is the double energy Yuji. So we do have one to at least streamline our turns. So
And a divergent fist on the Kenpachi. He does.
And does have the discard to protect it, so that other Kenpachi, as we mentioned early on, is going to stay under it. But no cards in hand, so we just have to deal with our opponent's board. But again, having that Toshiro in the back being a 4K threat, having our last play here is still going to limit us what we have access to.
And there it is, everyone's fan favorite Yuji, the Yuji rate to bounce that Kenpachi off to the hand. So here we're just going to go into attack with the rated Yuji. I honestly love this Yuji. The bounce helps so much to clear board pressure. Can work in your favor sometimes or against you, but I think to get those early damages in or get those late game damages in, it is a really key piece. It is an active trigger over here. He gives it.
Yep. So we'll swing just for the sake of swinging out the turn, but it will get blocked because the active trigger is going to give plus 3,000 BP, making the Rengiku a good blocker here. So both players pretty close here, 3 to 3 life. A good life trigger here could help swing it one way or another, or finding like a raid Yuji could be really strong here from Ruben's side if he's able to find it on defense. But definitely that Toshiro is going to come to the front and just be a nice 4K attacker for us, which goes well into Ruben's current board.
I really love games like this, where it's so down to the wire, it's so close, both players at 3 lives. You know, Ruben has 1 finger inside line, so does have the ability to potentially activate the impact for Sukuna if he finds another finger. And there is another Toshi raid, which puts Ruben's backline again on the freeze and freezes the Nanami up front. So we are going to go into attack phase straight away, swinging with Toshiro. Ruben opts to take it.
Yeah, I really love this is just 2 control decks wanting to do control deck things. And here we are going to see the Nanami getting raided, which is the sideline protection one, which is really nice. So when he dies, you're able to mill some cards and tap something down. So we are really just seeing what is effectively 2 control decks go back and forth and trying to find their key pieces to stabilize. But this Nanami is hopefully going to buy us a little extra time. And this is the one that if you have 15 cards or less in your deck, it gains impact 1, damage 2. And again, it's just a 4K attacker by itself, which is really nice. So we are seeing the AP draw from Ruben's side to see if we're able to find anything else and string our turn together. But we are going into a Sukuna with only the 3 energy because the Gojo is still tapped. So we'll have to correct the board state here really quick because the Sukuna does cost 4 energy and cannot be played onto the current board state.
Yeah.
So we'll get a quick confirmation from the judges here really quick and correct that for those back at the table.
Oh, you have 3 energy. I'm sorry. I thought this came from down there.
Yeah, we're just discussing, I think, to plan out. I think Jesse's letting Ruben know that you're not able to play the Sukuna because you are still at 3 energy, so will have to be taken back to hand. The judges are trying to mitigate the situation and make sure that we return to normal play state.
Yep, so again, we did do the action point draw at the start, so that's why we see 1 AP rested. And again, this can be the power of the Toshiro. It's just not something that comes up rarely at all, to be honest, because Toshiro is the only deck in the meta that is going to have the ability to turn off this Gojo. So this is one of those lines that, you know, virtually never comes up and catches players by surprise. So we'll just have to wait and see how we're going to correct it. So we did have the other Yuji we can play out and correct the board state to go into the Sukuna, which again is still going to be really important here for the draw and filtering. But this is one of those cases where, again, it's something that's just such a niche interaction that is not going to happen in any other title, that it does catch a lot of players by surprise when it does finally happen, as we just saw on stream.
And obviously, when you play the Gojo out, you most of the time keep him in the back, right? So once you have him in the back, you really don't think of that interaction of that resting coming out with Toshi. But here he is looking for, I think Ruben only has 1 finger, so the Sukuna only activates one of his ability, which is he turns into a 5K. But we're going to be swinging with Ruben first with the Nanami, who is not activated yet. So this is just a 4K swing going into life. It is an active trigger. He is going to give it to his Toshiro. We're going to be swinging with the 5K, which is being blocked by Toshiro. We're going to be swinging with the 4K Yuji, which is blocked by Kenpachi. So really, really good turn from Ruben. You could definitely see that Toshiro is resting the energy line. Did have an impact on Ruben's play there. But again, 2-2 life. We're just going back and forth here, and it's really, really exciting to see when games do turn out like this.
Yeah, and one thing about the green Bleach deck is that it can struggle a little bit with finding the impact that they need. They have a couple ways to get there with the Kenpachi, or they have the Sen that has the ability to grant one impact as well if they're playing it in their list. But one thing to consider here is that we have a board state that's very interesting from Ruben's side, because the Nanami is going to be able to block two things. We can take 1 point of damage, and then if we see like a raid Yuji out of life, that could be a massive swing turn for Ruben to be able to get the impact, hopefully find another finger, and close out the game with the Sukuna. So one thing I will say is that, you know, as someone who's played this deck quite a bit, like, you really do need to find the Sukuna fingers for the extra draw, the extra filtering, and all that stuff. So the fact that Ruben has only seen one of the four this entire game is a little bit rough, but again, still a very close game for both players here, and trying to find a path to victory in each side. So we'll see how our players want to navigate this.
So Jesse does move 2 characters up, and because he had 3 characters, he opts to remove the zero-cost Kenpachi. He does play the Toshiro in the back, meeting those energy requirements, and does another Toshi raid to rest his board for the 3rd time this game.
Yeah, we're just not allowed to block how we want to block, and unfortunately, I mean, that's raid number 3, the perfect answer to this Nanami that was otherwise going to protect us for this turn. So now this puts us in a much more of a back foot, and really showing the strength of the green Bleach deck here. So we are going to be able to showcase a active trigger here. So again, it would freeze the Nanami, so we don't actually get him back up in this instance. So we're just giving the buff to something else. So we do get 1 free block here, which is nice, but again, still pressured at 1 life, and we just have to give up a card on our front field. And at this point, you know, it's just 4K attackers kind of across the board, so any block here is good. And then the last card from Jesse's side is going to get blocked. So here we're going to have to wait and see. Again, that Nanami being locked down is going to hurt us a lot, but we'll probably do an action point draw, see if we can get into something else. The Nanami does protect us for another turn if they don't see the impact, which could be really nice. But again, a big turn that we just want to stream together 4K attackers where we can, or a raid Yuji would really be a big turn here if we can find it.
Yeah. That Toshi stun on the Nanami does put Ruben at 3 attacks potentially this turn. And I think Jesse does have a full board up front. So it is a little bit of a war of attrition at this point. And who can reveal that magic potion, that magic answer to breaking the big barrier that each person has set up on their board.
Yeah, and you know, especially from Jesse's side, we have a couple 3K attackers, so a play this turn could be just a 4K vanilla to the front line into like a special trigger, and just see if, you know, we're able to survive for another turn. But we do go for the Nobara in the back line, getting a filter, and for our last action point, there's the raid, Yuji. You love to see it. Getting ourselves another 4K attacker while removing a threat is going to help set up for a clear pressure here, because now there's a hole in the defenses. It is 3-3, so you can take that first point if you really want to from Jesse. Try to find like maybe a special trigger would be really, really important, but otherwise it's going to come down to the absolute wire here. And that was the final trigger. Whew, we don't want to see that as the other life, but getting really close here now as a 1-1. So Jesse is going to have to give up a couple blocks here to the 4K attackers. All right, and then we're going to pass over to Jesse, and the Nanami's back online. So we got to find a way to push damage and potentially freeze the Nanami again so he doesn't get the block into tapping something down, because otherwise this Sukuna is definitely looking to close the game in the next turn, because surely we're going to find another Sukuna's finger.
I do want to point out, I do believe Ruben hasn't milled enough cards to reach to that end game point of 15 cards in deck. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to go and count his cards, but yes, I don't think that has possibility, because if he was less than 15 cards, that Nanami becomes a 5K. So potentially blocking some of the impact damage that might come through from Jesse's turn.
All right, well, I'm going to channel the future here really quick. So we're going to block with the Nanami, which is going to tap something down and mill the Sukuna, but unfortunately does find the Kenpachi here, which is going to have impact 1. So no matter what here, we're going to have to see what we get off of the effect.
And
last life. No, it's the active trigger. So your winner is going to be Jesse by finding that impact right at the end of a very close game by both players. And the triple Toshiro getting the win there for the green Bleach deck. Very exciting gameplay. So, Div, tell me your thoughts. You know, how'd the match go, or is there anything that play that really stuck out to you in particular? You know, Toshiro just being a great guy at holding down that Gojo.
I definitely think being hit with 3 Toshiro raids, Ruben still came back from that. After those 3 Toshiro raids was really impressive. I think just shutting down that Gojo in the back when you have a mindset that you are going to be at 4 energy, which is your ceiling for that deck, really put a lot of pressure on Ruben. 3 Toshiro raids is not an easy thing to deal with, especially and shutting down one of your characters in the front line. And obviously, he did choose the Nanami, which is a really good choice from his player's perspective, because if he would block with his Nanami, he could rest one of the attackers, right? So I think that's a really good choice selection from the player. So I definitely think the 3 Toshi raids was really impressive coming out from his board.
Yeah, this was really great because, as I mentioned, it's 2 more control style of decks battling out, and it's a very interesting game state that you just don't see because these are 2 very different decks that line up compared to the rest of the meta overall. So, again, a little bit biased with Nanami getting to get a little more time in the spotlight, which is really nice, and a throwback to last year where we had Blue JJK as well. And just goes to show, Blue JJK is still here for the party and is going to continue to do well in Union Arena. And, again, that was just round 3. There is a lot more Union Arena action coming up all weekend long to look forward to. And here we're seeing more of the replay action happening where we got to see getting across that early aggression. I thought this was a really good play here. Again, you know that you want to be aggressive. The green Bleach deck can struggle a little bit with their early plays. Now, we did have the 2K Kenpachis, which was really nice of pressuring back against those 1,500 BP units in the Nanami and Nobara. But again, that early Kenpachi, man, what a good card.
Really good, putting that early game pressure. Those Kenpachi 2Ks, as you said, put a lot of pressure. But having that great Kenpachi that early on, taking a character and a damage, really puts that very strong start coming out from Jesse's board.
Yeah, really exciting to see, again, the upgrades that the different titles can get with Volume 2. I think Green Bleach was pretty decent anyways with just Volume 1, but now it really has a great spot with Volume 2. And that Toshiro, again, we're trying not to harp on it too much, but it is seriously a card that has gotten just so much better with how it interacts with the energy line and how greedy a lot of decks currently are in setting up their energy line. So that amount of disruption is exactly what you want to see. Or even like that Sukuna turn, right? If he had that Yuji in the back, just being cut off by that one turn with the Sukuna likely made the difference in this match. That one less energy because of the Toshiro resting it could have been the sole deciding factor in this match. Other than, you know, seeing 3 Toshiros is pretty good. But again, amazing play by both of our players starting off in our round 3 going through it. Again, 2 decks that go back to very early on in Union Arena's launch, both of them getting a Volume 2 now, which is really exciting to see. And of course, you know, maybe in the future we'll get like a Volume 3 JJK or something, or a Volume 3 Bleach, because that is a lot of content to get through and definitely something that we could see in the future. So going through the last couple turns here, and of course that impact being a great showcase by Jesse with that Kenpachi just resolving the effects, and with the Nanami tapping down the Kenpachi, and then we're going to flip over the last life. And again, if it was a final, we would have got to see a heal of 1, but Jesse on Green Bleach is your winner for round 3 Union Arena. But of course, that is going to wrap it up for the Union Arena side. There's a lot more gameplay coming on all weekend long or through the rest of the afternoon. We have some finals coming up, a lot more great gameplay. But Div, any final thoughts on the meta, or any last concerns, or, you know, what we might see, you know, coming up and what's going to take the spotlight?
Of course. One of the first things I wanted to say was we really got to see 2 Volume 2 upgraded decks. That's how much power Volume 2 can give to your upgraded decks. We have SAO Volume 2, Demon Slayer Volume 2 coming out, really powering up those Volume 1 decks. I honestly believe it was a difference of 1 finger that actually made the difference in that match. So, which was really, and that's why I love Union Arena. I love this game. The games are so close, so down to the wire. What I'm super excited about is to really see what the top 8 decks today could be, because all of them get a chance to compete in the Nats coming up later in the year. So it's going to be a really exciting time. I am super excited with what's to come in Union Arena, all the new sets. Evangelion for you, solo leveling for me, hand-signed cards coming to solo leveling, which, oh my god, I am so excited. We're finally getting it in North America. Super excited. I will definitely try and hope I pull one.
Absolutely. So, of course, there's a lot more actioning, as I mentioned, happen all weekend long. More gameplay coming up. So don't go anywhere, but we're going to take a short break, swap up who's here in the caster seat. But again, a lot of action going on through the rest of the stream and getting some champions crowned later this afternoon. And of course, a lot more updates to follow on social media through the official channels. But of course, this is a new channel on the YouTube. So make sure to subscribe, like all that good stuff to make sure it pops up in your next feed. But until next time, we'll be right back with more Bandai Card Games Fest here in Dallas. See you soon.
A lost horizon, a wildflower under snow. We know it is there, it emits a magic glow. A twin sister, I hear her singing in my bones. I dive through dimensions and onward I will go. Firebird girls from worlds apart. A leap of time, here we are. One heartbeat to fiery stars as we jump sonic fences and mental avatars. So let's be a fantastical breed. The firebirds flying in flames that will streak. Age opens and free. Twin sisters are we, the seekers of thrills endlessly. In the cyber spatial data of my eyes, where the vision streaming in from 100 million miles. I cross the border between the blinking of the mind to collide with my twin, with the sisterhood within. Firebird girls from worlds apart. Our sisterhood, here we are.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, to Bandai Card Game Fest here in Dallas, Texas. Joey here along with Aspira, and we are going to get an extra bonus round of Gundam today. I am so hyped about this. This is going to be a semifinal match, we're told. It's going to be green-blue taken on red-blue. So kind of two of the, I would say, paramount decks in the format right now as far as like aggro versus something a little bit more in the mid-range. But this should be a fun matchup, shouldn't it?
Yeah, 100%. There's a lot of interaction between these two decks. Ping obviously having the ability to be able to mitigate some of the offense in a more proactive way, right?
For sure.
I'm going to deploy bodies, they're going to chip away at your board, and I don't have to commit my attacks to them. So it's almost like a tempo versus tempo. But like you said, the mid-range really leans into the Ping strategy of being able to play kind of into that late game with the Maritas, tying in with those Kshatriyas. So there's a lot of opportunity there for Ping to be able to turn the game around. But if they're not able to see that early interaction, Rush can definitely put on a lot of pressure before the Ping deck is able to get on board.
Yeah, the LR Kshatriya isn't coming down to level 5 at the earliest, right? So if you don't start with the EX resource, you can end up getting in a situation where you're waiting a long time to get that big Ping turn with the Link Marita pilot going, right? But before that, you do have like some decent play into things, right? You've still got Amuro to rest things to, you know, run into, but we'll see how it ends up going here. Obviously, our player on the left running the green-blue, heavy aggro, heavy Xeon with a little bit of Amuro into the rest some blockers, can just run any deck over. I would say from what I've seen this weekend, just walking around, it feels like that's the most represented deck at the moment. And so we'll see if it can kind of come through here. It's a Jim versus Jim.
Yep, and down with the Zaku as well, representing the two early attackers. And yeah, a big pivotal turn here for Michael will potentially be like seeing something like a turn for Amuro with RX-78. The repair puts so much annoying pressure on the aggro decks because it feels like you need to commit like a whole link to be able to get in there. So we'll see kind of how Michael decides to go into this. We do have the Vesalius, which will actually allow the Gym to be able to crack through on this EX space. So a pivotal play plus being a little bit more of a beefier base, which means here we have DG7 might have to commit more resources or potentially even a link play to be able to get that off board, and then a Gym to wrap that up.
I like that because a lot of times one of the big questions newer players have is like, when is it okay to sacrifice my EX base? And this is definitely the type of situation where it's fine, right? If you are taking out their base, if you're, you know, again, you get to draw a card out of your shields, you get a stronger base essentially. You have that ability if it lives. Puts that pressure on your opponent to kind of have to get through just that much more to start hitting shields. And hey, that's a good way to get through a 5 HP base, isn't it?
That is a fantastic way. Never not have it here, and now that gives the opening to be able to do a little bit of clearing here. Pushing Michael down to 4, but did get that Amuro, which could be a key pivotal play here. So now we're probably in a position where we have to do a little bit of board control. We tried to put ourselves ahead of the race early on with that Vesalius, but now we're going to have to step things away. But it is so tough knowing that if I get rid of that Zaku, they just get to draw a card, so they didn't even really lose all that much advantage for having applied that much pressure. So,
I mean,
tough spot.
You say draw a card. I say put all my pilots on the bottom of my deck.
True.
That's usually what happens to me when that card gets popped. But, you know, Michael's in a good spot right now. I love that he was able to clear the EX base early on. You know, yeah, you're going to go ahead and, you know, have to remove this Zaku too. It's just too big of a threat. And when you have the gun tank combo there to do that extra final little bit of ping, that's certainly the way to do it. And, you know, you are kind of playing maintained at this point. You've lost a few shields. You might be a little bit sweating about that, but, you know, this deck is used to it.
Yep, Char is not a legal target. You cannot choose pilots with the LR.
That's right.
Like you were saying.
Like I was saying.
Like the pilots. Yep.
Yep.
And then we did see the rest was a Gym and a Gundam.
Yeah.
So the card is destroyed.
Yep.
Yep. I think we're just clarifying here. Yeah, so you cannot, so it has to be specifically a unit.
It does say Xeon unit, yeah.
Yep, so we're just clarifying that here. So it's one of those things, naturally, the most important shard to see is your first one, because that's the one that turns on your Gelgoogs and such. So not seeing anything after for that definitely hurts for sure. And we're not going to get any picks here because it was a Gym and RX-78 that was remaining in the hand.
Right.
But at least now we've got the one shard online for any future Gelgoogs that we might see.
Yeah. Certainly does help a little bit. And then the Gym running into the Zaku 1 there. So yeah, it's or Zaku 2 rather. It's so you're going to trade. You know, you don't mind making those 1-for-1s if you're going to be in a situation where you know later in the game you're going to be able to do those ping plays we talked about with the Kshatriya and the Merida, hopefully, and catch back up that way, right?
Yep, and I mean, it can't be understated. The whiff here is a pretty big deal because one of the big ways that you win against the aggro deck is just gas them out.
Exactly.
So if we're able to dwindle down their hand and they're not able to get those replacements, it definitely makes your job much easier, especially if we have another base that makes it a little bit harder for that gym on board to be able to do what it needs to do.
Yeah, I always think of it as trading a 1 HP base for a 5 HP base, or like a 4 or 6, depending on it, right? Where it's like, you feel a little bit bad sometimes seeing your shields go down, but you have to remember that you're not losing a shield, you're just replacing it with a harder shield to kill, you know?
Yep, you're definitely saving up here. And then the EX resource gone from Michael here as he's opting to go a little bit more tempo, deciding he needs the board presence, plays out that Rizel, and then we do see the first Corsica base here from DG7.
Yeah, so you do get that nice Tall Geese unit token, because it is his turn, of course. Gets a little bit more hand size, and you get the ability to go wide without directly playing another unit from your hand, right? And being able to continue to flood the board is kind of what this deck needs to do. Leaves 2 resources up here.
Yeah, and we do know that there's an Amuro in hand, so here a Gundam link could be huge to do some board cleanup here, especially since like you can almost effectively kind of get a free trade in. You can just go with your gun tank with the AP buff that the Gundam provides, and then you leave your other bodies really healthy. So this is a pretty slow turn here for DG7 and could provide good opportunity for Michael.
For sure, and Michael even has a Vesalius attack buff too. He doesn't even need the Amuro, but he does have the Amuro there to rest that. But again, Vesalius can allow the gun tank to trade into the Tall Geese token if he wants to. But I think if he would have had the RX-78 LR, that we would have seen that hit the board immediately. I think you're right that that's the ideal play right now. But hey, he's able to make it work with what he's got, which is pretty.
Yeah,
nice.
100%. It's effectively very similar play line, and then he still has the 3 resources to be able to go a little bit wider here. So we do see the Vesalius here most likely on the gun tank.
Depending on what he's got in his hand, I suppose. I mean, with our kind of imperfect information looking at it, that seems like a pretty clean way to remove it. Yeah, and that's exactly what he's going to do. And now we'll see what the follow-up is, because you do want to try to build the board a little bit more. You know, if you taking out the Corsica base, or at least doing, I guess it'd be what? Yeah, that is enough.
It's
right.
Full
The
6,
Rizel has 3, right? Or 6, right? It's a 4-3, right? But yeah, having those 3 resources, you got to play something out. There's the Kshatriya. Oh, and he's got the Merida pair as well. So it's the lower level Kshatriya. So he's only going to get the 1 ping damage, but that is still nice to be able to remove a shield, and a Rikdom hits the trash.
Yep, Michael here recognizing that he needs to not stall the game too long. If there's an opening to apply pressure, he can. And effectively what this says is next turn, you either deal with this Kshatriya or you're losing your gym for free, especially if you're going for a turn where you're just going to go wide and not really attack with anything.
Right.
So here it almost makes sense to like sack off your gym into, if you're not even going to deal damage to the base, maybe onto one of the other units, so that it makes it easier for you to be able to contest the turn afterwards. But that Kshatriya is a 5-5. You've got that Rizel that's a 6-4, which are very beefy bodies. And effectively, DG7 we need to commit an entire link play to even be able to get rid of those at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the aggro deck right now, if you're DG7, I feel like you're in a pretty rough spot, because your early attacks did kind of get through. It did do a little bit, but honestly, like 2 of those shields were taken by bases too. So it's like not even all that shield damage was done by units from DG7 side of the board. So it's been a slow start for sure, and that is the last thing you want to see. And it is a best of 3 though. So, you know, if this game does end up going Michael's way, DG7 is going to have a chance to come back. But yeah, game 1, you know, it's never over till it's over in Gundam, especially in a set 1 meta, but it's looking a little bit rough. Let's see if he goes. Okay, I was wondering if he was going to decide to go for the trade.
Yeah, so that's the 4 damage, and I do believe we saw gun tanks in hand.
Right.
Being able to get that one last chip in, which was this setup here.
Yep. Looks a little bit odd, but I think you're right. I think I did see at least 1 or 2 in there. Yeah, there's one.
Yeah, so, and that's the beauty of having these beefy sides. The benefit that the ping deck has is that you have these big beefy bodies that the aggro deck, if they want to deal with it, need to commit 3-4 cards, right? So like, yes, this was you know, Kshatriya is a good body and Michael lost it, but DG7 did have to commit a unit, a pilot, plus one of his gun tank plays to be able to get rid of it.
Right. Kind of end up going 2.5 for 2, really, because the gun tank unit stayed out, but it's still a trade slightly in Michael's favor, I suppose. Oh, and there's a Zaku, too, from Shields going to the trash as well. There's a good old RX-78, too, and he's got the link. There's the Amuro Ray. What is he going to rest? I would imagine it's going to be, yeah, I like the gun tank, right? Because then you can trade into it, not take a lot of damage back. You could just heal it, in fact, because of the repair. And say, you know what, that Zaku isn't enough to break through the base anyway, unless you have a pilot attached to it. So, you know, be my guest, right? At this point, you're probably going to want to save those Shars for the high maneuver link actions later anyway. So I think you feel pretty comfortable. But he goes into shields, actually. So putting the pressure on instead. All right. So Michael, shifting gears here, trying to be the aggressor.
Yep, recognizing I can present lethal here.
Yeah.
And if it's not lethal, the opponent needs to attack 3-4 units into my RX-78 and Rizel to be able to get rid of him. I'm pretty safe now. At the moment, it would require multiple links for him to, or a pair. So you would need like a pair here plus a link to be able to break through, which isn't impossible. But now the onus is on DG7 to be like, okay, can I win here? And if I can't, do I commit to this board? And to commit to this board, you need, effectively DG7 will end up with no board whatsoever at the end of the turn. So Michael's just in a position where it's kind of win-win for him outside of DG7 having specifically the perfect high roll hand.
You know, I'm looking at DG7's, camera over there, and it looks like he's got like maybe 3 cards in hand maximum right now too. So your resources are kind of limited as far as hand size right now too. And it doesn't, if he had a show of resolve, you'd imagine he might search with it right now, but let's see what he's got.
Yeah, I think
looks like he's got a plan here.
Yeah, I think he's doing lethal math right now and trying to see if he's got it.
Yeah.
Which, of course, anything can swing depending on how those shields are looking, but... Yep.
Okay, Amuro, gets the rest there.
And here we'll see if he decides to commit to the board control plan. So it does seem like we're going to go ahead and start chewing our way back here.
You would need to have a very specific hand, I think, to be able to put a lethal together this turn. But you can at least try to maybe put something together for the next 2 turns and prevent yourself from being taken out here. Now, gonna peek at the hand.
Rick Dom, most likely the pick here, although I think I do see a Charizard 2. Does look like we'll go with the Rick Dom.
Yeah.
The Breach could do a lot of work in that end game versus a couple of shields. So we do 3 damage onto the RX-78. We still need 2 more to be able to get rid of it. And you do need to commit to that now because otherwise you'll be able to repair out of it. But Anksha into Gun Tank, I think, is going to go ahead and do that final little bit of work.
Perfect. Putting a 3-3 out there and then the Gun Tank to get that final ping is really nice. So you've established the body. You get to play the Rick Dom as well. And that is suddenly a great swing from DG7, feeling a little bit more safe. Even with just 2 shields remaining, knowing that there's just 1 unit on the side of the board from Michael, but that's 3 turns sideways. Okay, oh boy.
Oh, that is
going for the
tough resolve.
Yeah, I mean, you do not have a lot of resources left, and you've got a big board to answer. That is a feels bad for Michael right there. Ooh.
Yeah, we're going to apply pressure and maybe just hope for the best on our shields, because at the moment we do have...
Okay.
And then a Gun Tank, but that's still... Oh, they just need the 1, right? Because it's rated. Okay, so that's good. So technically not lethal yet on board, but any link can kind of do it there. So Michael kind of just hoping here. Naturally, shields could go any which way. Is still representing lethal himself. So if DG7 doesn't feel like he can get there right away, potentially we'll have to go ahead and do another board control turn. Although the Rick Dom can do a little bit of breaching, so maybe...
It's a little bit awkward because it's only breach 2, and he's going to do it because you breach through the base, and then the Anksha finishes it off with a 3 damage, right? So you've got that, that Rick Dom. As much as I love Rick Dom, but it had to go to the trash, right? Replaces with a couple of units. Okay.
There's the hand. That's it. That's a DG7 put it down on the board and said, can you get there? But that's very nice for Michael because now he has full information. He knows that there's no link coming down my way. If I have a link, depending on what this last shield is, I can close out the game. If not, I know that I can clear out this Anksha, and I will live to see another day.
Ooh, another search.
So at this point, that feels really nice because the additional cards will go a long way into helping out what Michael could potentially do here. We did see a Marita draw, so I don't know if we've got a link, but again, options.
Yeah, and if only he had that 1 more resource, he'd have the resources to Merida onto the LR Kshatriya. We don't know if that's in the hand. At least he does trade into the Anksha. There's the Roselle coming down, so that's another unit that's able to trade into quite a bit on the blue-green side of things, pretty much everything.
Yep, Michael knows he's safe. He knows that no matter what, there is no draw in your deck right now that'll be able to get you the 3rd swing that you need to be able to take me out. So I'll go ahead, set up for lethal right now. We have the Maritas in hand. I'm able to top deck into a link, guaranteed win game from there.
Yep, that's the idea. And it's been such a back-and-forth game. It's been really fun to watch. But this blue-red deck doing what it's supposed to be doing. Now, just 1 card in hand. Yeah, goes in and plays the RX-78 too, but nothing in hand to link with it. No extra attack there. So 0 shields for Michael. Can he get the job done? Looks like he absolutely can. Yep.
Oh, we're BMing now?
Oh, well, what's this? Oh, come on, man. Come on. Come on.
We'll get the ping, we'll get the swing, get the damage.
It's like, this is best of 3, right? You got to play this guy again. Michael, though, takes game number 1. in the semifinals here against DG7. I'm looking forward to the rest of this series, right? Because this is one of those matches that can be very back and forth, and it can be a little bit draw dependent. But the thing to keep in mind too is that we are still in the set one meta, right? So things are just going to be a little bit limited in terms of a card game sense overall, right? But I gotta say, after playing like 30 years of competitive card games, this is definitely one of the best set one metas I've ever seen,
Yeah, a lot of options, a lot of back and forth, a lot of techs that you can be able to play in your deck, and evolution. It's nice to see that the decks have evolved from just their base versions. The blue-red pink deck's just playing Visalia, so some of them playing Corsica, the one-year war aggro deck kind of finding its pacings. You know what? Maybe Michael was just being gracious. He's like, even if that was a shields, this is how I would have gotten rid of it. Maybe he's just getting those mind games out of his opponent's head.
It's not like you don't know what's in the deck when you're playing against that deck, right?
True.
So yeah, it's not like a big surprise.
Very
not
close,
giving away any info at least.
Yeah, very close though. Could have went either way. Honestly, one link a little earlier there for GG7 would have been able to push him there. So we'll see where he opts to go. If he opts to go second, we've talked about previously how powerful that can be, especially getting that upper level or being able to play 2 1-drops right away. So we'll kind of see how the players decide to line that up, and who'll be going first, who'll be going second, and who will kick it off.
It shows you just how important card conservation is in this game, where DG7 was literally one swing away from being able to win it himself. If you go back and rewatch that game, I wonder if there's a turn, if there's an action, there's somewhere where maybe he could have traded just a little bit more efficiently. I think he played it out really well, but that's the kind of game where, like, if I'm a pro player, I'm going to go back and watch that and see if there's some little thing that might have tipped the scales there. But either way, I think a well-played game by both sides coming into game number 2, and now we'll see if Michael can get that 2-0 or if DG7 is going to battle back and send us to a game 3.
All right, so DG7 opting to go first here and not having a turn 1 play, which definitely sets back that tempo, so might be regretting it now based on his mulligan. And then on turn 2, only being able to play out a 1-drop. I mean, that's for the aggro deck, that's just tough.
That is almost backbreaking right there. That is super rough. Like, I still struggle to think of a lot of opportunities where I want to go first in this game, and I know that the deck he is playing is one of those decks where you can make a good argument for it. But that said, I still really love, going second every time, no matter what deck I'm playing right now.
Yeah, especially now where, like, he didn't have a turn 1 play. His turn 2 play was a single body. So now if he didn't even have a link in hand, he can't even crack the base. So if we see like a Char, Zaku 2, okay, so then we'll probably see the Char here. So at least we'll be able to make damage there, but it is definitely a crawl back for DG7 on a pretty slow startup.
It feels a little bit bad to use the 5 swing into the EX base, right? You do get to remove another shield, like you're saying, and you know that Zaku 2 is going to, produce the token when it's destroyed now. So you've got that kind of solace, right, where you're going to have a unit that replaces itself, but now you're kind of thinking, too, if you're the aggro player, like, all right, well, I really hope I can pick up another one of those high maneuver combos when I need to later in the game now. Yeah, that's 1 down.
Yeah, 1 less to go.
Oh, okay. Oh, boy.
There we go. So I love this play. I do love the turn 4 tempo out. Gundam, it just does so much work. It heals, which makes it even harder for the opponent to have to deal with afterwards. This will produce enough attackers to full clear the board as well. And a pretty healthy one as well. You can go Rizel into the 2-2 and then go Jim into the 3-1, and then you're feeling like in a really good spot at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. And then Rizel, like you said, into the 2-2. It still lives with an HP remaining, and now you've got a board of things that are still alive, which sounds like kind of a silly thing to be excited about. But in this game, like, trading and having your unit live is so big right now.
Yeah, so many game states end up just being, I attack into your thing, both our things die, and then I try to come back from it elsewhere. So like you're saying, the repair and the ability to be able to maintain your bodies here is huge, especially now that Gundam will be able to repair again and be at full health sustaining going into this next turn. It just makes it very annoying to stick around, especially since the AP buff can make it so that like your Jim can attack into this Anksha and be able to clear it the next turn afterwards if that's something you need to do.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, anything feels good when you get that unit left. And there's a gun cannon. Oh, I was going to say. Looked like it for a second. Maybe. I love that C++ resource, by the way.
The one of gorgeous.
All right, so now Michael, the one going a little bit wide here, and that RX-78 should be healing here at the end of the turn too. Yeah, there we go.
Got the repair. The gun cannon is super annoying against aggro decks as well. Because if you pair with an Amuro, that's 2 rests, and then you're going to be able to repair, which means it'll stay healthy.
All right, well, there's another RX-78 that DG7 doesn't have to worry about. And that is, I believe that was the Unicorn Banshee
Yeah.
LR as well. There's a little bit of a glare there, but I think I caught it before it went to the trash. And there's a Rickdom coming down for DG7. One of my favorite cards in the game. I love to play Breachless. That is one of the best.
Yep, it's just very well statted, very annoying to deal with, especially in this position. So that'll be kind of a high valuable target for Michael if he's got another Amuro in hand or a way to be able to rest that down. Just because no matter what, without a base, it'll effectively be, it can be lined up to be a guaranteed damage.
Yeah, for sure. It's with the Breach too, it's like you're not going to be looking to do a lot of base damage ideally with it, but it is so nice to be able to trade into something with its higher attack, the 3/3 stat line, you know, plus if you put a pilot on it and just take out a shield, right?
Yep.
Feels so good. There's a Corsica base, so going to get that token as well.
Yep, start off with the tall gaze here. Didn't deal with the RX-78 though, and that's where I was talking about. Now we're in a position where, you know, the Gym could trade up with the Anksha. That feels fine. We can throw the gun tank into the Charizard 2.
Yeah.
And now it's just about how do I deal with this Rickadom there that's just kind of staring me down.
It's Rickdom. Yeah, it is tough, right? Because that +1 AP that the RX-78 gives when paired is not something to ignore, right? Going to take out the base first. And what's the plan here? Because, yeah, you can trade extremely efficiently, but he's going to go shields.
Yep, just try to get an idea of what his opponent sees before having to compete on the board. Maybe does have a base or something that could make the math a little bit more in his favor. Michael does have the flexibility that he won game 1.
Yeah.
So he can experiment here with trying to see how to take game 2 without feeling like his entire run is over.
There is a very much like tempo aspect to this deck, and he took a big time tempo swing by going wide this last turn. So if he can push that, you know, okay, now he is doing a little bit of trading, so kind of some measured damage with a little bit of trading too. Again, I think the important thing is just using what you've got on the board before you start playing things from your hand.
Yeah.
Just trying to gain as much information and restrict as much information from your opponent as possible before spending any resources. That's just good card game fundamentals in general.
Yeah, 100%. You know, like, okay, if my opponent gets a base, let's see if my opponent has a base. If he doesn't have a base card, again, understanding what I need to compete with here. The math plays out. We're currently not over on board. We do have the Kshatriya here and then pass. So dangerous position because now we are a link away, assuming there's nothing in base. We do have one resource up.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a little bit of interaction there, but maybe like a siege ploy or something like that.
Maybe.
But Michael is banking on DG7.
Hand right on it.
Yeah, Michael's banking on DG7 not having a very specific line of play here. We do know that we... okay.
Huh. All right. So doing a little bit of drawing, and, you know, you would imagine, like you said, he's looking for that link, you know? Because there's a decent chance he could just win the game here unless, you know, there is something in Michael's hand that can prevent it. And you'd have to hope there is.
So a shield could save us here.
Right.
If he's got the link, it would have to be multiple lines of play. But Michael here deciding, I just need to go for the win. I'm going to deploy 4 bodies. I present lethal on board. If you don't have it, now I'm in a position where I feel okay. So we have the Char.
Okay.
Okay, so half measure. We didn't have the link, but we're going to trade, and I'm still going to get a shield out of you. So now I'm taking Michael off of lethal.
Right, right. All right, and then what's the rest of the plan here? Do you take him down to just like try to take him down to 0 shields and then say, all right, deal with it? Oh, never mind.
Okay.
There's a Physalis base. And I mean, he is down to 0 shields, but he's got that base in the way now.
Yep, so it's a little bit of added protection. And it's a card draw, right? It's an additional card that Michael did not have in hand, which potentially could give him the out to the board. So now the question is like, what do I do with this Tall Geese?
Yeah, I mean, you got to do something with it because the Merida, if the Merida comes down as a pilot, that's going to just blow everything up because you've got two HP units on DG7 side of things. It's a very fragile board state right now.
Do have the 2 available. You could trade into, it wouldn't even be a trade. You could get rid of the gun tank and then just hope that your Tall Geese isn't going to get pinged out the turn afterwards.
Yeah. I mean, it would almost set up like the perfect Merida pairing.
It very much would. I think at this point we're just praying that there's nothing there.
Yeah.
Because right now DG7 has to realize that if there's an Amuro in hand, especially with that gun cannon still alive, he could be facing not having a board at all going into his next turn, and then one singular link wouldn't be enough to be able to both break the base and go for game. So
right. Okay, and there's the Amuro on the Tall Geese, and yeah, resting the Kshatriya. Okay. And he can trade into that if he chooses. Yep.
Interesting. Okay, so...
All right.
Will we see another play with the 1? Okay.
Yes, it's a gym. Okay. I'm not upset about that at all. I mean, you put that token to good use. You got rid of the Kshatriya. Sometimes it is a little bit dangerous to play one of those without having the pilot. You just don't get the usage out of it. Then again, sometimes you're playing it because you got another one in the hand.
Yeah, and I did see Michael just top
Yep.
deck the Merida, so I think this will be a very nice spot for it right here.
Yeah.
So now we can full clear the board, which will be very hot. So ping on both of those. We'll probably end up pinging the standing gym and then kamikazing, I don't know, like a gun tank into it or something.
Yeah, quite possible. Into the Zaku then later on, you're saying?
Yeah.
After the attack?
Yeah, so we...
Okay.
Saying no.
Okay.
So maybe the gun... I think we're playing very risky games here, depending.
This is a little bit. It's some bold moves coming out of Michael's side of the board right now. That said, the ping from the attack on the Kshatriya is quite good, but that is a brave move, leaving a unit alive when you only have that. But hey, it's like I said. That is why I've cut the number of that card in my decks, because I am in the exact same spot DG7 is every game I play, I feel like, with that Zaku too.
Yep.
I miss every time.
Okay, so now that makes sense.
I feel you, man.
We had
a
a pair with the gun cannon, and that cleared the board.
Yeah.
Because I was like,
oh, there you go.
Man, you're just going to leave that gym there for the chance of a link for game? That's quite bold. But no, we did get the board clear here, and we have 2 healthy units to be able to present for lethal next turn, or 3 healthy units. One of which being obviously the Merida, which is Merida Kshatriya combo.
Yeah, that ping when attacking, right.
Yeah, so now DG7 needs 2 link plays to even have a winning chance here.
There's a gun tank. All right, so going for a little bit more damage here. What else does he have? Hello, 3rd gun tank. Okay. Wow. The entire battalion here.
Yeah, the whole squad. And now I guess we're just banking on shields. We're just banking on shields. So DG7 here praying that 2 things. Michael doesn't have another link, and 2, that last one's a Corsica base right there.
Yep. Is it? It is not, and that's the end of the game there, and that is a 2-0 in favor of Michael Seekers here. And I think he was showing, you had that last base, right, of course. But, yeah, I think really well played by both players here. I mean, our aggro player kind of putting on as much pressure as he possibly could. And I think you go back to the beginning of that game, too. Like, the start was just so slow. That is a tough position to come back from. And I think he kind of did the best he can. But Michael taking the series 2-0, moving on.
Yeah, 100%. Congratulations to him for moving on to the finals, actually. So
we'll see him later today.
Blue-Red Ping, one of the more interactive decks in the format, clearly showcasing it here. The different multitudes of between the rest moding, the pinging, how you can kind of navigate the board while still applying tempo is very nice. And like you're saying, that slow start, unfortunately, here for GD7 kind of put him in a position where, okay, I'll go first. And you do choose your mulligans or who goes first before you end up seeing your draws.
Correct.
So like, I have 8 1-drops in my deck. What are the odds? Well, unfortunately, if you don't see it that way, now you're in a position where you're a little bit slower. And he was almost there. So I think that little bit of added speed with being a level up would have 100% helped.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of your 1-drops are level 2 1-drops, right? So it's, I mean, you've got like the DOP is a level 1. So it's like, it can be really difficult to just even get anything out when you go first. But yeah, it's, he took a swing, it didn't quite land, and I liked how Michael played that second game a little bit more aggressively, a little bit more risky, saying, all right, I've got a chance to go wide against a slower start. That gives me a good chance to maybe end it early, and if I don't, I've always got that 3rd game to fall back on. So I think in a best-of-3 sort of like strategy mindset, that was a good way to approach that situation too from his side.
Yeah, 100%, because whenever you're like the slower deck, right? Blue-Red Ping is slightly slower, and you can put the aggro deck in a position where like, oh, now I need to board control.
Right.
That deck is not optimized for board control, and it's in a position where it is losing 2 to 3 cards more than if it was the inverse situation where the mid-range deck can probably make some more favorable trades. So now, okay, I need to get rid of this RX-78. I need to, play 2 to 3 cards to get there, the 2.5 cards of value like you were talking about with the gun tank before. So you're just in a position where now they're playing a value-oriented game, which slows them down even more, and the deck isn't built to be able to deal with that. So by going wide, Michael put GD7 in a position where it was just lose-lose on whether I could race, but then I'm just getting full cleared and then I just run out of gas, or I run out of gas by trying to clear your board and now I'm losing 2-for-1 trades.
Right. It's why it's one of my favorite decks in the format. There's just so much you can do with it. It's so much fun to watch. Michael piloted brilliantly, and so we'll see him in the finals a little bit later today, but that's not the only finals that we're going to see here on day 2 of the Bandai Card Games Fest. Do not go anywhere. Quick break, and when we come back, the Digimon finals will be coming at you, so we'll see you for that in just a few.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Bandai Card Game Fest 2526 in Dallas. I am Neighbor and joined by DigiPanda.
Hello, hello.
We're going to be talking about Digimon.
Digimon!
It's going to be awesome. We are going into the finals now for our national tournament.
Yep. It's been a bit of a roller coaster, actually, because we had a few ideas for what was possibly going to win, what was probably going to, lead up to where we're at today. As you said yourself, you mentioned Sakuyamon as a potential option. I went the more traditional route with Leviamon, and we did see both those decks in the top 16. What are your thoughts on the other decks that were in there?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw kind of like a wide variety of everything that was going on. It was harder to pinpoint, but when we got down to those top 16 decks, it was pretty much exactly what we were expecting. There were 6 different decks that were running that Guilmon, Growlmon engine, 3 of them being Megidra-based, 3 of them being, of course, the classic Gallantmon. And then we had a couple of others on the fringes, 2 CS Omni decks, 2 Galaxy decks, and then a bunch of one-ofs all the way up and down. We had Sakuyamon, like I had predicted.
Yep.
We had Leviamon, like you had predicted.
Purple
We also
Hybrid?
had Purple Hybrid.
That was
We
a
had
big one.
DM
Machinedramon, that was the surprising one. I'm still of the opinion that I didn't see the vision with that version of Machinedramon, but seeing it in action, we saw it yesterday briefly against Imperial Dramon, and Vademon does a lot of work against decks in this format.
It does a lot of work. And speaking of Imperial Dramon, that was another, there was just a single copy of Imperial Dramon in the top 16, single copy of the Gankumon turtle deck.
The turtle deck.
As well. Didn't quite convert all the way into the top 8 or the top 4, but here, getting down to the finals, it's going to be, you're kind of spot on. We've got a Leviamon deck that is poised to go up from Momin, of course, who is
a returning, card game player. We saw him last year, in the same kind of, hot seat as well. And also, I believe he was second place last year. Is that correct for World?
He was, yeah. Ended up finishing second place, had a really strong showing. Back-to-back finalist for Nationals is definitely no small feat, and I'm always excited to see Momin playing, and he's going to be playing up against a Gallantmon player, the final remaining representation.
Another one of our fellow content creators. He does specifically love the Guilmon Gallantmon line. We're not sure whether it's more of an OTK base or if it's more of a mid-range or control build with Takados. There's always that discussion of what kind of builds people use. Some people use tamers. Some people just choose to use option cards for stabilizing their memory.
Right, the consistency that is allowed to you by having multiple access to trainings, memory boosts, and so on. I believe Lance is going to be on a couple copies of Cool Boy, which is interesting, but not any Takados on his particular list. So it is more low to the ground, really cheap options that are going to be searching for your cards and getting you memory as you go along. It's definitely going to be a more lean and fast version of Gallantmon, straight to the point.
And these two players are battling it out right now for just the champion, at the title of champion. They are already confirmed to be, getting their invitation to Worlds.
That's true.
Third and fourth place will be battling it out for that last slot. And I think we have some prize support to show on screen here. And there we go. We got the rules in the format. Number of games to win here necessary 2. The time is, of course, unlimited, which means that, there's no tiebreakers, no, draws. For prizing, what do you think of it so far?
I mean, first of all, it's always fantastic when you get to see, one of my friends managed to make that top 6 cut and take that picture with the playmat. It looks beautiful. And here we have the first place trophy card along with the top 3 playmat. That playmat showing off the Cyber Sleuth characters looking really good.
Kyoko Kurami with Alphamon.
Alphamon in the back, always a fan favorite Digimon. And then, of course, these trophy cards are always beautiful to look at.
Kazujimon, correct? Is that the one that we're getting here? No spoilers for Cyber Sleuth players out there who are unaware of Kyoko Kurami's true identity.
Absolutely. I'm really excited to see who gets to walk away with that trophy. And like you said, it feels like the players who have made it to this top 2, the tensions are not nearly as high as they were to get to this point because both players are qualified for Worlds, but I know that both of them want to walk away being able to say they're the number 1. And like I mentioned before, Momin was able to qualify for the finals last year at Nationals, earlier this year, rather, in it was January.
Yeah, and we also had that brief discussion too in regards to how Leviamon is a deck that he has basically made his pet deck. He has played it multiple times last year and this year, and it's funny because when we checked over the deck list from last year and compared it to this year's, it was probably like, what, 2-card difference?
2, 3, 4, very small numbers.
Yeah.
Like we're seeing the newest card in his list is the scrambles that were just not available prior in last Nats, but everything else has been slight ratio changes here and there.
We also talked about the power of Lance's deck, Gallenmon, because, you know, Gallenmon support cards came in the recent set of BT21 World Convergence. You had BT21 Guilmon, Growlmon, or Growlmon, though that leaned more towards the Megidramon aspect of play here. Not so much the Gallenmon necessarily, but EX8 was basically the latest in terms of side set as well. So both these decks are, I would say, older, if you want to call it that way.
Yeah, relative to kind of what we've seen dropping most recently, the CS Omni is kind of like the biggest, newest, fresh face. Galaxy did get quite a few new tools as well.
Yes.
You know, as we've seen these cards, we've seen them, you know, definitely represented, but not quite converting all the way to the finals. DM is one that I think, you know, similarly new to, you know, the Galaxy cards. EX9, you know, still making it to that top 4, and when, you know, we mentioned we're having a battle to see who makes that third place, the 3rd and 4th.
Yes.
Currently playing it out right now. It is going to be between DM Machine and Galaxy.
And we saw specifically before how DM Machine Dramon does very well against decks that use Tamers. So Davis Motomiya, for example, was easily bounced in yesterday's featured match. Today, I mean, we could see Sayo and Ko getting flipped back, Sayo also going back to the hand through Vademon's effect. But I think it was also the crackback potential of Machine Dramon being able to take out 2 or 3 security. And then there are additional tricks that even I wasn't aware of when we were, you know...
They're taking a peek.
Yeah, just taking a peek over there of like how things are going.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely one of those decks that, because a lot of people did kind of skip over reading all those cards because they are so archetype specific, they really only go in the one deck. You can end up getting sucker punched by these things that you didn't really expect to happen. So there are some surprise plays to get some extra attacks here and there, some extra security plus, and really, especially with the versatility and resilience of Machine Dramon, it's going to get through all of those checks.
And we're also getting more of this type of general support with CS Trade Digimon. We saw it firsthand in BT22. We got CS Omnimon, we got CS Dianamon, and now with BT23, we're seeing a lot more reveals each day of, you know, undead Digimon that are getting that CS trait. We're seeing the newest Angemon and Kilomon and Shakuamon are also now CS trait as well.
Those personally, I'm a big fan of the other DNA Digivolutions getting the same kind of support that Imperial Dramon has had for so long. You know, we've had quite a bit with the Davis and Ken being a menace up to this point, but I love to see Shakuamon, personally one of my favorites, really showing off, and I would love to see Sylphimon kind of go in that same direction too, but might have to wait their turn.
Might be the new dual card that was talked about actually in yesterday's presentation, because there were a lot of speculations online that I was seeing, you know, players talking about that, and you know, at this point, you know, we just get the dual Tamers.
Yeah, I can't wait to figure out what that's going to be again. We could only think, right? We could only think what could be in store, but if it's anything like the newest mechanic that we got last time with Aces, it completely changed the game.
It did.
I think it'll be really interesting to see how we go forward.
Blast Digivolution was definitely something that was new to players, because before we traditionally didn't have anything that allowed us to interact on our opponent's turn. I think the closest thing that we had was BT6 Gabumon and Agumon, who, when their respective tamer Matt Ishida and Tai Kamiya were played, you would gain a memory. That was kind of the bulk of your interaction when it came to Digimon itself, outside of security effects like Hammer Spark, Jack Raid. Those were the option cards that in security would be, you know, benefits for you as a player as protection or maybe passing turn. But Digimon-wise, we didn't have that interaction.
Yeah, we started to get some kind of like all turns effects. Of course, blocker's always been a keyword in the game, so that's something that, you know, we've had to consider. But then there's also been, you know, when we had Bloomlord as a relevant deck for a while, Hydramon was a Digimon that said, you know, if you suspend, I'm going to start stealing memory from you. So you have to consider what you're doing based on my Digimon that's on board. But it's always been an on-board threat. It's not always been a hidden information zone, right?
Yes.
Now, with the addition of Aces, you have to consider, well, just because my opponent has a level 5 Digimon on board, if I am willing to attack into that, that might be a myriad of different options that are going to be coming back at me, even on my own turn.
And with Leviamon now, too, it kind of created a new system where it looked for your opponent to play a Digimon, and if your opponent was like, okay, I just won't play a Digimon, you know, Leviamon players would simply say, I'm not giving you a choice. You have to play a Digimon. You have to play one out. and I will gain some benefits from it.
Absolutely, with the benefits of Dragomon as well as the level 4 from that same Octomon.
Yeah, Octo.
Is going to be forcing Digimon to be played by effect on the opponent's side of the field. That'll trigger the Leviamons, and we might be seeing quite a bit of that, as well as, Leviamon is always looking for Digimon to be played by effects. Well, what is one thing that the Guilmon and Growlmon engine does so well is they float into new Digimon.
Hello, Growlmon X.
And that just is Leviamon food.
Yes, and this is where Growlmon X is going to be potentially the maker or breaker for this matchup, because it could be that extra body that brings out Rush Guilmon. It could be, setting up a secondary stack, but by setting up or attempting to set up that next stack, you might bring out Leviamon. But on the flip side, I think we could also see that by bringing out Leviamon, this creates a big Digimon on board, which means those promo Gallantmons could be an advantage for Lance as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Gives you a big target to play that Digimon for cheap. Go ahead and get that deletion out of the way, because Leviamon as a Digimon, it's kind of all front forward. It doesn't have any protection. The main protection is it's hiding in the trash waiting for you to do your big play before it comes out. But then once you've deleted that Digimon, it's not really doing too much.
In the end, I could see this game being kind of a game of chicken where, one player is kind of like, I know you're going for the Leviamon play, and then the other player could be like, I know, I'm trying to make you do it so then I can get advantage from it. And we've seen this before even in the past where Leviamon mirror matches are very complicated because one person will trigger their Biting Crush delay first, the other person will be like, okay, you played a Digimon, so now I'll play a Digimon. And then 7th Lightning comes out, or that X antibody underneath allows them to go into Leviamon X.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of back and forth that could be had. I think the question is who's going to be able to set up themselves in a position to take advantage of that kind of thing. I know we'd mentioned that Lance's list is going to be more of a, really aggressive, low-to-the-ground version of Gallantmon that's just going to keep playing those low-cost search cards until they can go all the way up into Gallant and kind of blast your security. Leviamon, of course, is a deck list that's got full of boosts and trainings and all kinds of ways to find your pieces. But who's going to be able to get there first? And I think typically the Growl engine is allowing for more aggressive early starts. We're going to see if that really is a benefit for Lance, or if that's going to be a little bit of a negative, because in order to do that and take advantage of those aggressive starts, you have to put on Digimon that say, when I am deleted, I play another Digimon, and then that is potentially everything the moment wants.
You also mentioned earlier that Lance isn't on necessarily the Ducatos, which means that there won't be blitz or like end of turn attacks. And with Gallantmon X, you typically want to have that end of a turn attack because you have immunity during your opponent's turn. Hence, when the memory passes over, it's more so protected. But the option cards like 7th Lightning or Biting Crush could be issues as well for Lance as well.
Yeah, that's right. And that's one of the main things is Gallantmon is typically very protected from Digimon effects, but option cards, free reign to take care of this Digimon. So a lot of things that you'll have to consider is now I don't just get to swing freely into security knowing that nothing's going to take care of me because I have a really big TP value. Option cards like 7th Lightning, you're going to have to keep track if Moment is trashing those cards from hand or holding them close to the chest. They might be hiding in security. Where are they? It's going to be something to keep track of. And of course, if they are trashed by effects, then whenever we do go into Levi X, we can still trigger it from the trash and it will still take care of that Gallant X.
And here we are.
Hey, we've got Golden Boy Moment on the left, like we said, returning finalist from last Nats. And last year did end up coming second to Onion. Will have a chance to redeem that and take the victory. Can we see a finalist at a Moment this year?
Yeah. We've got those players are just staring.
They're getting ready.
There's Lance.
Set up. There he is.
Giratina Gaming.
Keeping that big smile on his face.
Gotta. So initial thoughts, who do you think has the advantage?
Personally, I feel like the edge in speed is going to go to Gallantmon. And I think that might be all the difference, because if you close out the game before Leviamon's able to set up a crackback, you are good to go. You are clear. However, if you aren't able to finish what you start, I think the crackbacks that I've seen out of Moment today have been just unreal.
Yes. And I think that's the big thing for me too, where you're right, speed is the big thing here, but if you can't end the game, the crackback potential of Leviamon is huge.
And you really have to finish your food. And Moment I've seen multiple times. He's a very safe player.
Yeah.
So there are multiple times where you'll see he might be able to go for game off of his multiple security stacks, restand off of Cerberus Mon. But if he knows, there's a chance that something in security could go awry, we'll usually opt to set up a board more often than going for everything.
Yeah.
So I've seen multiple times where Moment's sitting here with multiple Leviamons on board, cleared you of everything that you had. You have nothing to come back, and the next turn will finish the job. It does such a good job of being very aware of the situations.
Who do you think wants to go first?
I don't think anybody wants to go first. I think, especially with both of these different playstyles of wanting to play a large number of boosts, and we want to make sure that we have a couple of different pieces. We're going up a line, right? Both of these are Digimon decks that want to evolve up to their level 6. Typically, those types of decks want to go second so that they have a little bit extra memory on the first turn, make sure that they can spend the extra time searching for the pieces they need before they are kind of incentivized to go out and do something about it,
I think Moment will be less cautious in this particular matchup because there isn't anything necessarily in that security that's going to hurt Leviamon. I think the one thing that I might be scared of, and my only thought process right now would be Gallantmon could be running, Omnimon X as like a endgame finisher. Because of that DP threshold of 16,000 DP, that's where you maybe want to be a little scared, but at the same time, if he doesn't run it, that's where,
Yeah. It's a little bit tough. And we do have access to one of the classic Lopmon X, which if we're able to play that, we'll be able to boost our Leviamon by 3,000. If we're on a Leviamon X, we'll be just above that threshold at 17, swinging with no fears. But if we are on just the Leviamon, that'll be at exactly 16, and then you're a little bit dicey. Am I going to hit that Omni X?
It does.
It can be tough, but... that we do, like I said, have options for that. We do have the Lomon, and a lot of the times if we aren't guaranteed with our Leviamon X, you can expect Moment to be hanging back and waiting for the proper opportunity to go in and get everything done.
Now, I didn't look over Lance's list too closely, but did we see Crimson Blaze by chance in there? Or has Crimson Blaze kind of fallen off the meta for the most part?
There's been quite a few different lists that have been propping up here and there. We have seen some Crimson Blaze, I believe even in the top 16.
Yes.
But I don't believe Lance is one of them. I think he really is just sticking to the search options, sticking to straight gas. Exactly.
Straight gas to that Gallantmon and utilizing the Guilmons, Growlmons, and War Growlmons for your deletions.
That is something important, though, is if Moment is leaving Digimon on board, if he pulls something out and then doesn't get all the way there. I know there's also been a couple of times where we see, because he has to find certain pieces, we'll have a rookie that's played off of the Cerbex that evolves, into a Doberman X, just starts searching and drawing cards, but that Doberman X is just sitting there on the board, not getting anything done. Well, next turn, if that gets deleted, that's a memory farm for Gallantmon. They love to see you have a Digimon on board that is a low DP threshold that they can just pop right out of there and then start gaining memory.
Now, purple decks are also interesting in that traditionally we've seen the dog engine be their main course of fueling the trash, building up their stacks, and also, cycling through cards in the hand. That's the specialty of purple here. But traditionally now we've seen more and more players migrating to a Guilmon type based engine where you can utilize the Guilmons as kind of the trashers and also simultaneously gain memory through their inheritables.
Yeah, even in recent events we've seen players playing Leviamon using that Guilmon engine, using the Growlmon X to facilitate that trash more consistently. The big difference is, while that gives you a lot more early aggression option than you have in the Dark Animal package, it also gives you less consistent access to memory gain and draw off of your own effects, because you are gaining a lot of draw power through Growl X, but what you're missing out on is the consistent inheritables that say, whenever you trash a card, gain a memory, whenever you play a Digimon by effect, gain a memory. That's going to be prevalent in the Dark Animal package. So you're cutting off a little bit of the early chip, but I don't think you need that early chip if you're specialized in Leviamon, who already has security attack +2 when you get to Leviamon X, has the ability to restand off the Cerberus. You are never really struggling to get that final check in.
I think that's also a good point that you mentioned, because we talk about the trade-offs of either memory or, consistency. And then I feel like with the Guilmon Growlmon engine, we have consistency, but we also have float. Free-floating additional bodies to kind of come back out and be additional chippers, because that Rush Guilmon was so important for Megidramon players. Now that it's at 1, we don't have that same ability to kind of be aggressive and, just attack and chip away.
Right, exactly. And just the fact that chipping people's security is so threatening and dangerous in this game. Yeah, like we mentioned, Lance is playing a lot of those option cards and a lot of, or a couple of those cool boys that in security, if you hit them early, you are just accelerating your opponent's game plan if you want to do those early swings, and I don't think we'll see too much of that for a moment.
So Lance early on, we do see the Omnimon X, and we also see the Guilmon X for the reveal off of Cool Boy. We are grabbing the Guilmon X after Digivolving that BT21 Guilmon on top of Gigimon.
And it takes you that classic setup because now next turn we can promote that Guilmon, evolve to the Gil X, tap that Cool Boy, gain memory, draw some cards, do a little bit of searching. We are off to the races if we want to get aggressive. Now on Moment's End, it looks like we have a training that we used, and now a second one after we put that Gobblemon in the back. Gobblemon being the preferred rookie to put in the back to gain that extra memory. It's so potent.
Especially if your level 4 going into it is going to be Doberman X, because Doberman X becomes a one-cost Evo just off of that inheritable effect as well.
And if we're able to evolve into it using our proto form, zero-cost evolution, drawing cards off of Sunomon, and we have 2 trainings as well, so we've got quite a bit that we're able to develop as Moment. It looks like Lance is going to stay in the back, going to just drop that Guilmon, potentially discarding one of our pieces to draw an extra 2. And it looks like we're discarding the ace. That is a one of in the list, so keep in mind that War Growl ace is not going to be something the Moment has to fear moving forward in this game.
Moment with the purple memory boost revealing Gazimon, Leviamon X. I can't tell what the other 2 are. I think I just missed that.
It looks like they're going straight to the bottom. The important thing is that Leviamon X is in the hand and available, which means we might want to pitch it off of one of our effects coming up soon.
I think Lance really wants a body on board here, but at the same time, Moment's not taking the bait yet. So we play another Cool Boy, reveal 3 cards, none of which have X antibodies, so we got to bottom deck all of those. And then are we going to go for Gil? Yes, we are going to go for the Gil X play here. Since we Digivolve into a Digimon with X antibody, we can now tap both Cool Boys in order to gain a memory for each one and then draw a card. Now we do the search.
And here we could add that Gallantmon X antibody here. Now 2 of them are at the bottom, so we kind of have to take that one now. Take what you can get. I believe there's only 3 in the list, so take what we can.
3 memory, what do you do from here? Because if you do have the red-purple Growlmon, you could Digivolve into it and use the alternative Digivolution cost to make it 1 memory. But we're going to see the starter deck Growlmon, I believe. Is that the art here?
It's a classic starter deck Growlmon. And then going into the Growl X, this is the engine that we love to see. Now here's the thing. We get it done while we can before Leviamon is being threatened. So that if we swing into security, for example, here, do some extra damage, we are not worried about floating into a Digimon that's going to be negative for us. We're probably just going to be drawing some cards now. Surviving that security check
pretty good
means that we might be able to set up a more of a defense or just play some more cards like our Memory Boost, Scramble, Training.
Interestingly, Lance did pitch what I believe is the starter deck Guilmon, correct? Which means that because Moment can bring out the Leviamons via effect, that means that if Lance does bring back out that Guilmon, it is a Digimon that can warp Digivolve into Gallantmon because of that Mega level Digimon on the opposing field.
Also worth noting, because he put a level 4 or lower Digimon in his discard, that means Dragomon is live as an option to force Lance to play that Digimon and potentially set up this Leviamon X play.
Red memory boost will end things for Lance's turn. He's going to reveal what appears to be another Growlmon X.
And that's going to be Medieval Gallantmon alt art here that he's adding to his hand. What a beautiful deck, by the way.
A lot of max rarity here. It's going to make us guess a little bit.
Yeah, quite a bit. And now here, I mean, all of the engine pieces for Moment's side, the trainings are quite new and beautiful, but he is a typically low rarity gamer.
Training into Dober for free. We go Dober into Dober X, which means we're going to net a memory off of the Gobblemon's inheritable.
Yep, we're going to get that extra draw as well off the Sunomon. And then here we are. If we go into a Dragomon, for example, here, then we would potentially be able to gain more memory off the inheritable of the Dober X. Now, that said, we would need to find a way.
There's Cerberusmon.
Cerberusmon, nothing to add back. We don't have a protoform in the stack, so we won't be able to threaten the Leviamon X.
Yeah. Training again. We reveal 2 Gazi and
Anubismon, the classic. I mean, that's a one-of, but, one-ofs in purple are a little bit miss. You can always find them.
I think you grab Anubis here, right?
Personally, I think Anubis is a pretty good card. It does give you the ability to delete that Growlmon. However, it will float into a new Digimon. The question is, do we want to do all that?
If you can float into it, That's hard to say here. Because there's no Digimon that plays another Digimon off of its effect right now in the trash. Well, he could pitch something from his hand to trash to do that, because then by playing a card that plays another card, he can delete Growlmon and then delete the Digimon that comes out after. If
Right.
It plays another.
6,000, right?
Yeah, right now he's at 6.
Oh, I like the idea. He's asking about the DP value. If he swings right on over it with his just larger Digimon, he's going to force the effect now, and then when he goes into Anubismon, he'll be able to clear the Digimon that was played by effect.
I think is Lance opting not to use the effect?
He's debating what he wants to bring back here. It looks like the Guilmon is going to let him pitch one to draw 2.
Now, that was in the Inheritables. Is it only a memory gain off of deletion by card effect, or is it by battle as well?
It should be on deletion gain of memory at all times.
Okay. And I think they accounted for that.
I believe so.
Yeah,
and here we're going to, that's why we're spending 4 to go all the way into this Anubis. You're not normally wanting to give your opponent 4 memory, but sometimes you do have to make these tough choices. So we're going to pitch the 7th Lightning. That way it's live. Bringing back the Psychmon. Not going to be too relevant.
No.
I mean, it'll prevent there being a Promo Gallant or a BT13 Gallant from being played with reduced cost. Also, the Medieval Gallantmon that was just added to hand. That said, we can Digivolve into all of those Digimon, so we'll see if that becomes relevant here. 2
bodies on board. That means there's a lot that could happen here. So we're going to see the Guilmon going to Guilmon X. Again, the Cool Boy effects. We're going to gain 2 memory, draw 2 cards.
And then we have to resolve that Guilmon X search. When Digivolving, we'll look at the top 3 cards and add a X antibody as well as a Growlmon line.
Lance does have Protoform, so if we do see... Okay, so we're going to go into...
We're missing that search, but we are going to go to the level 4, deleting and gaining memory off the inheritable for that.
I'm trying to remember which art this one's from. There's so many.
It definitely has been a plethora of Growlmons available.
Oh, right off the top. Cool Boy finding Growlmon X at the best timing.
It was, I believe, BT17 Growlmon that ended up being in the stack and the job done.
Yep. So then we go into the EX8 Growlmon X. We're going to draw, and then we're going to trash. 3 memory. Oh, that's pretty good, because we can probably develop right now into a
War Growl, potentially be able to warp into a Gallantmon, depending on which War Growl we're using here.
And that's the, I want to say BT12.
There we go. Yep, you're right on the money, BT12. So we would delete a small Digimon. However, if we don't do that, then we get to Digivolve into Gallant with the cost reduced by 1.
Yep.
Question is, are we going to, looks like instead, going into the War Growl X,
Yeah.
a really powerful Digimon.
Deletes pretty much big, and then afterwards we're going to gain a memory for deleting a Digimon's body. We're going to also have the Inheritable Security Tech +1 now with this War Growlmon X.
Yeah, that Inheritable Security Tech +1 means that the Gallant that we eventually do move into is going to be doing a lot of damage.
Oh, no. Okay, I think Lance is going to probably Digivolve here into a Gallantmon, Protoform into Gallantmon X, and then attack.
Here we go. They might even attack prior to the Protoform.
Oh,
it looks like maybe doesn't have the Gallantmon in hand. Just getting our 1 check-in while we can. Gain 2 memory because there's no Digimon on the board at the end of the attack. And then if we Protoform here, we're going to be able to trash the security because there is no Digimon to delete off the main effect, and then allow this Gallantmon to restand, get these 2 last checks in, and then potentially, if we survive both of these checks, and we very likely will, Omnimon could finish the game. We're looking for a 7th Lightning. We don't find it on Moment's End, and there's the Omnimon, which allows itself to attack without suspending, so that swings right on for the final check over Moment.
Man. The thing about Digimon right now is I feel like a lot of decks also, develop their boards in the first 3, maybe 4 turns, playing their memory boost, playing their trainings, playing tamers even, and then they build up to it to where, okay, now that I've set up everything I need to, now we can just go off and just take out all security in 1 turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you mentioned, there was a game of Chicken where Lance kind of wanted Moment to put Digimon on the board. You saw how much memory he gained just off of having Digimon on the board to delete. If there was nothing to delete, we didn't really have too much going on. But was able to gain a large amount of memory to fully complete that Digivolution sequence all the way up to the level 7 and complete the game. I mean, that's just classically what Gallantmon does.
Yes.
Like I said, a lot of early low to the ground search, and then once we pull out of that raising area, we are going all the way in.
Now, as Moment, how are you going to pivot for game 2? Like, what would be your strategy?
I think the main thing is, first of all, we are not going first.
Yeah,
we're going
yeah.
second in this game, and then hopefully we're going to be able to set up our level 5 with the protoform under it. We want our Leviamon in the trash. We want to be forcing Lance to put Digimon on board first, if possible, so that we can really gain advantage off of the free evolution into Leviamon X and get that damage in. But we need to get all that damage in one time so that we don't swing into memory boost trainings and on the other side as well.
There was some advantage also with Lance's stack because of the fact that it had that increased DP to its deletion-based effects with that Growlmon. That really helped, take out the Anubismon, and because of that, Anubismon probably would have survived if there weren't any other inheritables underneath, because it was just that big.
Either that, or we go into the Gallant, we're able to clear the Anubismon, but not finish the game because we aren't able to get that restain going.
Game 2, Lance opening up with a Gigimon and a Guilmon, and then Cool Boy. We did not see what they added, but Moment now thinking about what to do after, going straight into a Goblymon.
Goblymon, great to see.
Not searching this time.
The debate here, it looks like we maybe don't have an option card to play out. We are going to add both the Protoform, which is great to see, and Cerberusmon X.
Yes.
We have to trash now to finish resolving that Gabumon X, and it's going to be Leviamon X in the trash. This looks like a lot of the cards in the right place for Moment.
Really good at this point, because we have the 5, we have the Protoform, which means as long as we have the 4, we can theoretically go into Leviamon X next turn.
Absolutely. Now the question is, do we have the 4? Because we didn't see any option cards to potentially search out our deck. We just kind of have to hope that we have it pretty early on.
Guilmon X going into on top of the ground. Guilmon lets Cool Boy suspend, gain a memory, draw a card, and then we saw the add of Gallantmon X to hand.
And even being set to 1 memory, because of this Cool Boy being here, we know we're going to be able to go all the way up to a Growlmon X if we so choose. And here we're seeing the Growlmon is going to delete Gabumon X, going to gain a memory off that inheritable. We can evo for 0 into Growlmon X if we have that in hand, potentially get set up.
Well, the question is, will they? I feel like Lance is probably going to do like a Cool Boy or like a training play here, because if you do that, you're basically saying, Moment, you need to use your Protoform
now.
3 to 4 instead.
Yeah, the question here is, Lance also has to consider how much memory am I going to give Moment if I consider going into a Growlix and swinging at security. What could I hit? Could it be a training? Could it be a memory boost or something else that really benefits? So it looks like we're going to Protoform all the way into our level 5. Has a little bit of protection. I don't think much that's relevant into the purple matchup.
No. It's D-Digivolve.
Yeah, D-Digivolve and I believe Bouncing.
Yeah.
So nothing that we really have to worry about against purple in this instance. But we do have the Doberman X, which means Protoform does let us get there for cheap. It's going to end up being basically 0 memory spent off of the Goblymon, gaining us some memory back.
And if I recall, Leviamon X targets 3, 5, 7?
It does,
and then the
option
lightning 4 and 6.
Yes, absolutely, spot on.
So in this situation, do you think it would have been better for Lance to just leave his level 4 in play? Because by doing so, that would mean that the Leviamon X would not be able to delete his level 4.
Yeah, it could be definitely something to consider as well, because we know that the Leviamon X is there. We don't know that the 7th Lightning is there. That's a regular old Leviamon, gets the job done no matter what.
Yeah. So. And there's the 7th Lightning there. So
going straight to the bottom though, because we are not able to grab it off of this Gabumon X.
Do we? Well, they grabbed 2X antibodies, so that's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Yeah.
You're never upset to see 2 cards added to hand. We do have to discard here now this Doberman X to finish resolving that Gabumon. And it looks like we're going for a training.
Ooh, there's Leviamon.
Not able to fully set up this Leviamon X on this turn, so it does look like Lance has an opportunity to convert this Growlmon X into a Gallantmon potentially. We just need to avoid playing a Digimon by effect to trigger that Leviamon X here.
I think this might be a little bit of a missequence. I'm not sure, because with War Growlmon X here, we can't utilize Cool Boy's effect because there's no X antibody Digimon to Digivolve into.
Right. Now, Cool Boy only gains you that memory and draws the card if you're Digivolving into one with the same level.
Correct.
But we couldn't even, if we set up a different 5, potentially could have gone in there. The question is, did we have the option, and we might not have.
Okay. This worked, because I was trying to figure out how he's going to keep turn. With Gallant X, that would not work, but with the BT-17 Gallantmon, this will help.
Yeah, get that deletion, and then the inheritable will be able to allow us to gain that extra memory from deleting a Digimon. Now we're swinging on the attack. We get to delete the rookie as well as check that security. We know what the first one was. The second one, we're off scot-free now. I believe we will be going for one here. Yep, into that.
And we can keep turn now because of the Cool Boy and going in the same level if we choose to.
So step one, we're going to resolve the Gallantmon X here to trash that security and then stand back up. And then we get to use that Cool Boy, like you mentioned, gain the memory, draw the card. We could swing in for 2 checks here.
2 checks. 1. Cerberus. Octo. They can't close out, though, I don't think. I mean, you could Omni here if you wanted to.
Depending on the number of cards in trash, and I don't think there's nearly enough, but there's a world where there was a promo Gallantmon that could be played.
Yeah.
Swing with Rush, then potentially Omni for game, but I don't think there was enough in trash to really set that up. The real thing is, how does Moment come back from this? We've got nothing on board.
No
We didn't have any scramble.
No memory boost. You just hatched a new egg.
I think even if we're able to get rid of this Gallantmon with something like a 7th Lightning, it's going to be a very tall ask to give that much memory over to Lance and not have him convert this Guilmon with Cool Boy in the back with the training all the way into the victory here. Only one security between a Lance and victory here.
So Hail Mary into Biting Crush?
Give 8 to play that. The Cerberusmon X going to play the Psychmon, maybe preventing something with
Medieval Gallantmon.
Yeah,
but, the Gallants. But this will be interesting because if you attack with Gallantmon first, you're not going to attack yet. You're gonna go through your entire sequence first. So Guilmon to Guilmon X, Cool Boy, draw a card, gain a memory.
Trigger the effect to search off of your Growlix.
Yep. Reveal top. There's another. Okay. Oh, that's a Gallant, right?
Gallant X, yep.
Okay, because both Gallant X and Omni X have the headshot. Yeah, they have the headshot.
Looks really difficult to distinguish at times. I mean, at this point, I think Lance is just considering, why did Moment just give me 8 memory? What do I have to fear? Is he on an ace that I'm not, privy to? And I know in the past he has played Darkdramon Ace.
That's true. So. Darkdramon Ace could be a threat here. So just remove the level 5 and you're good, right?
Yeah. Here's the thing. When you are playing with Gallantmon, you're only protected when you are at 0 or less memory. Yes. So it does really incentivize Lance to spend all this memory all the way down to be as safe as possible.
Yep.
It really does look like a very winning position, though, for Lance. We are going into that War Growl is going to delete the Psychmon, re-enable the ability to
I'm getting a bunch of memory back.
Ton of memory.
Yeah, because of the Growlmon X and the Guilmon X have inheritables that gain you memory. Not the Growlmon X, sorry.
No, yeah, you're right. Growlix as well as
okay.
the Guilmon X.
Okay.
It doesn't come up as often because usually in a lot of these lists, once you get to the 4, after that the 5 doesn't do as much deleting. But in Gallantmon in particular, we do see that quite a bit.
Oh, we did evolve into medieval. This is interesting. Okay, so attack, draw with the Gigimon effect. Last security, that's the
Paimon restands and then swings for a game. That is Lance. Like I mentioned, the speed advantage from Gallantmon being the big difference maker. We really never saw Moment find his footing in game 1, was able to go into an Anubis, but that's kind of the side plan to the Leviamon. The Leviamon never really came out to play.
Yeah. But this is something that also, that in regards to our current meta, we have discussed how Gallantmon is going to be probably one of the biggest meta contenders. And in other regional events that we've seen, it was represented heavily, but it never converted to the top. But in this particular event, it did, which is really, nice to see, because we know that it didn't really see that many restrictions for the overall Gallantmon family. It was more so targeted at Megidramon.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it was a hit list that was more targeted at Megidra. You saw the Rush Guilmon limited to 1 that a lot of the Gallant lists were just playing at 1 copy anyway. We definitely also saw, just a lot of the fact that the Growlix is completely unlimited means we still have access to the engine in Gallantmon, and you're going to gain a lot of memory whenever you're deleting things. You're going to draw a lot of cards, find your pieces how you need them. It really felt like it was a big winner of the ban list. Everyone had their eyes on Gallantmon after the ban list had dropped, and I think now we get to see exactly why that is.
Yep. Congratulations to Lance, though, and at the same time, congratulations to both players, because both players are getting their invite to Worlds, and that's really exciting for them, regardless, winner or loser here from this in this particular match.
It's pretty impressive to see. Again, moment of two-time finalist is nothing to scoff at. Lance taking the victory here today. Both players qualified for Worlds, and I hope that you guys want to stay tuned to check out the award ceremony that's going to be coming up quite soon after this as well, so we can watch these players celebrate their achievement today.
All right, welcome back everyone to Bandai Card Fest here in Dallas, Texas. I'm Doan. We have a very exciting moment because it's finally time to crown our champions here in Digimon. We've got our top 3 here. They've all earned spots to Worlds again, and so when they each come up stage, I want everyone to give a big round of applause for the huge amount of effort that went into this awesome accomplishment. So first, we've got in 3rd place, Mayo. Go ahead and grab your trophy. There you go. All right, lift it high. Yeah. All right. So here you are on stage. I'll have you sit right over there. Well, not sit. You can stand. But I'll have you stand right over there. And so first of all, how exhausted are you after all those games?
Extremely so.
All right. But now it's all kind of soaking in there. Tell me kind of like what the process is to get to this point.
It's just been a lot of testing, getting used to the deck, and just knowing what you want to put in there to deal with what, and just being able to, even if you're exhausted, just knowing how to play through your deck in a good way.
All right, that makes sense. Reps, right? All right, one more time for Mayo, please. Yeah. All right. And then our runner-up in 2nd place, we've got Moment. Making his 2nd appearance at Worlds, is that right? Yeah. All right. Congrats. And did I get that right? This will be your 2nd time at Worlds, isn't it?
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, 2nd time.
All right. So how's it feel going back again?
It feels really good. I feel fortunate, obviously. A little bit frustrating at 2nd place again, but you know, at the end of the day, we're going to Japan. I lost to an amazing player, so I'm just happy to be here.
I mean, you're saving up the energy, right? Yeah. All right, there you go. All right, well, congratulations. And now we have our national champion for Digimon. Give it up for Lance. Got that gorgeous gold card. Grab that trophy. Come on. Lift it up. Yeah. All right. So let's talk about perseverance. First of all, how many games do you have to lose to get this good to win a tournament like this?
I got 5 years worth, man. I don't know if I could keep you here a year to explain that one, but it definitely is a lot of losing and a lot of studying and learning from every loss to do better the next time.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's what people don't see, right? They don't see all the L's that come up to the big W, right? But coming into this one, do you feel like and keep in mind, like, I'm not a Digimon expert. I will admit that. But like, did you feel like you had like a great read on the meta? Did everything kind of play out the way you expected? Were there any big surprises along the way?
I think I definitely had a lot of play testing. There was a lot of surprises, things that I just didn't expect. And, you know, it lost me some games, and, you know, I was able to learn from them and then come back and win the next. And I just got to say that's definitely got to be the one thing that brought me to where I am. And it's unreal how this feeling is right now. So.
That's awesome. And so not only are you the national champion, but you're also going to Worlds. I mean, I assume you're going to take a little bit of a break first, but then it's right back to prep. What are you looking forward to most heading to Japan?
It'll be my first time in Japan. I've wanted to go my entire life. So I'm just looking forward to breathing the air, to be honest. I'm looking forward to breathing the air. I'm looking forward to seeing the atmosphere. I'm looking forward to meeting some of the people and content creators that I look up to, and, you know, and just enjoy the environment.
Yeah, all right. Well, soak up this win a little bit more. One more time for Lance. And give a big round of applause for all of our top 3 players. What an amazing accomplishment. All right, what an epic finish to an epic tournament. Thanks for watching, guys, but do not go anywhere yet. There's a ton more coming from Bandai Card Fest this weekend. We've got the developer panel for One Piece TCG coming up in just a few minutes. I better run over there because I'm supposed to be in that. So we'll see you in just a few.
You don't know these streets like we do. 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 Like we do.
Hey everybody, we are back here at Bandai Card Games Fest in Dallas, Texas, and it's time to talk about One Piece. Now, we already know the One Piece National Championship finals are heating up right now. We are going to get to those finals in the near future and see which two players will be heading to Worlds. But before we get there, we have a very special guest joining us. Once again, it is Shun Ogawa, the English edition producer for the One Piece card game. Welcome back. Good to see you.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be back in the US. It's been since One Piece $8, and I got some special info today, so I can't wait to share it with you all.
Yeah, well, we don't have a ton of time, so let's dive right into us. Tell us what you've got.
Sure. So let's start with the product news. First up is, this one has already been announced, and it's coming out just in 2 weeks.
Right.
Learn Together deck set. Yeah, this set is kind of exclusive to the Western region, and it's perfect to learn how to play One Piece card game. Inside, you'll find 2-player playmats, 3 decks, a guidebook, and more. I know everyone watching is kind of already a big fan of the game, thank you, but I want you to bring new friends or families and play together. So let's make more nakama. And at the store, you will have the set sale event. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you join with a friend, you can get a promo card and a sticker. So invite your friends who are new or still learning how to play.
Yeah, I love the duo of the monkey D. Luffy and the Zoro together, and it's kind of flipped each side.
Yeah.
You'll have to, like, I suppose, decide with your friend which one you want, but that's awesome that you've got sort of like the flip perspectives there.
Yeah, and the sticker is kind of shiny, so nice, super nice.
Ooh, yeah, looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah. And also releasing October 3rd is the Premium Booster, One Piece Card Base Volume 2. This set brings back many popular cards from the past, and every pack guarantee an SR or higher. So we have already revealed some cards on our social medias, but in case you missed it, we've prepared a video.
Oh, those look so awesome. So let's go over some of the highlights for the best Volume 2. So as you can see, 90 foil card types in total, including a bunch of new alt art, but that is not all. No, it's not just reprints, but there are brand new cards too, including super rares. Some cards power up the starter decks ST23 through 28, and there are some that support leader cards that also needed a little bit of love out there. That is extremely exciting. We've also got 30 new Dawn cards featuring a bunch of different leader motifs. And, I've got my favorites, of course, too. And,
who's your favorite leader?
Oh, my favorite leader right now, I mean, easily like Vegapunk. Like, I am a hardcore Vegapunk enjoyer, and I would probably say, like, Buggy is the second right now. But we've also got the frame break as well, which is such a unique thing. I love the Trafalgar Law, the Shambles one. That is so sick.
And I have actual card.
You do?
Here.
In hand.
Yeah, in my hand. This is a Luffy. The frame is broken by Luffy. Right here. And next one is Rebecca.
Very nice.
Yeah, very nice. Every card has gold foil. And this is Shanks.
Yeah, I love the sword one.
Yeah.
The frame just getting slashed apart. Yep.
One.
The hockey looks great. And like as good as these look on the screen, they look even better in person.
Yeah.
Of course.
The pudding. The flame is cut by scissors.
Yeah.
And carrot.
Slashed in a different fashion.
Yeah, I see a lot of carrots in the Green Bonnie deck in finals.
Yeah. I saw a carrot in this tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is a low, which you like.
I love that one.
Yeah.
The frame edges are just sort of like rearranged, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And also, I do have Dawn cards.
Yes. I told you earlier what the leaders I was looking forward to, and you actually did bring them today.
Yes. This is a Vegapunk and Buggy.
I love that we've got kind of like the carnival lettering for the Buggy one too.
Yeah.
as if I needed more things to pick up from my Vegapunk list, but like that's a deck that I'm just going to bling out.
So, I like the Bonnie and Kobe right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. This is a Bonnie Stone Card and Kobe Stone Card.
Awesome.
The Kobe is getting stronger in the future products, so please look forward to it.
Well, that's a teaser right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And somehow his glasses survive all the action. That's got to be the most durable pair of glasses on the planet, I think. And we've got more than that, too. You brought a lot along with you to show us today. We also have the foil-stamped alt arts of the new, of the 4 Emperor cards from a little bit earlier, but these are just incredible-looking versions of those.
Yes, I do have the actual card, too.
Yeah.
So
let's check them out. Wow.
Look at this.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I gotta say, as a buggy enjoyer, there's another one I need to pick up. Looks epic. The cross guild motif and all that. That is beautiful.
And Gundam Giant and My Yellow Vegans and Come On We'll Fight You.
That's right. Yeah. And there's another one. Yet another card that I know you brought along. The Super Parallel from the set. None other than I'll wait for you to grab it. You've brought so much today, actually. Like, where's it at? I'll give you just 1 second. Drum roll. We don't have a drum, but I'll just.
Wait, where's my
close-up shot on me? Thank you.
Where's my Sanji?
Don't zoom in. Don't zoom in.
Where's my Sanji?
Is the one right down there?
Yeah.
There you go. All right. It was on the floor, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. The Super Parallel Sanji. It is a beautiful, beautiful card. I love that. Electric blue flame. That's awesome. I think I need that.
Yeah. I like this scene.
Me too.
Have you ever heard of All Blue? So this is a very start of the Sanji.
Yeah. That is awesome. I love how a lot of times the frames sort of like give you a little bit of a history into the character too. It tells a little bit of a story in itself. Yeah.
So we're posting closing our video on social media, so look forward to it.
That's right. And I heard you've got another video for us today.
Yeah. So that's right. So please check this out.
Whoa, okay, that was insane. That was a lot to unpack there. So let's get started. I'm having trouble processing it all, so please help walk us through it.
Yeah. So now I will introduce, OP13 is a special product to celebrate the 3rd anniversary of the One Piece card game.
Yeah, that's right. And this is going to be huge. We'll break it down here a little bit, 'cause there was a lot there to unpack. Like I said, the theme is, of course, the 3 brothers, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, all as new leader cards. That makes a lot of sense that they would all get one. And the treasure rare is none other than Luffy. It's Gear 4 Tankman Luffy, which is probably some of my favorite art of Luffy in the game. So it's great that we got that. And, of course, a brand new rarity, the Red Super Alt Art featuring all 3 brothers. Shun, you brought the real thing with you, didn't you?
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
yes, of course.
Let's see it.
So these 3 are red superpower.
Nice.
The flame of this card is kind of, like flame.
Yeah, I mean,
the 3 brothers.
It really is like a flame red foil treatment when you see it like in hand. It really is incredible. These look great. These are definitely a step above what we've seen before. For sure.
Yeah, and the background, I chose a different one. I chose a different one from the normal, I say normal superpower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell. Like these stand apart for sure.
Yeah. So red superpower version is kind of fighting style of these 3s.
That is awesome. And you'd think that would be enough, right? But there's even more, of course. At last, Gold D. Roger finally makes his debut as a leader card. And, of course, there's going to be plenty of character and events cards in the set to support this leader. I can't wait to play that one in particular. And we've got new wanted treatment posters for Luffy, Ace, Sabo, and Roger. You wanted it. It's back. I'm hyped about that as well. And finally, the long-awaited Emu leader card, the Shadow Ruler of the world, joins the game. And along with that, also for the first time, the 5 Elders. And that is going to be extremely exciting. And speaking of the 5 Elders, the video showed us something kind of actually wild, right? Yeah. That the alt arts for the 5 Elders are illustrated by none other than Gege Akutami, the creator of Jujutsu Kaisen. Like, that is, I love that style. And again, you have brought the cards with you today.
Of course.
Let's see them.
So,
wow.
These cards are drawn by Gege Akutami, this Akutami sensei from Jujutsu Kaisen. Yeah, look at the special design.
That's right. And like that's kind of incredible. This sort of collaboration with the game and an artist.
Yeah.
That I didn't know that was possible with One Piece cards.
Thanks to the Shueisha and Toei animation, and of course Akutami sensei, we can make it.
Apparently so. I'm glad you did. They look fantastic.
Yeah, its dark style is perfect fit to the 5 Elders, and their synergy with Emu is just incredible.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it is the perfect kind of like melding of theme and tone. And everything. They look great. So. Of course you want to know when it's coming out. Well, the answer is it will be November 7th when OP13 launches, and pre-release will be October 31st. I can't wait. I wish I could play it right now. And, along with this, right, OP13 and the 3rd anniversary set, there have to be a lot of special events, too, that go along with it, right?
Yes, of course. OP13, along with the release, our focus is making some campaigns and events at the local game store even better. First up, the 3rd anniversary treasure campaign. This is it.
Yeah.
Buy 1 box of OP13 at the local game store, and you will get promo pack with 3 cards. Inside are fiery red cards themed on the 3 brothers, and if you're lucky, you might even put this special Luffy card.
Yeah, that's hype. Getting that that special art treatment Rush Luffy, that is extremely exciting too.
Yeah.
And hey, wait, Luffy wasn't in the Japanese promo pack, was he?
Oh, you are right. But since it is our 3rd anniversary, we wanted Western players and stores to have something extra special.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. Well, thank you, Shun.
Of course. And also from OP13 previous weekend, we will hold a 3rd anniversary event. Just like past year, there will be plenty of great prizes. The prizes for the event are also themed around 3 brothers. And the winner will take home a winner card set with the 3 brothers, all of the 3 brothers as I said.
Oh, well, they get the whole set. Wow. Okay, that is awesome. What about the Treasure Cup?
Yeah, Treasure Cup November will be online in North America and Oceania, and as a side event at local offline regional in Europe and Latin America. We are revealing the prize for the first time ever today. So this is the prize. Top 64 is the Luffy, which has great synergy with the red rarity deck, and top 16 is Tashigi, which is a great part for the green Zoro. And top 8 is Sanji from Punk Hazard. And of course, it's not on the slide, but there will be also Anchor sheet too. And surprisingly, we have the top 4 prize.
That's right. I know, right? You said top 4 prize. I mean, that's new. Usually there is no special prize for top 4, right?
Usually, yes. We don't have it, but this time is, as I said, the 3rd anniversary. So this is a big one. To celebrate the 3rd anniversary, the prize is even more amazing this time. The top prize is, the serial number Zoro reader card distributed here for the first time ever in the world.
That is amazing. A serial card, a leader card, a world first. It looks incredible. And I mean, Zoro's one of the most played decks right now. So that has got to make a lot of people extremely happy.
But that's not all. And right after the treasure cap, we have special extra store treasure cap.
Yeah, and which means special prizes too, right?
Yeah, you're right. Normally we only run these twice a year, but this time, because it is a 3rd anniversary, we are doing an extra one. And it will be a limited one short period and fewer store, but very special.
And that means even a little bit more, right?
Yeah, exactly. The top prize is Sabo from OP13. This is a secret card, but it is a prize card.
Oh, there you go. But wait, usually the winner prize for a Store Treasury Cup is just the same alt art as a Treasure Cup, right?
That is right. But, you know, this is the 3rd anniversary, so we wanted to make it bigger, so I decided to have the different one.
Wow. Well, thanks again, Shun. That's a lot of exciting stuff already.
Welcome.
But you aren't done yet, are you?
Yeah, and there's something more coming. But for today, that's all I can share.
Oh, okay. Well, we do have the schedule for the rest of the year, at least.
Oh, yes. So let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of this year. We have a lot of events in November and something coming in December. So look forward to it.
That's right. Will do for sure. OP13 and the 3rd anniversary are going to be huge, but players are kind of curious about what comes next, of course. So I know you've shared a lot, but come on, Shun, give us something exclusive. We're on stage here.
Okay. So just a little peek.
Okay.
At One Piece Day Dollars, we announced a global release, and we have English first products like Starter 23 to 28. And the responses from player was just amazing. And of course, I've read all of the comments on social media, and I'm so happy to see the player had fun with those decks. And it was a big challenge, of course, but seeing everyone enjoy them made it all worth it. And because of that, we're gonna do another English first release.
Whoa, another one? What are you doing this time?
Yes, this time in OP14, we will include English first cards from EBO4.
Wait a second, EBO4?
EBO4. We haven't even officially announced EBO3 yet, but this is actually a booster that's supposed to come out even later than that. EBO4 was planned with 6 colors, of course. We'll spread them 3 colors goes into OP14 and other 3 goes into OP15. Since it contains a lot of new cards to enhance leaders from previous set, we expect the meta shift significantly, so you all can be a pioneer of the meta again.
All right, so tell us, which characters and which colors in those characters?
No, that is still secret.
Oh,
so
come on.
We will reveal more later, so look forward to it. So, as you can see, there's tons of exciting stuff ahead. So, invite your friends, learn to get a deck set, and get more into Nakama.
All right, we definitely will. And thanks again for joining us, Shun. That was an incredible amount of announcements and hype and special prizes.
Thank you.
It's so much to look forward to, but we have even more to look forward to right now on this stream, because coming up, we have the One Piece Tournament Finals, so do not miss it. That's going to be coming at you right after this. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hey, we're back here at Bandai Cards Fest here in Dallas, Texas. Doe here along with Orange Samurai to bring you the One Piece Finals. This is going to be exciting. We've got a Rayleigh versus Zoro matchup, so it should be fast and furious.
Oh, yeah. Two very aggressive decks to have, red and green. There we have Rayleigh with low to the ground, and we have the Zoro that can go for board and then go for face.
Yep.
Really tough matchup for a lot of opponents in the top 32, and they're here in the finals. It was a long day. I was witnessing a little bit of the top 32 playoff earlier, and a lot of good players went through it, and we have two of the best in North America this weekend.
That's right. So let's take a look at our rules and format one more time just to kind of show you how we got here. Rules for the tournament, of course. It is a best of 3, of course. The time is unlimited for the finals. We could be here for weeks, but not with these two decks. I'm not doing. And the prizing, of course, we've got all sorts of great stuff. Can't wait to see the players heft those prize cards later. There is a trophy card as well for first place, and that champion playmat looking amazing as well.
Yeah, no, like I said earlier, yesterday, that art by Akira Igawa, magnificent, great artist, and likewise the playmat for the champion, amazing too. Same artist for the World's playmat from last year too.
Yeah, that's right. And here we have one of our 2 players.
Yep, we have Aaron K.
Be our, right, exactly, and
Richard.
Yep. And so, Richard as well, you casted fairly recently in a tournament, if I remember right.
I myself, not for his event, way many months ago, Eggman and I, we did do one for a Treasure Cup,
right.
And he ended up winning with the good old Edward Newgate. no, apologies, no, sorry, Red Zoro.
Oh, okay.
He has a history with Zoro already.
Yeah. This is the green variety, of course, a popular one these days. But Aaron K on that Silver's Rayleigh, Richard Y on the Zoro. And it is time to get things underway here in our grand finals for the One Piece card game. And there's a Perona for the Searcher to get things started.
Yeah, and of course, Perona's one newer cards from OP12, Legacy of the Master, and it's got immediately on play, get your slash card here. And it's been a really good card in just about any green deck. Koshiro, Perona, Mihawk, all really good additions to the green decks for now.
Yeah, and some interesting stuff in the deck for Rich. You saw the Hachan just drawn there, and it's a nice trigger, but it's also a nice 2K too.
Yeah, trigger, 2K body, and that's it could make a difference in one more attack going for game.
Yeah, for sure. All right, there's the Boa, so doing a little bit of searching over on the Aaron K side of things, trying to find the Luffy or the event. And didn't quite see what he grabbed there. I was looking away for just a moment, but I'm sure it was something fantastic, right?
Oh, yeah, a lot of options. It's a lot of attacks.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of events on this red deck here, which normally you don't see in red, but Rayleigh has a handful of them.
Yeah, you can tend to go for, a good amount of attacks fairly quickly, and just the way you're adding down to things, buffing things, you're looking for that Luffy, of course. There's a Hiyori for a little bit more searching, and so getting the pretty standard green Zoro start, getting a lot of searching, just setting up that strong mid game.
There's a lot of setup with green decks, of course, because we have the on-play, we have the Hiyori, who is essentially kind of a blocker because you have to get rid of her. Otherwise, we're going to have Richard just search
for sure.
nonstop.
Yeah, and I feel like the mid-game is where the Zoro really excels, right? Because that's when your opponent has established a bit of a board. You can start to set up those double swings, right, into the board, and then into face. You can start to establish things like the Tashigi, the cards that give you that 3 Rested Dawn,
Yes, once that Mihawk comes down, the game state changes because it is a very tall body that sometimes maybe Rayleigh can't get over.
Oh,
it makes it really difficult, so you might have to go for board. But at the same time, Zoro, when he gets Rested Dawn, it goes to 8K, and that is a magic number against the Luffy that he plays on Rayleigh.
Right, so we did see the Boa take out the Hiyori, then the 5K swing in, got the counter from Richard. Now we're establishing the Nami for another bit of searching. It's interesting because both of these decks like to put on a lot of pressure, but they do it in different ways, but they both end up doing a lot of early searching. So you get that interesting situation where you have a lot of small characters running into each other. Speaking of searching, this Buggy for even more searching, right? Looking for the event.
Yeah, and one interesting thing is that Rayleigh does have that Buggy, and it is immune to slash type characters.
Yeah.
So very big, not a lot of cards in the Zoro deck can actually attack that.
That does end up being a pretty big deal. I believe that was Observation Hockey. Yeah, going to go ahead and... oh, no, I'm sorry. It was a Supreme King. My bad. Those hockey cards, man, it's all got that elephant on it,
Yeah, because, it's that scene where Rayleigh's showing Luffy how to conquer it.
Exactly, yep. But then it's Conqueror's Hockey, not Supreme King. The card game is Supreme King, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of variations in names, of course.
Yeah, second Boa as well. So just all the searching in the world you could hope for. There's Tsushigi going to rest the Nami with that. Attach the 3 Dawn to Zoro. That's going to be Perona running into the Nami. And now Zoro's going to run into the Boa. And then, then we got the attack on life.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, and that's basically a strat for Zoro here.
That's Zoro, yep.
Yeah, let them come down, get rested, and the
Yeah.
next turn, chop them down, and then go for face.
Yep, that's right. That turn was basically Green Zoro in a nutshell, kind of showing everything that he does best, right?
Yep.
On plays, affecting the board, giving the Dawn, getting those big 8K swings in.
Yeah, it's 1-2 punch with Zoro, and it's kind of cool that we have another Zoro leader because it is a similarly strategy with the old Zoro that now Rayleigh's taking now because he has that boost base for his leader.
Hey, there he is. There's the Luffy he was looking for.
Yeah, and potentially a 6K attacker.
Yep. Showing 2 Supreme King events. And that lets him play another character, bringing out the Boa here. Going to attach the Dawn from the Luffy activation to the Buggy here. And doing the search with the Boa. Now, sometimes Rayleigh players will be inclined to use the activate main on the Boa right away just to buff something on the turn and get those attacks in earlier. Well, we'll see what Aaron decides to do.
Yeah, you can always keep it on board and use it as another body to boost it because eventually Zoro's hand is going to get smaller and smaller, and the more you go wide sometimes, the easier it's going to get him to 0 and then for lethal.
Yeah, I'm curious because there's it's a lot. The game state really is a big part of it, right? But then you've also got the side of it too, where it's like, well, Zoro wants to swing into my smaller stuff, so sometimes you just want to bounce the Boa to the trash just to buff something and get that bigger swing in the moment. But looks like we've got waiting for the Buggy. Okay.
Yeah, and that's 7.
Buggy swinging in. Yep, that's right.
First blood.
All right, and Nami comes out, so that's going to allow a little bit more searching.
And then we got another search, and he's already going through a deck so much, getting all these cards that he needs.
Yeah, finds another Tashigi. That's really useful in this matchup in particular. It's just a good card in general, but like in this matchup, it rests basically everything.
Yeah, resting so they don't get to attack and basically deny them from them is huge into the Rayleigh matchup.
Yeah, that's right. And then we got the Perona as well for the counter there. So both players just it's kind of a fencing match with, these two. I know they have swords, but they're not fencing swords. But either way, it is kind of a matter of just like poking, testing, trying to control the board in a way that like sets up some of the bigger combo swings down the line. There's 2 Dawn on the Rayleigh, and that's going to make sure that, we already had the extra 2K on the Luffy from the Buggy, I suppose, but wanted to get that extra swing.
And Aaron is already plenty familiar with the Zoro matchup as he did play into Nikki Goldman back in top 32. Very close. Best of 3 game that they had with each other was a nail biter. It came down to the wire and end of time. And in the end, Aaron managed to have just enough counter to survive 2 8K attacks from Zoro leader. So that's what we got here, Aaron in the finals.
Yep, now the swing to, looks like face from Tashigi here. We did see the Perona swing in to take out one of the smaller characters. That was a Buggy, because she's one of the few non-slash in the deck. There's another Tashigi coming down.
Yeah, and the good thing about Zoro into Rayleigh is that Zoro also has a lot of small characters that can just, without much commitment, go into Rayleigh's. So that's pretty good for them.
Yeah, I think so. Rayleigh down to 2 life already. And
yeah,
so the pressure's certainly on for Aaron here. But, he found a lot of searching early on, but he didn't find like the Punk Hazard Sanji that you really, really prefer to find with that Luffy. I'm not seeing any Zoros or anything like that come out yet either. Big swing coming in now from Zoro.
Ooh, that is quite a big swing. And if he can get in a Mihawk to be on plate pretty soon, that could be deciding for this particular game. Because from what I was told, from personal experience, from people expectating the other games with Zoro and Rayleigh, once that Mihawk comes in, it's a game changer. Otherwise, we're struggling a little bit.
Yeah, so we saw Aaron counter out of the attack onto Luffy there. Then he did take the life when the second attack came in from Zoro. And you really do want to kind of like save up stuff in your hand to protect the stuff on board. You end up, using more cards to protect your characters in this matchup with the Rayleigh than you do in some other leaders, but it's so worth it. He does finally find that Sanji there too, it looked like.
Yeah, the 2K Sanji. Yeah, he searched one earlier too with Inami. It's just tough with Rayleigh because her characters are below 5,000, so you have to commit more resources to save them.
Of
when
course.
you need them.
Yeah, of course, yeah. It's a little bit easier with the Luffy that is at least, if you have the attached on 6K on your opponent's turn, but the Sanji just 3K, and so that it's strong on your turn, but then it does get very difficult to protect once it comes out, so you want to make sure you're choosy, and that's why you generally want to play them early, right? So you can at least get a swing or 2 in.
Yeah, and here we go again.
There's another Luffy, okay.
Revealing, yep.
Showing the 2 Supreme King, that'll allow him to play the Sanji. That's the classic combo that Rayleigh likes to do. The 1 Dawn attached to the other Luffy now, and 1 on the Rayleigh. That's right, so that should boost the Luffy's then. Yep, and then there's another 2K on the Boa. All right, so that's a lot of buffs to keep track of, but basically what it all ends up for is a large number of swings going Richard's way.
Yeah, and just going small swings is definitely going to take away from Richard's hand here and playing the Rika.
That's right.
Yeah. So that's one interesting tech card that we hadn't seen all weekend, and we're seeing it here, with the finalists. So it definitely worked.
Yeah, Richard's list is a little bit different from some of the very typical Zoro lists you've seen. He does have some of those extra sort of tech things like the Rika to just stand something one more time, right?
Yeah.
You've got the event, but it's nice to have it in the form of a character from time to time, too. Aaron K with the Shaku Yaku for a search. Again, you're going to be searching all game long with this Rayleigh, of course. And another counter from Richard. Let's see.
What's the pick?
Didn't quite see what he grabbed, but yeah. I was looking at Richard's side of the board. Now another attack coming in.
Yeah, into Toshigi, and
That's right.
gone.
Yeah, I mean, with that many attacks coming in, you do kind of find it hard to protect your stuff on board sometimes. Sometimes it just doesn't feel like it's worth it, right? And, Richard is getting into the point of the game where you're like, all right, I can let that go. I can be conservative about the cards in my hand because I'm going to start to play the bigger stuff, right? Ideally, this is going to be, getting close to the point where we're going to start to see, like, the Mihawks come out and stuff.
Yeah, I think it's getting to the point where he needs to play that Mihawk to assert dominance in the match because he needs that to protect his other Tashigi and mostly Tashigi because you need that big body there, the Perona, and I mean, need a little more gas to go on attack. But having that Mihawk is going to save you that life. You spend less on countering, so it's going to be game changer for him. If he sees it, he might not see it.
It changes your math a lot when you're approaching this and you're like, okay, all my searchers are like actually legitimate threats into my opponent's board in a way that it's not in a lot of other matchups.
Yeah, so right now I think my biggest concern on Richard's side is that he needs to see that Mihawk, and then, Aaron, he needs to keep applying that pressure. And if he maintains that Sanji there as well, that is going to be doing a lot of damage, especially if he clears out that board. Like we see Perona right now attacking. If we get rid of that, that's one less attack.
A 3K swing into the boa and just saying, all right, do you want to save it? And Aaron decides to let it go. And now Richard says, okay, so he wasn't concerned about saving the boa. So now what do I want to do? How much do I want to pressure here? Because generally those relays can maintain pretty decent hand size through a large portion of the game. It's really kind of like the mid game where it starts to drop off a little bit because you have to start protecting your characters on board. You're kind of starting to run a little bit lower on searchers.
Yeah, and at least Rayleigh has that opportunity to kind of like how Porges the Ace Leader was, where you can counter with any card from your hand. This Rayleigh has specific event cards that you can use as a counter for free, pretty much. So he has, having a big hand could be 2Ks, 1Ks, or the events are basically free 2Ks.
Yeah, and keep in mind, too, Aaron does have 2 Dawn up right now. And so that is 2 Dawn that could be used for cards like the Supreme King Hockey, right, to minus the entire board, And there you go. Yep, there's one right there. And with one more Dawn up, you do start to get a little bit nervous about the effectiveness of the swings.
Yeah, this makes it a lot more difficult to do some kind of math because now you have to expend more Dawn. And we got the Mihawk out, so that's at least silver lining, Mihawk turn.
That's a great silver lining, right? You get the Dawn back, you get the big blocker out, you get to swing in now with the Zoro.
It's about 6 cards, I'm counting.
Yeah, I believe he's got 6 or 7 in hand right now.
Yeah, I'm not the math guy, but I can try.
I believe I see 7,
okay.
But I'm not confident that I can count to 7. If you've been watching this weekend, you know why.
Yeah, I think he kind of needs to save that Luffy, but does he want to expend all the resources just for that?
I mean, I think it's worth it. I think this is the point in the game where you really try your hardest to just maintain the board that you've built with Rayleigh. And I'm by no means an expert with this leader, but it's one that I've been playing a little bit more than some of the other ones lately, and it really feels bad, especially if you lose some of the Luffys at this point in the game.
Yeah, we had a fun game, backstage with that too, right?
Oh yeah, we've been playing all weekend, yeah. Yep. So he does end up countering out of that as well. The second one too.
Yeah, that was critical to keep that Luffy aboard because we have Sanji and 2 Luffys. Shakuyaku's just there, but she can get in some attacks too.
Yeah, and I mean, look how much life that Richard has, and you factor in the Mihawk blocker. It is going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Aaron.
Yeah, I think title battle so far, it is leaning towards Richard here, and already having that Mihawk and already having an attacker with the Shigi, it's pretty good. If he cranks out one of the restand events, that could be pretty much the end of game 1.
That's right. All right, so showing 2 events, buffing that 1 Luffy. going ahead and using the observation hockey to give a Dom, but also just do a little bit more searching.
And we got a Supreme, I think.
I believe so. Yeah, grab another one real quick. Sometimes they slip in the hand pretty
Still
fast.
got the elephant.
It's always the elephant. It's always the elephant. But one Don attached here. Obviously going to attach at least one more to get the Luffy's online.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he will, of course.
Yeah. There you go. All right. And it looks like the Tashigi was pointed at. And it looks like, Richard going to let that one go.
Ooh.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a lot of Dawn that he could expand to go taller next time if he had blocked with the Mihawk, but, you know, maybe he has more foresight on what he can expand that block on because an AK block is pretty good.
Yeah. Nami searching. Sanji is the pickup from Aaron.
Oh.
Easy spot that time around. But, man, I'm getting a little bit concerned about Aaron here. We'll see what the rest of the swings line up for here.
Yeah, I do see that Aaron is loading up with a lot of counter in hand. He searched into Sanji twice too.
Yeah, he's got a lot of attacks. You can see just loading up 3 down the Shakuyaku just to make I believe that's a 5K swing. I think she's a 2K naturally.
Yeah, at the end, the last attack will be like voided because of the Mihawk as well.
Fair enough, yeah. But you're kind of planning around that, and Richard does just take the life, and you know at this point in the game, yeah, sure, another card in hand sounds great, and it's that awkward moment where it's like you need to remove their life, but you also know that you're just giving them more gas for their turn.
Yeah, also you don't want to get in that threshold for Kid Killer as well because that is way more done that you can expand on that. NBC's Kid Killer, that is 2 cards you got to use to counter out of that.
I mean, 4 down up right now. It's certainly a possibility that Richard is thinking about.
Did we get a peek at the hand for that yet or not? No.
I don't believe I saw it, but we will see. And tossing out the 2K counter.
Yeah, see a 2K counter and a lot of events.
Yep. All right, so here comes another attack. Just going to be a 6K swing from the Sanji.
Ooh, Richard's hand is not the biggest right now, so that's concerning as well.
A 5 in hand. Well, I mean, that's why you want to grab a couple life there, too, if you can. But, yeah, you're right. You go into the 2 life with 4 Dawn up on your Rayleigh opponent's side. You're like, do they run the Kid Killer? Because some players don't. Some players just run the 4 Zoros, right? But and look at that. We got the swing from Rayleigh coming in, and that's going to be the block and the counter to keep the Mihawk alive.
Yeah, so now we're at 2 life.
Oh, boy. Yep, okay, 2 life. 2 Dawn up for Aaron as well. So, and I believe he does have at least 1 Supreme King hockey in hand, but that's sometimes the hockey just isn't enough. We'll see, but that is the attack into Shakuyaku, first of all.
Yeah, and we got the smaller characters having their own battle here. I do see that he could potentially try and go for it with some restand events if he has them in hand potentially, but I don't think he's searching into them.
Yeah, it's also still a fairly
to see 1 in hand.
Fairly decent hand size. Yeah, there is 1. Luffy will be King of the Pirates in his hand for the restand on the Zoro. But like, Aaron still does have 5 cards in hand, right? And
yes.
You know that a good amount of those are going to be events that are 2Ks.
Yes,
right.
They catch the Sanji 2K, and then the rest were events from the gold trimming on the borders.
Yeah, and then, obviously Supreme King is not only a 2K, but it -1s your entire board, for the turn, too. So Rayleigh just has this way of surviving, at this point in the game. And so it can be a deck that's a little bit tricky to close out again, even when you're Zoro and you end up with these extra attacks.
Yeah.
You can see Richard really in the tank here thinking about what the play is going to be.
Yeah, it is getting near the end of this game for sure because Aaron can just go in on the crackback and possibly clear out his board or deplete, all of Richard's life and then go for the next turn because having those Luffys and that Sanji there is really tough on Zoro right now.
Yeah. And I think right now you do just need to kind of focus on board if you can. Yeah, Richard Y going into the Luffy there because you figure your methods of going for a game here probably don't line up great with the hand size that your opponent has and just the things you've seen them pick up from searchers. So better to play a little bit safer. Zoro is going to be the deck that's going to be, stronger as the game goes on. But, some of the rush stuff that exists in Rayleigh always adds kind of this constant threat that you need to be aware of.
Yeah, for those are OG players of One Piece, back in Set 1 era, we did have Green Kid. And it was a very dangerous leader to have because if you were at 10 Dawn, you could potentially swing for 12K and you can just attack 12 and restand and do it again. So being at 1 life is pretty dangerous, but as you can see here, he is currently trying to go for the board, survive this turn, and potentially do it next turn because he does have a restand event in hand.
Yeah. All right, so the Luffy goes to the trash for Aaron K here. The board shrinks a little bit. Still has a Luffy and the Sanji up and available for now.
So far, no Kid Killer or Rush.
I don't see any there. Remember, he does have that Sanji, but again, to become, you know, maximum size, that Sanji does need to take a card from your life too. So that's a card that is a little bit trickier to use this time around. At the very least, it is a 2K counter though, so that's kind of, you know, probably the direction you're thinking with it at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's a little late for it to play that one,
Yeah.
but that's usually early aggression. Now it's just defense at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a pretty purely defensive hand as far as I can see. Although I believe he does have at least one of the that is power in hand to negate the blocker, at least for the Rayleigh swing.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. He has to map it out in a way that he has to get rid of Luffy and Sanji to minimize it so he can comfortably survive the turn and then go at it with the Zoro leader and Mihawk.
I think that's the plan. That's the long-term plan, at least. Richard really thinking his way through this turn. He's going to play another Tashigi there, load up a bit more Dawn on Zoro with the Tashigi ability. The Nami going in on the... So green Nami versus red Nami. Green Nami's going to win this one. And the board shrinking pretty quickly for Aaron. Yeah, swinging into that Sanji and only 3K. Like, how in the world do you save that?
Yeah, you're granting, you know, the draw card, but at the same time, you just got to get rid of that board and minimize the damage.
Yeah, and if you get rid of the Sanji, you basically are saying, all right, you're going to need Rush to have a chance even at finishing me next turn. And with the Mihawk blocker, it's going to be, you know, virtually impossible. Although, you know, again, you do have the one event that lets you bypass the blocker with the leader swing. So, you know, we'll have to see what Aaron can draw into. You know, we know he doesn't have those Rush characters in hand right now.
Yeah, ooh.
Okay, yeah, I think I don't know how you save. You have to. I don't even know if his whole hand would have been enough to save it.
That's a lot of events. I see a buggy at that.
Maybe you could have saved with everything, but yeah.
Yes. Yep. Buggy and Tuke Sanji. The rest are all the hacky events.
Yep. And that's the last life as well. Added to Aaron's hand, draws one for the turn, and now the question is, can you somehow, some way, summon a victory, or at least summon one more turn? And it is a best of 3 as well. So regardless of the end of this game, we're going to go to at least a game number 2.
Yeah, for sure. And as you all know, in top cut situations, the higher standing player will always get to pick their first or second. I don't recall the standings between these two fellows here, but yeah, now after this game ends, the one that lost will get to pick who goes first or second. So we'll see Aaron or Richard, the one who loses it, will pick their favorite turn.
Yep. That is correct. Aaron, again, thinking, you know, what is the way I could either... You know, I mean, because the thing is like, you know, the Tashigi and the Mihawk aren't rested, right? You can't even attack in them. You can't even attack into them right now, you know?
Yeah, it's not it's not in Rayleigh's kit to do that kind of stuff.
Not really.
So you have to go in now. And technically, he does have one card in hand, but he doesn't have the bodies to get there.
Yeah. And like, you know, I guess Mole Pistol could help in this case too. Didn't see if I'm trying to see if he's got one in his hand right now.
Yeah, no, if he had a rush, not now, he would need to have to rushes to get through 2 life, blocker, and lethal. So I think, okay, yeah, we'll see.
And this point in the game too, I mean, if you're, you know, if you're thinking, you know, okay, there's the Mole Pistol, all right, so that can deal with something anyway. But like, you're thinking too, or like, you know, how can he finish this? And sometimes, if a player kind of has a feeling that they're probably going to end up on the losing end, you still kind of want to play it out so you can think through the game on the fly and just use it as a little bit of prep time. I don't think we're there yet with Aaron. I think he's still got a shot here, but sometimes you do see players kind of delay the end a little bit for that. Life taken by Richard here. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. They have to play it out to learn.
I don't know about this. Yeah, he's putting it back. He's like, I'm not sure.
I mean, he can only do one more attack.
Yeah.
He has that one last block as well, so the last card in hand is the recent event. So
right, Luffy's got the 6K power as well, and he knows. I believe he did see that Mole Pistol taken to hand, right? So.
Oh, I apologize. He did pitch that earlier. My apologies.
Okay. All right, takes the life. And Aaron.
Trying to do the math to get over Mihawk, maybe?
Thinking about it.
That's so much defense there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, getting past the Mihawk, that 8K power on the Mihawk is such an awkward number to get past.
Okay.
It's definitely one of the better blockers that's come out in the game in a while, I think. So you do have just the 8K swing, it looks like, coming through.
Yeah, you could just take it. Yep.
Yep, all right.
Ooh.
Oh. What do we got? Okay,
Oh,
yeah, he's just
God.
going to Molt Pistol the Tashigi, yeah. I figured at some point he had to use that to just get rid of that card, but
yeah,
the Mihawk still stands tall for the moment, but both players on 0 life right now. Game 1, getting about as close as it can get. Richard wants to take a look at the discard pile. I can't blame him. The contents of the trash is going to be extremely important right now, just to check to see, what events your opponent's going to have access to, especially in terms of counter, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely seeing what is left in this deck that he can get defense for Rayleigh, and I think he has to go in. There's no more turns after this for sure. Mathematically, he has to go in, give him the 8, and then he'll probably go big back to back.
Supreme King Hockey. It's going to minus everything. All right, counters out of that one. So Zoro, Nami, Perona, all at -1. Mihawk as well. Is he just going to stack everything up there?
Oh, it is happening.
On the Zoro, yeah, okay. And first the attack into the Luffy.
Ooh.
Yep. I think this is the safe way to do it. You know you're going to get another swing.
True, true, true.
All right. Another Supreme King Hockey.
And yeah, that Supreme King is quite the card.
So what does he need to, is it 11? Because it's, fine, let me count up the Dawn here. All right, yeah, there's the restand. That's going to be one more attack, and that's going to be game number 1, going the way of Richard Y. Getting it done with the Zoro. Had that extra event. Luffy is a man who'll be king of the pirates to get that restand on the Zoro.
Yeah.
And we are into the final. We are on the cruise, I should say.
On the
right
cruise?
now. We're on the cruise. We are.
We are. Yeah, definitely exciting. I think Rayleigh can also just bounce back and take this game, and it'll be a nail-biter of a Game 3 as well. Both really strong decks. We already saw Aaron can definitely go toe-to-toe with a Zoro as he beat Nicky Goldman in top 32. So we'll see how Game 2 pans out.
Yeah, for sure. We'll find out. But, I mean, I think Richard played that so well, right? He knew exactly what his limits were against the Rayleigh. And, yeah, I mean, like, it looks scary the way he played that out. But he was in control the entire time.
Yeah, no, he was on the edge a lot of the time, but meanwhile, he did set up the cards that he needed to have, like Tashigi to rest and clear bodies, and also he played the Mihawk. That was pivotal to surviving enough turns with all the blocks that he did.
Indeed, yeah. And just looking at a quick replay of that game, it was a lot of Zoro doing Zoro things, a lot of players searchers attacking each other. Pretty typical Rayleigh Zoro stuff early on, but I feel like the entire game changed, as it often does, when the Mihawk comes down for the Zoro player and says, all right, how in the world are you going to get past this 8K body? Mole Pistol's not enough. You've got the event, but that's only going to get your leader through. You need more.
For sure, yeah, and I think like Zoro is good on the side that it is good into attacking the Luffy character because it is the perfect map to make you waste 2 cards or your events, and then also you will go to 8, you will make him use 2 cards no matter what because of 5K leader.
Yep, that's right. So both of these players on lock for a trip to Worlds already. That's got to feel good, but you want to be the champion as well.
Right, there's a lot more at stake. They have confirmed, their entry to the World Championship, but they're playing off for a first prize.
Yep.
First place, sorry.
Absolutely, yeah, you want to be the champ. What more can you say? Searching coming down for both players. We've got the double search, the Buggy and the Nami for Aaron, so it looks like he's got what he's looking for in his hand here. A little swing from Zoro to start the turn.
Yeah, it's a pretty good turn 1 when you have Buggy because Buggy is one of the strongest 1-cost characters in the game and protected by this effect to not be hit by slash characters.
I mean, would be protected except for Perona can just, she doesn't slash. She's specials.
She's very special.
So she can just run. She needs a little bit of Dawn attached, but she can get it done,
For sure. And, ooh, with Hearing.
Yeah. Activate main searcher. And, like you mentioned last game, that's a card that kind of demands a response. So that's one more attack. It's almost like it is almost like a little blocker. Oh, he finds the Mihawk. All right, well, no big surprise there. There's going to be a lot in there, but Aaron at least knows for a fact that there's a Mihawk in the hand.
Yeah, Mihawk will be imminent, but he is going on first, so he's going to see it a little bit later.
Okay. Yep, the attack into the Hiyori naturally, again, demands a response. Thankfully, the Nami equal to the task.
And we're boosting.
Yep. Yeah, because now here's this great little Rayleigh turn where you can go for the buggy and the Rayleigh swings.
Yeah, and we're just doing the math over here on how to spread it out. Most likely character first and then leader because it's bigger.
Right.
And
observation hockey finds the Sanji there.
5.
I believe. Yep.
I mean, it's very early in the game. He can definitely just take it to get information on life, but it is easily counterable.
Right. Oh, all right. The Rush Zoro coming in a little bit early this game. And I love this, right? I mean, we know he's got the Luffy and the Sanji in the hand, so we know he's got that combo coming later.
Yes.
I love just simply putting the pressure on when you attach the one Don. You're like, all right, something fishy's going on here. The counter does come out from Richard. He had some 2Ks in hand to handle that. But that's already kind of a lot of cards committed to stay a little bit healthier. Tashigi comes down.
Yep.
Haha, everything's already rested. Zoro going in, and then, one more to life.
It's still rested. It's still Dawn added to a leader.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
It's still big body, so
you
definitely.
get that. You get that at least. Yep.
Yeah. And we're at 5, so turn out for this one, we'll see Mihawk.
Yep. Yeah, whenever my opponent plays a Tashigi like that, I'm like, haha, my board's rested, get wrecked. But,
Yeah, no, it's, man, like the green archetype is so strong with their mechanics of resting and restanding. There's one that has always been solid since the very beginning. We had our green kid, we had our green Uta, very strong leaders. They have won national tournaments in Japan as well. So now we have the third coming of green kid. We have Zoro.
There you go, yeah. Another counter comes through. Richard has been countering these attacks pretty aggressively this game. And there's the, this is going to be the Luffy Sanji turn then.
Yeah, and that's going to be a lot of pressure being added. And Aaron has been going on full gas, starting with the buggy, the 3K attacker. We have also the Rush Zoro being played. We have Luffy playing out Sanji. So a lot of cards being played on Aaron's side.
Right. Back over to Richard now. Put the pressure on. Yeah, gonna throw that Perona into the buggy. And that's one of the ones where it's like, it's nice to get the attack with the Rayleigh ability, but once you establish a bit more of a board, you can let that one go. Again, it does demand a response, like we saw. But it is something you don't need to necessarily defend. Tashigi swinging in now, and that looks like a life that Aaron is going to go ahead and take. Another Tashigi comes down again. That's going to rest the Sanji, and that is such an easy target for this 8K swing from the Zoro.
Yeah, we do get a draw, but it's still getting rid of a body that will do 6K damage on the crackback.
Yeah, exactly. Man, Richard has been really putting a lot of pressure on early. I did like the Zoro start from Aaron, just playing the Rush Zoro, getting as many attacks in as possible, but Richard was just so ready to be like, all right, it's all small attacks. I can commit a card to that. I can save what I need and then build that big board later. And the 2 Tashigis already, and we know he's got the Mihawk in hand. It's looking like it's pretty smooth sailing at this point.
Yeah, it is going odds, but it is a pretty good curve that he achieved. And I did talk to him earlier after he got his match win for to become a finalist, right?
All right.
And he said, yeah, I'm playing Zoro because I used to play the red one. And he is indeed one of the best Zoros all around for red back in the day. So he's like, well, now I can play the green one. Let's do it.
Yeah, it's like you get to play the same character, get to be a little bit aggressive, not quite as aggressive, but in a little bit of a fun, different way. Searcher is going to find the Sanji, it looks like here. Nice 2K pickup.
Yes, for sure. I think now it's a little bit late to play it again, but it's still, 2K.
I mean, yeah, it's if he wasn't a 2K, you wouldn't run him. There's some people that don't even run the Sanji, but
that's a big hand.
Yeah.
Rush Zoro in there, so that's very important.
Yeah, I mean, Rayleigh does usually get a good amount of hand there. It's showing the 2 events to give the +2 over to the Luffy. It's going to make him a 6K, and then once some Donna's attached, that'll make him a little bit bigger even.
Oh, yeah. No, that is one of the main attackers. It's kind of like a red Jinbei of sorts because you do get a card out of that, which is their Sanji. So,
yeah,
pretty strong.
Yeah. All right. There's another Luffy. Why not?
Yeah, back at it again.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Gets to establish the Dawn, too, on Rayleigh and gets another Sanji out. So, Aaron striking right back and attach one more Dawn to turn on the 6K buff for the 2 Luffys. Swing 7K now. But he's coming back as much as you can with a Rayleigh, right? Still has a large hand size. Established, one of the best boards you can establish right now as a Rayleigh. and kind of puts the onus back on Richard to find a way to respond. Going to commit 2 cards there to get out of the 7K swing.
Yeah, and it's kind of tough because he's being put in a spot where he has, in that turn, where he has to play the Mihawk, and that's as much as he can do. So pretty much you probably just play the Mihawk, swing out a little bit, and then clear the one Luffy that's rested because everything else is upright right now.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, one of the big things with this deck is, knowing, when to swing, when not to swing. And, next turn he's going to have that big choice, right? Because theoretically, unless things get rested, he's going to have a lot of things to swing with.
Yeah, so you can see the hand for Richard is already dwindling. And we
got to be
have
the Mihawk this turn, right?
Yeah. There we go. We do have him at 3 life to Aaron's 2 life, so it is already a low life game.
Yep. So the Mihawk allows you to restand for Dawn, and that allows you to put it all on your leader. And you're going to go into the 6K Luffy. There you go. Yep. And another swing from that coming in. That's going to be 9K now.
Yep, pretty good turn.
Yep. And why not? Just throw a scary swing in from the Tashigi as well.
Yep. And put him at 1 would be pretty, on a tight spot for him because any restand event could potentially get him on a danger zone.
Yeah, it's so scary. Like, you've got the 9K in the leader. You've got 8K from Tashigi. It's going to counter out of that one. You got to protect that life, but then the bigger attack is coming anyway. That one you're just going to go ahead and take.
Yeah.
A lot of times you'll just protect the smaller hit.
Yeah,
you know the bigger one's coming, right?
Yeah, you got to save the characters on that one because the leader hit is just too much.
Yeah. He still did end up, losing that Luffy, though. I mean, there's only so much you can do. 9K is a big swing against a 6K body that requires a pretty big hand commitment. And now we'll see if Aaron can reestablish. What sort of pressure can he put on? Because it looks like it's 3 life for Richard right now. But now that Mihawk, that 8K body Mihawk is standing in the way.
Yeah.
Sanji going to be buffed this time. 8K now.
Alrighty.
Yep, all right.
Okay.
Just going ahead and using observation hockey.
Another Luffy here.
Yep. Trying to remember if he has anything to play out with that in his hand. I didn't see it, but we'll
he already played 2 second Sanji. So.
I mean, I guess you've got something, but
Shakuyaku. All right, another surge.
Yeah, got the Zoro.
This deck is so consistent.
Sure. Oh, not the Zoro. My bad. Got to play him on your own, but
yeah,
it's worth.
Oh no, for sure. 3 costs for 5K rush is incredible. It's a set 1 card and it's still played to this day.
I know, right? All right, it's time. Time to think about where's the Dawn going to go? Because the Mihawk is there, of course, right? We've said that a million times, but it's only 1 block.
Yes, but it's also at 3 life, so it's very tough. Obviously, he's not going to win this turn.
Yeah, and that is going to be a 9K swing at the Tashigi. He's just going to let that go. He needs the Mihawk to protect the life rather than the board. Luffy swinging in now. That's going to be a 6K swing because we do have that total of 2 attached Dawn, given Dawn.
Yeah, and what's going to be the response here? Very low. The hand is like 3 cards or so I'm seeing from Richard's side of things.
Right.
Matsuki.
Okay, yeah, going to 2K to escape the damage from that swing.
I do really gotta appreciate the thematic support that Zoro and really have gotten. It's all pretty much all things related to them. Perona is a big character in Zoro's story.
Oh yeah.
Also all the Wano characters, Mihawk of course, Kuina, so I like that as well. And of course Rayleigh's side with Luffy, Shakuyaku.
They do such a good job of making playing the leader feel thematically correct.
Yeah, you saw your emu during the panel, right? That was incredible.
Looks like a really, really fun leader for sure. I'm on the Goldie Roger hype train right now too.
That too.
Oh wow, we got the block from the Mihawk. Okay. Yeah.
He could go tall and go for it if he wanted to.
I mean, I think I think you're happy to see that block him down. There's the Zoro. All right. Has the rush. Will he commit any Dawn to it? It looks like he will. So 7K coming in from the Zoro. We know Richard's hand size is getting a little bit on the small side, so does take that one into hand.
Yeah, so he chose to do pressure over trying to go a little bit taller and go for the Mihawk, which, it is the decision that he made. I'm not sure if it's going to take you to the right direction or not, but we'll find out.
You know, it does leave you vulnerable. Obviously, if the restand event is in Richard's hand, that certainly makes things quite scary when you combine that with the possibility of you know, the swing from the Mihawk. But there's still one life for Aaron. There's a massive hand for Aaron. We know that this Rayleigh has tons of counter, and just again, Supreme King Hockey just messes with your math so much because you have to worry about that first attack being countered, and then okay, how do I then change my math in case everything is -1, right?
Yeah, no, it definitely brings me flashbacks to the Judgment of Hell event card, the purple one, that it's not only is it a counter, it reduces your 2 characters' attacks. So then you're pretty much kind of like blocked out from attacking with the other one too.
Yeah, it does make for very interesting attack pattern, you know, decision making. Checks through the trash. Again, I think this is a pretty vital thing to do against the Rayleigh. Just to be aware of what events have been used.
Yeah, and it's very possible that with all the search that he's done, you could see eventually a bottom deck as well. So we got to map out what is left in this guy's deck.
Lots of thoughts from Richard. But I mean, I appreciate how much time he takes. He knows that this is an untimed round. You've got as much time to make decisions as you want here. And in the grand finals, like, of course you're going to want to take an extra second to really think through things.
Yeah, no, believe me, I have seen quite a few finals that were definitely over the hour mark. Katakuri and Enel, Lucci and Lucci,
and hey,
Dofi and Dofi.
I am 100% fine with that if we get good good players making good plays, you know?
Oh, yeah.
The more the merrier, right? 10 done to work with at this point in the game. You've got the Mihawk, you've got the Zoro. Ooh, is he gonna moving that Dawn towards the Perona? So, you know, you've certainly got some things you can do, right? You can run the Perona into the Sanji, you know, but they've got such a big hand, you're probably not going to be able to take it out without an overly committing Dawn on it. He's just going to try to drain the hand a little bit, I guess it looks like.
Yeah, going for board.
This feels like something you do protect if you're Aaron. We'll see.
Yeah, you need to protect it because you need to go back in on the crackback as he has only 2 life and blocker.
You know, the thing is, though, is that every card used is a card that doesn't get to save you when Mihawk and Zoro swing in like a million times, right? So I think letting that go is a good decision by Aaron. And there's a second Mihawk. Yeah, okay.
Oh.
All right. So Richard's saying, you know, kind of maybe saying I was wondering if you were going to take the bait and defend it, and then you'd have less to defend me deciding to send some big swings your way, but lets it go. Now we got Zoro coming in, swinging at the Zoro on the other side, and then at life, last life taken by Aaron. 2 remaining for Richard. 2 Mihawks in play. How in the world does Aaron get through this?
Quite honestly, it seems very dire on Aaron's side because he has to connect 5 times to get the win to go to game 3, and having those 2 great walls of Mihawk, 2 life, and whatever's in hand, and the 2 life in cards. I don't know. It's really tough.
Yeah, it certainly is. Observation hockey taken here, and I mean, hey, you can use that to search for something else, I suppose. Now showing the 2 events. Gonna get buff the boa. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, he could potentially lock out Aaron from just, you know, by just doing block Mihawk, and then.
He is just trying to, you know, set up as excuse me, as many potential attacks as possible, which that is kind of the Rayleigh methodology.
Yeah, no, I think it's really tough. You know, it's no longer a matter of going for board because it's just too tall for him to take as Rayleigh. You can go for life, but that's gonna take a lot of Dawn.
Okay. You know, this is a lot of attacks, potentially.
Yeah. And we have a boosted, potentially boosted Luffy as well.
Oh, okay. All right. He actually is going to go ahead and use the boa to attach the Dawn to Rayleigh. Huh.
And what's getting out of this? Yeah, it's an 8 swing. You know, that way it will always connect in some way with the blocker. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Saves it with Perona from hand here.
Yeah, and we see he has 1 2K and the restand event on Richard's side, which it is getting there.
If you're Aaron, you know it's in there. You know it's in there, right? So this is the do or die turn for Aaron right here.
Yeah, admittedly, it is a more chill final as we have both of these players have qualified to go to Japan for the World Championship, but
okay,
trophy, ice card.
Yeah. All right, and he's actually going to, I believe that was a, yeah, he was going to mole pistol just to reduce the power of that one Mihawk. Okay. Very interesting. Because a lot of people think like, well, mole pistol can't take out the Mihawk on its own, so I'm not going to ever do it. But just reducing the power and threatening it with another lower power card is kind of a clever play. I like that.
Yeah, it would have played out better if he would have had life to back it up on his end, because now...
Yeah, that's always nice.
Yeah, just going tall with the Mihawk and then Zoro swing, it's very unlikely to counter out of. It is a big hand, mind you.
All right. Well, card draw coming in. We know the event that's in Richard's hand right now.
Yeah, we could potentially see a 9 with Mihawk and then all-in attack for Zoro.
I think we just see, yeah, we got the 7 attached, so the 12, and then stands again. Now 12 to life, I believe, right? And a lot of counter coming out. Double conquer is hockey, so -2.
Man.
So down to 10K for this Zoro here. Okay, all right.
Here it comes.
Yeah. Gonna swing it, and that's it. Richard gets it. It was just too much with the event, and Richard Y will win the tournament in 2-0 fashion. He is our champion.
Ooh, what a decisive victory from Richard, coming back into the fold as a green Zoro player and taking it 2-0. Very impressive.
Yeah, and again, like the thing I really loved about watching Richard play was just how well he knew his limits on this Zoro. He was so keenly aware of the pressure that could come from the Rayleigh player, of knowing what to exactly to attack at the right time, you know, what to counter with, just really putting on a clinic for Zoro. Very impressive stuff here, and congrats to Richard for winning that one.
Yeah, congrats to both of them. Most importantly, to Richard for making the the winner spot for this event. And yeah, he timed it perfectly. He did get the Mihawks just when he needed them most, because the first Mihawk was really strong in game 1. Game 2, 2 Mihawks, huge.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, we always hope for 3 games, right, out of a situation like this. We just want the more the merrier, but still in 2-0 fashion. I got to give credit over to Aaron as well, too. I think really playing fantastically on the Rayleigh. You know, even right to the end of the very last turn, you know, just trying to put as many attacks forward as possible. And, you know, I think, again, you know, he played it to kind of his utmost. But, you know, Richard just really kind of like had it dialed in today.
Yeah, no, for sure. Both players deserve to be here. They got the ticket to Japan as well. And now that they're going to be going to Japan, all bets are off. It could be anything. They could play into each other. They could play into an Asian player, European player, and they could make it all the way to the end. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I think as we watch some of these highlights here from the match, that is really kind of the big takeaway, too. You know, Richard's our champion, but both of these guys are going to go to Japan for the World Championships. And I think they are 2 fantastic representatives from North America.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great matchup here. I just, man, seeing that Mihawk is like so crushing to see as the Rayleigh player, because it's so hard to get over. And he did have the rush Zoro a couple of times.
For sure.
Yeah, we didn't see a kid killer, and that could have also been a really important play, because it is 7K.
Yeah, I don't think he runs the kid killers actually in this list. And you know, a lot of times you'll see people choose to run the 4 Zoros instead of the 2 Zoro 2 kid killer, and I think there's definitely arguments in favor of both sides. But today it was all Richard, right? All able to get it done with the green Zoro, and what a fun leader. I just think it's a cool leader to watch. I think it's a cool leader to play, and such a neat addition to the game.
Yeah, he's one of people's favorites, you know, one of the Straw Hats, and it's Zoro, also popular by Mackenzie as well too. So people love Zoro.
That's right. And so that's going to do it for the One Piece card game tournament. But we're not done yet. We've got the trophy ceremony coming up. So do not miss that. We'll be back in just a few here at Bandai Card Games Fest.
See ya.
Welcome back, everybody, to Bandai Card Game Fest here in Dallas, Texas, and it is time to crown our One Piece card game champion. You just saw the match. It was absolutely wild. It was awesome. But we've got our top 3 players to congratulate here today. So without any further ado, we also have, of course, Shun on stage to help hand out the epic prize cards as well. Thanks for being here. But without any further ado, let's give it up for our 3rd place player. It is Austin Yost. All right, hey, grab that trophy. Come on. Yeah. All right, lift it up. And then Shun has your wonderful prize card. Isn't it beautiful? All right. You did it. And you also did it on a deck that a lot of people had written off. It was UP Luffy. Like, why did you believe in this deck when so many others were like, oh, the bands, oh, too much?
Just some people came with some good tech cards for it. The Rocinante Doflamingo package really just made it way more defensive and just really carried me through all my hard matchups. So,
did you find it was hard to adjust to those changes?
It was all a learning curve for me. In the previous format, I just played Bella Betty and Smash people, so I had to learn the deck from scratch. So,
all right, I mean, that's quite the tempo difference between those 2 decks. But yeah, congratulations on your 3rd place spot. I'll have you stand right over here. And now we have our runner-up, the first of 2 players getting that spot in Worlds already. It is none other than Aaron. Congratulations. Go ahead and lift that trophy high. All right, let's give it up. And Shun has that lovely prize card for you as well. All right, so as a Rayleigh player myself here, you obviously have taken this deck to the limit. What is like the #1 thing that you feel like you understand with the leader that a lot of other people are missing?
I feel like I'm pretty good usually at getting out of a bad opener and just making the most of whatever hands I get. I haven't gotten insane amount of games on it, but I have gotten enough to where I feel very confident in all my choices usually. Occasionally I'll blunder a little bit, but yeah, just confidence usually.
All right, and you've also locked in that spot for Worlds. How's that feel?
That feels awesome, man. I've always wanted to go to Japan, but I never never obviously had an opportunity before, so this is a great opportunity for me. Really excited.
All right, well, congratulations one more time. Give it up for Aaron here. All right, and I'll have you scoot over just a little bit there. And finally, it's time to crown our champion. It is none other than Richard. Yeah. All right, and that amazing first place champion card, and it goes in nicely with your set of Zoros already. You were an OP1 Zoro player. He's just collecting all the Zoros. That's quite the collection. Yeah. Got that cereal you need to pick up at some point in the future, too. That's right. All right. So, I understand that your flight leaves at 8 p.m. You don't have a lot of time right now. Was that a reflection of your confidence coming into this one?
Yeah, I really had to Swift 2 all my opponents so that I can catch my flights, man.
I thought so. I thought, you could go 2 different directions with the confidence thing. That's the direction I thought you were going to go. All right. All right, great. So getting it done on Green Zoro, obviously you made a name for yourself on Red Zoro back in the day too. The games have, the leaders have some similarities, but what was the biggest adjustment moving into the Green Zoro archetype?
I said to all my boys, and my boys know it, you gotta have that dog in you. And what I mean by that means you gotta go for face. I think a lot of people in this game are fearful of just attacking face. They want to trade board, but me, I just go into face because that's how you win the game. So the transition is just get in there and get in there hard.
All right, yeah, you said that dog in you. I thought we were going to start talking about an Eldex for a second again, but congratulations on getting that world spot too. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. I've been trying to get this world invite for a while, and I told everyone here, if there's any worlds I'm going to make, it's going to be this one, because I was very confident in this deck and all the matchups, so I'm glad it worked out that way.
All right, well, it certainly could not have worked out any better. One more time, let's get our 3 players in the middle of the stage here, and one last big round of applause for them. What an accomplishment. All right, and that is going to do it for us here for One Piece at Bandai Card Game Fest. But, of course, we still got more. Don't go anywhere because we got Gundam coming up after this.
Spatial data of my eyes where the vision stream in from 100 million miles. I cross the border between the blinking of the mind to collide with my twin, with the sisterhood within. Firebird girls from worlds apart. Our sisterhood, here we
Hey, we are back here one more time at Bandai Card Game Festo here along with Aspira, and we're about to get into our Gundam Card Game Grand Finals. It is going to be great. The Grand Finals of the first big offline Gundam Card Game tournament, and watching the meta develop around this game has been really fascinating, hasn't it?
Yeah, 100%. You know, there are definitely some takeaways that we got from the beta format that people kind of warmed themselves up with. Things like the blue-white deck, but we've seen such an evolution of things.
Oh, yeah.
But from, you know, big banger decks like the green-white ramp deck and the decks that we're going to be seeing in the finals here, the blue-red ping deck as well as blue-green aggro, or like some people are calling it one-year war aggro, which definitely leans into lots of fun cards and evolutions in the sense of like people playing Corsica base, which wasn't an inclusion before, and min-maxing the decks to a point where we still always see a couple of interesting plays here and there in how people want to tech in the matchup, which leans really well into Gundam's open deck building. Take your two colors, take the best things that you can from there and go from there.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very different game to build. It's a lot of fun. Set 1 meta has been great, wide. Let's take a look at our rules and format here and our prizing for our grand finals. It is going to be a best of 3, of course. We've got 60 minutes of match time and an extra 10 minutes if we need it. I feel like Gundam fits just fine as a best of 3 into an hour, so I don't anticipate we're going to worry about that. And then, of course, we've got all sorts of great prizes, and man, do I love that playmat and that Wing Gundam Zero special LR card. I have seen that in person. I held it in my hand earlier today, and it is beautiful.
Yeah, it is absolutely phenomenal. The team does a fantastic job. And of course, top 8 today have all walked away with the Hero Yui, which is exclusive art. We love when Gundam brings on a bunch of new different artists to be able to represent Gundam in new different shades of illustrations. But today, in this round, we'll be fighting it off for that Gundam Wing Zero.
Yeah, that's right. So I believe it's time to introduce our players for this match. And like you mentioned a little bit earlier, it is going to be green-blue aggro versus the blue-red ping, or sometimes they call it cyber new type. You know, I love that Rick Dom was the chosen card for blue-green aggro because, like, I think that that is just one of my favorite cards in the game. A lot of people also think a lot about the Char Zaku 2, right, and the Char Ensemble that goes on there and gives it the high maneuver as a defining one as well. And it looks like we're almost ready to jump right into it. We've got Jason on the left side of your screen. playing that aggro deck. And then on the right side, we've got none other than Michael. So it is going to be a fast and furious battle between these two. It's really going to be a lot about, is Michael going to be able to sort of contain the rush that's going to come from Jason's side of the board?
Yeah, 100%. We saw Michael in the top 4 match earlier today, and we saw that how he maneuvered being able to apply pressure, beat tempo on the board, but then balance out the pings as well as the resting options within his deck to be able to stave off the offense. So we'll have to see how Jason decides to maneuver into this round to see push and aggro. And we do see here that Michael will go second. We talked about the impact of going second here. So it looks like Jason doesn't have a turn 1 play, and we'll see how Michael is able to start off with that tempo and take advantage of that.
Yeah, I still think most times in this game you're going to want to go second if you're newer players starting out. Just that having that EX resource is just so useful in terms of getting that higher level sooner, getting to play your big bodies a little bit sooner here. But that's a great follow-up here for Jason, being able to play the Zakutu and the Jim, establishing 2 bodies on the board, and Michael in a position where you're not necessarily going to be looking to attack here unless you play like a Vesalius to buff it or something like that. But just sort of getting things out there to handle your opponent's units when they begin attacking, right?
Yeah, 100%. You can apply early pressure if you need to, and then alternatively, you can then use them to trade. Especially things like the Zakutu, which on your on the opposing turn is just a 1/2, which is always a really nice spot to be able to clear out a card and still have your body sustain. We talked about that earlier today. The importance of being able to 2-for-1 your opponent and how much that can do. Naturally, in this matchup, you have to be a little bit careful because there are gun tanks floating around in both of these decks.
Oh, and he is going to go in for 2 damage on the EX base. Interesting. I wonder what he's got in his hand then to follow that up with. Okay, so it's going to be the Zaku Mariner and, 2 of those. So 2 more 2/2s. So saying, you know what, it's fine if you trade into my 1/2/2 because I have the follow-up, right? And that's one of those rare situations where you see this blue-red deck go wide. You don't actually see that too often, but occasionally you do have those hands that enable it. And Michael, I think, taking good advantage of it.
Yeah, the mid-range deck can go late game, but you do enough. If you open up with enough of your level 2 1-drops, then it can definitely do the job there. And it does look like we see the trade here with the Zakutu and the Jim.
Yeah, so we have this weird reversal, right, where it's like, now it seems like Jason almost feels compelled to trade into Michael's side of the board because he's the aggro player. Now the numbers advantage go over to Jason's side. So we have a lot of back and forth. Obviously, nothing is rested yet on the side of Jason, so Michael can't attack unit to unit at the moment anyway. But we'll see what the plan is. Yeah, going in to finish off that EX base, and will he take a shield off of this? Why not, right? I mean, everything on Jason's side of the board is going to trade in 1-for-1, so you're fine with that, I think.
Yep, you're in a corner position, and Michael knows that if he's in a position where the opponent, who is the aggro player, needs to play board control, then you're just ahead. You're winning up on card advantage, you're winning up on tempo, and here we see Michael deciding, I'm just going to go wide. Once again, we saw him do this exact same thing in the top 4, saying, I put you in a very uncomfortable position where you just need to keep contesting against my board, and I'm going to be winning in that advantage game.
Yeah, and we really loved Michael's ability to sort of like know the ins and outs of this deck extremely well, knowing the limits of what you can do. And this is so strange, right? This is so interesting. Jason just feeling compelled to attack into Michael's board, and you can't blame him, right? For being the go wide aggro deck, you're in this situation where suddenly, you're the deck that has to worry about your opponent going wide. But we also do have the RX-78-2 coming out with the Amuro Ray Link. What's going to get rested?
It's a tough position. Yeah, I think the Rizal makes sense stat-wise.
Yep.
Especially since you can get the clear for free. You're going to repair, and then the gun cannon is an awkward AP stat point where it can't clear, and then we can go ahead and crack that EX base there. But this was a really solid turn for Jason, which, realizing, like you're saying, weird that the aggro deck needs to play board control, but cards like the RX-78 are exactly the ones that you want to see because they can do the board control thing and then remain on board as a sticky body that your opponent needs to deal with.
All right, I like the Vesalius to start to turn off with, just to get that card draw right, establish that stronger board. Going to go ahead and use it right away to enable that gun cannon to trade well into the RX-78. You just mentioned too, like it was a tricky situation. Luckily, Michael had an answer in hand to make up for that. And there's the Anksha for 2 damage. Oh, and he's got the gun tank too. 2 ping. Goodbye, Zaku.
Yep, and then we're going to go ahead to get the one destroyed. Looks like the pickup may be Zaku, and we're going to go ahead and take the one drop here, try to go extra wide. But fantastic sequencing here from Michael, seeing exactly the 3 cards needed to be able to kind of clean that board clearly, and then have the 2 bodies to once again put Jason in a position like, okay, now I have to return and reestablish board once again, and now the tempo is on Michael's side to be able to just say, well, now I can just start turning cards sideways, and maybe you got to board control me again.
Right, and I mean, the tricky part for Jason now is that with this go wide kind of aggro deck, you've got a lot of inexpensive units. You can go wide, but you run out of hand size very quickly, and the units that you're going to be playing are going to trend lower and lower in trade value versus what your opponent will be playing with this red-blue Cyber New type deck. So he's going as wide as he possibly can. You know, I think just like maybe 1, 2 cards in the hand left. But after this, if this board gets handled by Michael, Jason is in big trouble here.
Yeah.
He's got to get a lot done with this.
Yep, here Jason is asking the question, right? It's like, hey, can you deal with this? But with the back foot of that being that if Michael says absolutely and does end up clearing up a big chunk of the board, now it's just Michael's just in such a comfortable position. He's going to be up on card advantage, so we'll see what he's able to draw. But Michael has little to concern himself about because of the 1 card in Jason's hand. Understanding that you're maybe dealing with like a pilot situation here, 1 more unit, you know that you're not dying on board right away, and then you can start re-checking up on that value here.
Yeah, so we saw a show of resolve for the just draw 2 from Michael's side of things. Didn't love what he had in his hand, wanted to go for the draw first, thinking about attacking in, but you know, this is one of those situations where now, you know, is it worth it to go into that shield? It looks like he's going to go ahead with the Angsha. Zaku 2 hits the trash, so doesn't hit a base or a pilot or anything there. That's good. Another Zaku Mariner, so another one of those just kind of vanilla 2/2 bodies on the board. Going to pass the turn. I think that's smart. I think you don't want to give your opponent too easy of a trade by attacking with that gun tank.
Yep, and looks like Michael just had the aggro hand. I think we're on.
I guess so.
I think we're on our 6th one cost play here. So we got back Jason here with 2 cards in hand. Big Zaku board, depending on what he wants to do here, could go ahead and sequence some kind of like attack with the Charge Zaku 2, and then be able to do the breach to be able to crack the base and go in for twice. But needs to play this very carefully because he is behind advantage-wise, especially with Michael having done his show of resolve.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure he would love a situation where he could run that, you know, Rickdom into like a rested 2/2 or something instead. Trading 1 for 1, even though you do get the breach, doesn't feel great. At least, like you mentioned earlier with the other Zaku 2 that gets the 3 attack when it's attacking, you know, you can trade with just the 2 hits fairly evenly. Oh, do we have the Char? Oh, we have the Amuro. Okay, the Amuro on the Zaku. What's going to get rested? Okay, yeah, resting the gun tank. And now, you know, we do have a little bit more appealing of a trade here. I think it's you feel much better going 1 for 1 with that Zaku 2 into the Angsha. And then, you know, do you think he's going to run the Rickdom into the gun tank?
Yeah, probably.
I don't mind that.
We're going to go ahead and crack the base here and get our value from the Rickdom because it's just so free in the situation.
Yeah, you get the breach too. That's going to take out another shield. Remove the unit as well. That's going to be another Rizal going to the trash. And the Rickdom lives with 1 HP remaining, or 2 HP remaining, actually.
Yep, and no cards in hand, though, so no questions for Michael, just the ones on the board. And then a very solid, like, it is scary how good a Kshatriya here is if you have it.
Right? Yeah, Kshatriya does get extremely terrifying here. All right, Visalius for another draw. Oh, Michael, little expression on his face saying, I didn't like what I drew out of that.
Oh, wow.
But, another show of resolve. Ooh, okay. Well, that is a little bit on the rough side to be doing at this point in the game with only 1 unit on board. You're wanting to place more stuff to threaten your opponent. And when you're just kind of fishing here, it doesn't feel great. We'll see what the follow-up is. Still 2 resources remaining.
Yeah, there is an open here, but now we are dealing with a scary board. Technically, we know that we're not dead on board. There's enough defensively there to be able to stave it off. Maybe we can line up.
Technically,
yeah. What that means tempo-wise, who knows? But maybe there's like a lineup of like a couple of gun tanks here that are able to help chip away at the board. At the minimum, you can get rid of the Rickdom with the Mariner, and then at least it's just one less thing to have to worry about. But you do have that very sizable Zaku on board with the Amuro pair there.
Yeah, it all goes back to this being the turn. You really wish that you had that legend rare Kshatriya along with Merida Cruz and being able to just get all that ping damage done, you know, attack into something else. That would have cleared so much if you would have been able to draw into it. But no such luck this time around. And you know, like you said, I mean, he could be looking at the end of the game this next turn, depending on how Jason's hand looks. At least he can trade in, like you said, to that Rick Dom. I think that is... Oh, okay. He's going to go 1 for 1 that way.
Is that because we're about to see double gun tank here?
Maybe, yeah. No, Aksha. Okay, so he had an answer, but it was only 1 more damage. So that is a little bit surprising, since the Rick Dom now can trade into the Aksha again and breach, right? Once that base is removed. So
yep, it's an interesting position to put yourself in, because yes, the Rick Dom now has 1 damage marked on it, but it's a 3-3. It's a 3-2 as opposed to being a 2-1, which would be the scenario with if you had pinged the Zaku instead. So it's an interesting choice, but
yeah.
We'll go ahead and get the damage here. Base is gone. The Rick Dom swing in, gonna hit a shield. Amuro in hand is huge here, especially depending on what card Jason drew. And now he's considering, is it worth playing it? And we do see the tempo gun tank here before passing it back to Michael. Once again, no cards in Jason's hand, but lethal represented on board. So if there's a time for Michael to bring it back, it would be right here.
Yeah, I think what he's done is try to set things up as best he can to have like a big Kshatriya turn, you know, and is that going to be the legendary Kshatriya? That's 4 resources, turn sideways. And yes, it is. Does he have the matching pilot?
Yeah,
he does.
Massive here.
All right, so what can he get done with this? Obviously the ping from playing the pilot initially on the Rick Dom. He's got 2 damage to assign here. 1 to 2 different units, puts the other one on the Zaku too. And, you know, this might not save him, but this will certainly get him back into the game.
Yep, 100%. We'll get the swing here. We'll be able to get the additional ping to be able to get rid of the Charizard 2 and then swing into the Zaku. It's not a trade. We'll go ahead and survive that with 1 HP, I believe. And then we still have more. So 1 for what? An Amuro? Okay.
Oh, I love
this. That's how we're full clearing the board. And now this is completely turned, right? We were in a position where Michael was behind and facing lethal. But now that hand advantage is huge because now I can go wide. I cleared your entire board. I still have cards in hand, and you're top decking the rest of the game.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about earlier. You know, looking at where he places the damage from those pings, you know, it looked a little bit odd in a vacuum, not knowing what was in his hand to have that one on the Rick Dom. But then, you know, when the Kshatriya combo came down, it all came together. And you could see he had it planned out. He had it planned out in advance. Unfortunately for him, the Aksha for Jason will just go ahead and remove that last point of damage or last point of health from the Kshatriya.
Yeah, it's a really good top deck, arguably one of the best top decks that you could have in this very specific situation.
Yeah, I mean, Jason is a little bit in top deck wars here, where, and that's not going to go to hand. You know, only Burst does something when it comes out of shields, and that does not either.
Yep,
Jim.
Go ahead, super wide, say, now we're presenting lethal on board, depending on if Angsha decides to go for board or not. So we just need to put 1 more body there, and then Jason would need a very specific top deck to be able to get himself. I mean, at this point, a show of resolve would be pretty good for him. We'll just have to wait and see. Go ahead.
For sure.
Rest 1 more, and another Marina. Okay, forces the trade. I get it. I dig it.
No, I totally love it. And I think one of the things that a lot of players could do better at in this game is being more liberal with their use of pilots and not necessarily always waiting for the link. And this is such a great example of why, because like you said, exactly, it makes it a really awkward attack for that Angsha into the 2-2, and it almost guarantees Michael gets to have that unit around for next turn.
Yep. So now it's it's just it's just pray on shields because I just need these units for a good now here and kudos to Jason, right? He's playing for the win. He knows that I need a sequence of a base potentially into a pilot draw to win the game. Play to win, not to not lose here. So we do have an additional swing here. The last shield, and that's not going to do it.
Yep, that's right. Michael swings in for that last one. Michael will take game number 1 here in our grand finals. You know, Jason getting having an interesting game 1 for what that deck wants to do. You know, he wants to be the aggressive. He wants to be the person going wide, right? But Michael was the one who instead brought all the aggro. And, you know, although the board clear did come back, you know, Jason really did swing it back into his favor for a little while. You know, Michael kind of like staying strong, prepping his turns, getting himself ready for those power turns. I think doing a really good job of doing that. But that said, it was like either he wins that turn or the next turn he's probably going down. So it was a close one.
Yeah, 100%. And I can't speak enough to Jason really maneuvered what he could the best there.
Yeah.
I think noticing that, Michael's playing really wide. He's playing really fast. If this is a race, I probably lose out because I'm a turn behind. And then in that end game, I can't speak enough to how much you really need to play for the win, right?
Yes,
Naturally,
absolutely.
could have traded the Angsha into the board, but knowing that I'm behind on board, if I lose this Angsha, now I'm still 2 turns behind being able to present lethal to go for a game here, whereas if I just pass, maybe I get lucky on a base, it adds a pilot to my hand, I can get a link to be able to go for game, right? So I think that and Michael being able to pilot stuff on his board to create those scenarios where are really awkward, like you were talking about, using your pilots more liberally as pure stat buffs, knowing that it puts you in a more advantageous position. We see it often with things like if you know you're playing against a wing deck, hey, throw a pilot under a thing, it provides you safety from that wing 0 board wipe, and then maybe you live to see another day. So a good set of skill across both players here, and I think it leads us well into a very exciting game 2, knowing that both these players are playing at such a high level.
Yeah, it's been a great finals already. Props to Michael, too, for picking up the sleeves here this weekend and already throwing it on the deck. That's some of the new sleeves you can pick up right here.
Yep, I picked them up myself, and I'm so excited. And now I've got the white ones for my main deck. I've got the black ones for my resource deck. Very excited to gen those 2 together.
Sick. All right. And it looks like the EX space taken by Jason this time around. I think that's, again, I personally think you just always want the EX space in the game right now. I know some people make the argument that the aggro deck wants to go first, but, you know, I don't know. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, and I mean specifically being able to do this play, right? Like, okay, turn 1, I'm going to get a CZ, a Charazaku or Zaku on the board, being able to clear the X base, do some more things.
Yeah.
And here, Michael not being able to go super wide, just presenting a gym. It'll be able to clear the Zaku, but at least now Jason's in a time where he can probably put a lot of pressure. We've got things like Amuro in hand we're seeing, which is really good in the later game. Ooh, and an early Rick Dom. I do like seeing that.
Yeah, you know, I don't mind that at all. It does help him go really wide, right? And the Rick Dom, you just get so much value with some of these very early units because of that breach. He opts not to swing into the EX space. I find that to be a little bit interesting. But at the same time, it does give you a really easy trade into the gym on the other side where the gym lives. So a lot of players don't like to give their opponent that.
Yeah, I mean, Jason here is recognizing that this is, while he is the aggro deck, this is a value-oriented matchup where if he gives his opponent too many free 2-for-1s, he's going to fall behind. Right? Last game, he ended up in a position where he was top decking all the time. You give your opponent too many free 2-for-1s, and that's an uncomfortable position, whereas he knows that Michael wants to play a little bit more aggressively, has been playing aggressively, so we're going to make that read on our opponent, and we're going to know that they're probably going to go ahead and swing, giving us a more comfortable attack here. So now we can more comfortably go the Rick Dom into the gym, and then at least it's not an as free trade.
And the Rizal comes down as well to finish up the turn for Michael. And, you know, I mean, looking at it, Michael, you know, blew up his own EX space to play the Vesalius too. So, you know, that saves Jason the trouble of even having to worry for it. So I like it. So, yeah, going in now with these 2 units to take out the base, and then going in on the gym as well, using the breach to take one of the shields. And that's kind of the turn you'd expect. Good turn from Jason, following it up with the Zaku. Does he have the Char? No, he just has another Zaku too. That is about as wide of a board as you can get. You can get 6 units on the board in Gundam, and you know, it gets pretty tight after that.
It definitely
you just literally can't put any more up.
We'll see if we have a gun tank here to be able to surf start. No, if it's Azaleas to kick it off. So shields are naturally really nice, but Jason is extremely wide here, and with 3 resources, there's not a lot of opportunity here for Michael to be able to contest the board. Rizal can go into something and be able to clear something out. But we need a little bit more immediate action, especially knowing, we know, Michael doesn't know, that Amuro is in Jason's hand, which will help him be able to much more easily clear out any bases along the way.
Right. I mean, I think Michael's already thinking to himself, okay, where's the Kshatriya? Okay, there is a Kshatriya.
Okay, with the Merida?
Does he have the Merida pair? Okay, it's a gem. All right, that's fine to go wide because you really want the Merida link with the LR Kshatriya. You can, in a pinch, do it on this one, and I think that's fine. You still get to ping. You still get the link to swing into something. But right now, it's just a 2-4 body on the board, which 2-4s are great into this green-blue aggro.
Yeah, 100%. It can survive longer. Clearing 2 bodies with the 1 would have been nice because Rick Dom is just 1 ping away.
Yeah.
But, and we do see the RX-78 here, and then we do see the Amuro.
Wow.
So, I mean, perfect lineup here for Jason, and I think we all know how this is going to play out. We're going to get the full board buff.
Yep.
And then we are going to get the rest that is a mandatory, and then we're going to go ahead and swing. And some very miraculous things need to happen right now. So we're going to go ahead and see the Rick Dom go ahead and swing. It will get the clear on the Kshatriya because of the buff. And then we got the Gundam clear. And then just 3 more swings to see if we can get it there.
Yeah, all right. Will we have it? Are we going to go to game number 3? One more attack goes through, and that is it. Jason ties up the series, and Michael's showing the hand there saying, yeah, I may have bricked a little bit there, but it doesn't really matter because we still have one more game to decide who will be the champion here at Bandai Card Fest Dallas.
We do love seeing it go down to finals.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'm so glad we get a game. We get a game. We get a game 3 like this. I speak for a living, by the way.
Yeah, it's very exciting, especially Jason showcasing the speed, but also restraint, right?
Yeah.
We saw that with not attacking really early on. And he definitely had the opening, knowing that like I can have a better trade. I can still get the damage in, right? As long as that unit ends up getting the 1 damage in somewhere along your first couple of turns, you know that it would have done the same thing as if it was cleared out earlier.
Right.
Instead, he was able to line up some better trades for himself, which gave him the whiteboard that he needed later in the game to be able to go and get that close.
Yeah, I think both of these players really know their decks well, which why wouldn't they? They're in the grand finals, right? But just getting to see that display of, choosing when to attack, when not to attack, that is like the hardest fundamental to learn in this game for sure. And I think people are still figuring it out, right? But I think more than anything, you've got this clash of these two decks that I think play pretty closely into each other, right? It really does come down to player decision-making oftentimes, and that's what we want. That's what makes a good card game. So we are going into the 3rd and final game of the Gundam card game finals here at Bandai Card Games Fest. And I believe the top 16 in this regional, because this is a regional, already punched their ticket to the Nationals in Vegas. So you've got that under your belt already. You get a chance to compete for Worlds when you get there next year. But you wouldn't want to be the first offline champion for this game, right?
Of course, the person that can uncontestedly say, no matter what you say to me, I'm the best in the country right now.
That's right. Absolutely, yeah.
Which, and this is a big tournament. There were, I believe, over 700 players
That's what I heard,
at this tournament here today, or this weekend. So you had to go ahead and really know your stuff to be able to contest against hundreds and hundreds of different pilots here to get there today. So we'll see which one between the two will be able to kind of crown that title and walk away with the Wing Zero playmat and champion card.
Now, it looks like Michael did mulligan as well, so we'll see if he found himself a better hand here. It's, Michael, too, quite the story with him. I met him at the Gundam card game launch back in Houston last year because his dad, who was an astronaut, was speaking to everyone that had gathered there too. And he came along as well. He said, "Oh, I really love Gundam. I can't wait to try the game out." And look, here he is now in the grand finals of the first offline regional. What a great story from just wanting to pick the game up to now, being one of the best in North America.
Yeah, 100%. We love when it goes full circle. Jumping into the game here, we did see Michael being able to go first, getting that Mariner down versus Jason just getting on an early gym. But Gun Cannon, deceptively strong. The repair on a body that's just going to play board controls the entire time can be very spooky if it sticks around for too long, especially if you can get a pair on it, which makes it a deadly attacker. It's got more health, and we'll just see how Jason responds here. We got the CZ2 and pass, so both players opting to just kind of build their board and go from there.
Yeah, I think both players are going to be even a little bit hesitant about this game, about committing anything early. This is it. This is the final game of the tournament. Amuro comes down
so good
on the gun cannon. That is a huge play. You get the double rest from the unit and from the pilot. Oh, boy.
Yep. So here we can get some very favorable trades here.
Yes, absolutely.
We're going to go ahead and get that there. Keep our gun cannon healthy. If we're going to lose something, we might as well lose the Mariner. We are going to get the trigger here on the CC2, and we have full targets. Looks like Rick Dom is going to be our decision. But getting that repair and then knowing that if Jason's going to deal with that right away, it's going to have to be via a link does not feel comfortable, especially as Michael establishes the board with a Rizel.
Yeah. Hey, and for once today, we didn't see someone bottom deck all their pilots with the Zaku 2 Legend Rare. That's nice to see.
That's a chip on your shoulder, isn't it?
It was. Hey, me and that player, right?
True.
He had it worse than I ever did. I didn't have to do it on stream,
Ooh, are we going to see Angsha Gun Cannon? So good.
Yeah.
Oh,
no
some
way.
players are just built like that.
I guess.
Like being able to establish board while clearing that gun cannon. That had it gone uncontested one more turn, honestly, probably would have been one of the biggest threats Michael would have to deal with.
Yeah.
And then Michael just popping off. I guess he feels a certain way about what just happened, but we'll see how he can turn this around.
I mean, like it's it's an interesting thing to try to be recovering from a turn like that from your opponent, getting the triple ping, right? It's like, no, I'm the ping deck. I'm the ping deck. Lazy Vesalius, though, gets the shield into hand. Now he has that buff as well. Plays a RX-78. Does he have the Amuro? I believe he does. That's right. Okay, so gets the rest. And we'll get a nice trade here, and then also the Rizal will be buffed as long as that combo stays on the board.
Yep, we'll go ahead and take 3 damage, but that'll be healed afterwards. We're going to go ahead and clear out the X base.
Yep.
End of turn, repair 2 Gundams, and now we're in a really good position where the gun tanks are there, but you need like a link to be able to clear out this base right now, which they by themselves won't do a lot of work, but we've seen that Jason's patience. He's fine with just letting those sit there for a minute while he can find a solution to this board. So we'll see how he decides to sequence his turn.
Oh, for sure.
If he has another link, that does kind of help out here quite a bit. But again, now we're in a position where we need to deal with this Gundam, or else it's going to do very similar to what Gun Cannon was doing before. Repair against aggro decks is devastating because it's just you end up having to commit so many cards that you would rather do your aggro to deal with a card like RX-78 here. And we see the Amuro in hand considering like, ugh, do I just throw it on a gun tank and just like throw 3 cards into this menace?
Oh, that would feel so bad. I almost feel like, are you looking for, okay, Corsica base will get you that nice 4 damage token, right? The Talgis token. But you're almost looking for like, can I maybe like just run a Sharna Zaku 2 into the base and take that out, make him deal with me, or just run it into the Gundam? Probably more likely, and take care of that. But doesn't look like that's an option right now for Jason, just based on what he's played, what resources, kind of shaking his head there. It's like, well, sometimes you just do the best you can with the hand that you have. And another Rickdom. Okay, it's a nice unit being established here. So he does kind of put the ball back in Michael's court, saying, all right, I have the bigger board. Nothing is rested. It's on you to produce ways from hand to deal with this now.
Yep, we are in Merida territory, potentially.
Right.
For now, I think we'll just see some swings, see what the shields have in store for Michael here, and then make the decisions after that. So we'll Bezalius swing at the shields, because why not? We can.
Hey, I mean, you just feel bad if you don't end up using the base, right? It's there to be tipped sideways. Ooh, going to use the Show of Resolve to draw here. So still digging for probably that Kshatriya Merida Cruz combo that we saw be so effective in game number 1.
Yep, 100%. And this has been kind of the pivotal turn. I think we've seen Michael very consistently on turn 5 opt into a Show of Resolve, which naturally, the more cards he has in his hand really is his win con here and being able to get into that late game. So if he can establish wide, we got the Mariner, maybe potentially play another gym or something like that.
Right.
Again, it's a race. I've got the base. You need to contest my board. We'll see what happens. But it looks like that's just a pass.
Ooh, okay. Well, I mean, at least he's got 5 shields remaining and the base. Like, you still feel pretty safe. You're like, all right, I'm not going to die this turn, right? But the board is kind of vulnerable. It's this one really could go either direction. I mean, this is a too tough to call in the moment. Well, that'll help swing things in Jason's favor just ever so slightly. Tapping the last unexhausted unit on Michael's side of things. And yeah, going to run that token into the RX-78. That feels pretty good when you can trade a token into a piloted legend rare, doesn't it?
Yep, that's a really good spot to be at. We are going to clear the X base, and then we're going to do a little bit of aggression there. So we are going to...
Setting up the breach here.
Interesting.
Oh, maybe not. Okay.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to go ahead and breach there, and then we're going to go ahead and, I guess, just trade up both gun tanks for the Rizal, or no, we're just going to face. Okay, interesting. So we're going to chip away at the Rizal.
Show me the ping.
I get there it is. Okay, yeah. There we go.
I was like, he's got to have something from hand.
You would assume so. That's a good spot for him, though. Now he's at 4 shields, 4 cards on board, 1 card or 2 cards in hand potentially, but now Michael is in a bit of a pinch here. He's walked his way out of a pinch before, so we'll see if he can claw his way back here.
Yeah, definitely dire straits. Another base, and I mean, yeah, you take a shield in hand, but you are replacing, remember, a 1 HP shield with a 5 HP shield effectively. So he is safer by playing it. There's a Kshatriya. Does he have the Merida Cruz? He does. Okay, so you get a total of 3 pings between the deployment and then the attack. How much can he really clear with this?
Yep, so we'll go ahead and clear out the Rigdom. You have to attack into the... I mean, I guess you don't have to, but I really would recommend it. Attacking into the RX-78. We're going to go ahead and clear the gun tank, leaving an Anksha on board. And now at least we're feeling safe. We know we have one more turn for sure.
Yeah.
And then if Michael has another set of links, maybe his own RX-78 going into the next turn, he can feel a little bit cozy. But we are going to go ahead and chip those 3 damages onto the base.
Right. You went 2 cards into 4 cards, right? So the value is there, but another Corsica base for Jason, and you get the 2 1/1s this time.
Yeah, the second Corsica base is so impactful because it does so many things, right? A base will draw you a card, so it replaces itself, and Corsica base will produce 2 bodies. So you've netted nearly 3 cards worth of advantage off of this one play.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great time for this too, right? It was so nice to have the 4-2 at the time when he needed it to trade into the RX-78 too, right? And now he's at the time in the game where he needs more attacks. No Char, but he's got the Rickdom as well. So another 5-unit board produced by Jason here, and a base. Yeah, it's looking like dire straits for Michael here. He really needs to come up big in this next turn.
Yep, the links will be necessary here.
Yes,
and even then, we're in a tough spot because the damage is already on the Vesalius, which means just about anything can crack that base. Oh, wow. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and replace the base. Another Vesalius, be like, we need card draw. Again, playing for the win.
Yeah.
We need to play for victory here. So let's see if we can find a link that we need to be able to do what we need to. I think, like, maybe a Kshatriya, some can make something happen.
I don't know if this is it. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Well, and with that, it certainly looks like there's enough in the tank for Jason to bust through this base and then get the last couple attacks down there, especially if he has a pilot in hand. Thinking about his ordering here. Yeah, he's saying, let's don't be hasty. You know, it's these situations where you start to attack and you're like, oh, my math was off by 1 and now I lose the game.
Time.
Yeah.
You've got the time.
You
Use
do
it.
have the time. Yeah. We're in game 3. Plenty of time on the clock here. Make sure you've got everything lined up, all your ducks in a row here. Yeah, 3 to the base. He does go with the Zaku 2 first.
3 to base.
And then finishing off the Angsha. He's got 3 attacks remaining.
Base?
Is it a base? No, and that is it. And Jason will take the series 2-1. Valiant effort by Michael, but it will be Jason, our first offline regional Gundam card game champion.
Yeah, 100%. Well executed, strong levels of patience here from Jason in terms of understanding what he needs to go for, what his win cons is. I think Michael playing for the win. I can't speak, right? Like, Michael may not have gotten the win this time, but he got all the way to the finals, right?
Right.
So being able to understand what you need to do to be able to find your in and what your win condition is, absolutely massive. But Jason executing wonderfully, going super wide, and showing why the one-year war aggro deck has the legs that it has to be able to do as well as it does in these tournaments.
For sure. I think a lot of people choosing to bring that one to this tournament because of the consistency, right? You're going to reach a state with that deck a lot of times where you've put everything out there and you didn't crack the base. You didn't end up, winning and your opponent comes back, right, and overwhelms you, right? But you can run over so many decks, and especially with the prevalence of Wing Zero being so prominent in the meta, I think a lot of people were like, all right, we're going back to just pure aggro, and I think that may have scared some people off of Wing Zero coming into this tournament. We saw a lot of aggro and a good amount of mid-range, a little bit less Wing Zero. I'd love to know the final numbers, but certainly it was, just like, honestly, recent tournaments in Japan, green-blue aggro that won the day.
Yeah, I mean, the deck does what it needs to do. You get a bunch of great advantage, you get a bunch of great links, being able to apply a ton of very early pressure, and then finally, you got, I know you're not the biggest fan of the card, but the LR Charzaku 2, keeps
it's
up.
Fine.
It's fine. But it keeps up the aggro, right? Like, you can keep applying pressure, and then when your opponent deals with you, you get more cards, which is a very tough position for that deck to deal with. We saw Michael executing in the game where he won because he dwindled down his opponent's resources. Jason had no more cards in hand. There's very little you can do from that front. So wherever you can find your inches, making smart trades, not attacking with the Charzaku 2, knowing that we can find a more favorable trade down the road, that level of patience pays massive dividends.
That's right, and that's going to do it for the tournament. And I got to say, I'm just so excited about this card game. I love the IP. Like, Gundam is the one that I grew up with, right? You started with Wing and then watched like tons of stuff after that, and so I was so excited when this game came out. It's so good, too. It's actually a fantastic game. We've got such a wide set 1 meta, and the players are already getting so good. We've seen so many games here this weekend. I'm just, like, ecstatic for the future of this game. We've got the new starter coming up soon and all that. It's going to be absolutely hype. Before we end it, do you have any final thoughts on the tournament here that we saw this weekend.
I mean, big kudos to the players, right? It takes a lot to be able to run into the first big tournament, right? Trying to see what you can with the meta, where you can take it, what you can play, what are we expecting. So to be able to take that first step forward in their competitive journey, I think is fantastic. And there are so many other tournaments down the pipeline. So if you guys want to get involved, please check out the official Gundam websites for all of the tournaments as we line our way into the rest of the tournament circuit.
That's right. And so now we're going to take a quick break and then kick it over to the awards ceremony. And I can't wait to see the players get all the awards, all the accolades that they well deserve. So we'll check that out.
All right, Bandai Card Game Fest Dallas. We have our champions from the first ever Gundam Card Game Regional here in Dallas. We've got second place, Michael. Congratulations, sir. There you go. Thank you very much. Right here. And your Bandai Card Games Fest Dallas 2025 champion for the first ever Gundam Card Game Regional, Jason! Ooh. Congratulations. Here you go, sir. Let's take a look right here. Do you have anyone you'd like to thank or some words?
Everyone who came with me to this Bandai Card Fest, all of my friends over there, making this a joy to be able to go with. Also, thank the judges. What an incredible regional that we were able to experience because of this. So quick, so efficient. I just thank you for everyone for doing this.
All right, thank you so much. Let's have a photo here, first place and second place. Right here, guys. I'll stand to the side. Again, another big round of applause for our Gundam Card Game Regional Champions. All right, thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you. This way, sorry. Yeah, no stairs on that way. Thank you. Thank you very much, and we will be right back.
Hey, we are back one final time here at the caster desk at Bandai Card Games Fest here in Dallas, Texas. What a weekend it has been. Doa and Espiri here with you to close things out. And what a finale, too, right? I mean, just when you think you can't add on another awesome card game to all the ones we had, like here comes the Gundam card game, and it's great. We had a great finals that went down to the wire. Jason and Michael playing out of their minds. Jason finally gets it, but like Michael, definitely a player that we're going to have to watch out for in the future too. And I'm just excited for more tournaments.
Yeah, 100%. I think they set the stage incredibly in terms of showcasing the skill level, the types of decision-making that you need to make in the game, especially in a matchup where some people think that it's very kind of cut and dry, the things that you need to do. And we see that the players here at these top levels have kind of worked their own path to be able to get where they did. And we've seen that with not only the finals, but the amazing matches that we saw throughout the entire tournament, right? We saw that fantastic red-white player kind of make good work of the blue-green deck that I'm sure we'll see a lot more of as we go post into this tournament.
I mean, we have only just begun to scratch the surface as far as like what deck building looks like in this game. So a lot to look forward to. And speaking of things to look forward to, let's talk a little bit about the World Championships that are coming up next year. We've got some information for you. It is going to be March 14th through 15th at the Bandai Namco Mirai-Ken Studio in Japan. It will be streamed live from there, and so you'll be able to look forward to watching that on whatever screen you choose to sit in front of. It can be a big screen, small screen, phone screen. you know, 2 screens at once. There's a lot of options as far as like how you can watch this one. But it will be next March, and it will be fantastic. One Piece, Digimon, and Gundam card game will all be present. That's going to be great.
Yeah, well, absolutely exciting. I love making a watch party out of these events, being able to kick it back with friends, bring it up. We all get our own snacks, and being able to just enjoying the best of the best. And I can't talk enough about how much, you know, being able to celebrate our champions, right? The players that we saw today, and knowing that they've taken that first step into their journey. When we're looking at the other card games, we've got some qualified players from both One Piece and Digimon all ready to make their way into this World Championship. So it's exciting to follow those players. Like you're saying, keep an eye on Michael. May have just breaking second here, but it's a player that'll surely be able to continue through the circuit. Jason, and see where their journeys take them.
Yeah, especially with like all the new cards that are going to be in the card pool by the time we get to next March. Like, I can't even imagine, right? Like, we haven't even seen all of GDO2 revealed yet, right? So we're going to be even farther than that when we get to next March. So that is going to be great. The card pool is going to be like way bigger at that point, and so I'm sure things will be even more diverse. But don't quote me on that, because now people go back to this clip and be like, Noah said it would be more diverse meta, and it's not. But I think it will be. I think the odds are it will be a very good and diverse meta. So looking forward to that. But yeah, that's it. There's a shot of you. There's a shot of me. How's it going?
Hey, no, it's very exciting. I think thrilling. It's so much to work our way towards with the World Championship, right? Like you're saying, new card reveals, new establishments within the meta across all of the different games, and just trying to see how players are going to adapt, evolve, and kind of land their mark, right? They've already started their first step here, and I'm excited to see where they'll go from there.
Me too. Me too. So here we are at the end of, not all things, it's not as dramatic as like, you know, some movies or something like that, but here we are at the end of the weekend. And what a great weekend it has been of card gaming, card slinging. I know, like, we've been trying to get in as many games as we can, because that's like the caster's curse a little bit, is that you just don't get to play as much as you would love to coming to these things, but it's a sacrifice we make for you. So you're welcome, I guess. But mostly thank you to you at home for watching, for sticking with us. Thanks to all the great fans that came by in the venue. Thank you for being a great co-caster. Everyone else that we've worked with this weekend, all the other great casters that are sitting right over there. You have any final words before we close this thing out?
Yeah, I mean, once again, thank you to everyone who's been watching. Thank you to everyone who's participated and been here, making their journey towards Dallas to be able to participate in this tournament. To the other casters that we've all been a part of, like you're saying, wonderful cast. It's been fantastic casting with you, Doa, to our production team, to staff. I think it's a whole operation, and I think, you know, it's just one more thing to look forward to, knowing that what we have going into the next one as CardFest continues.
Yeah. Just an unbelievable amount of work goes into making this thing function at all. So huge shout out to our production crew behind the scenes, to all the staff that showed up way earlier than we did at the venue, and will leave way later than we will. So we appreciate the heck out of you. Thanks for all that you do for the scene and all that. And again, big shout out to you at home, the players. You know, if you like these games, we are in like a new card gaming golden age. So go to your local stores, get friends playing, get the crowds bigger than ever, get people watching. It is a great time to be a card game player on planet Earth, and I think it's only going to get better. So thanks again for watching, everybody. We'll catch you next time at the next Bandai Card Game Fest.